Story 5. Am I the jerk for telling my friend that no matter what I would never make the same bad decisions as her, after she said I'm wasting money? For context, my friend Abby and I met our first year of college. Abby had a BF of 2 years. She was very reckless, like no protection, and got pregnant her second year, and when she told me, she said she wanted to drop out. I told her if she dropped out, her life would be over. Her parents aren't wealthy. I suggested termination or adoption. Her and I got into a huge fight because she said I was elitist, claiming that her mom is middle class without a college degree. Her plan was to drop out and have her boyfriend graduate, and he would get a good job. I even told her to do it online, and she refused and said college isn't the only path to success. I eventually apologized to be there for her because she had enough going on and I didn't want to add to her stress. After the baby was born, her and her boyfriend broke up, and he got to get his degree while she has no degree. He pays child a little support, but she has one income and has trouble dating this age. She is not impoverished, but with the way the economy is, she is in a lot of car debt and credit card debt. To be fair, a lot of this was just bad decisions, like buying a $70K car as soon as she got a job, when she makes less than that in a year. I am not judging, and I don't care what people do, but it is context for what happened. When I finished my master's, my family pooled money to buy me a home. This is very common in our culture. I also still drive the same paid-off Lexus I've had since high school. I have a nice job, and I'm pretty comfortable financially and have a lot of investments. I'd say about 75% of my disposable income goes towards traveling with my boyfriend. I don't ever brag about traveling to Abby because it is a sore spot since she has never left the country and would always say she wanted to travel after college, but this was before the baby. Abby and I were getting lunch one day, and she asked what I am doing over the summer. I told her my boyfriend and I were going on a trip, and she asked where. I replied we were going to Bora Bora. I tried to downplay it a little, and she kept asking more and to show her the hotel since she wants to go, for her honeymoon to be if she gets married again. I never knew that. I showed her, and she Googled the price of the hotel and started laughing at me, saying I was blowing through money like a dummy. I told her I saved for it, and she was like, all of us are struggling with gas prices and inflation nowadays, and that I'm dumb to be wasting money like that. She just kept going on and on and on about how bad the economy is, and that I don't live in the real world. I told her that not everyone is struggling and that she needs to stop because I would never make the decisions she did. She is now telling mutual friends an exaggerated story about how I am said she should have got rid of her baby. I never ever would say that. I love that kid, but everyone has been texting to ask what happened. I was talking about her financial decisions, not her kid. Edit, guys, I know I am privileged. A lot of people are misconstruing how my culture is to mean I'm filthy rich. I'm upper middle class at best. Story 1. Am I the jerk for not making corn on the cob after my family said I tricked them because they said corn wasn't a veggie? Sometimes my sister's kids continue to surprise me. I cooked up some country-style ribs today for our families with mashed potatoes. I asked, what veggie do you all want? They all replied, no veggies, we'll just take the meat and potatoes. Fine. So I started shucking the corn and cutting it off the cob to freeze it while waiting for the meat to finish up. My sister's youngest daughter, 22, approaches me and asks, corn on the cob with butter. I replied, not anymore, you all chose no veggies. She says, that's not a veggie, you tricked me. Now she won't talk to me, having a grown butt tantrum. I'm not trying to be petty, but that's ridiculous that her kids don't know that corn is a vegetable. Am I the jerk for not making them the corn on the cob after they all said meat and potatoes only? Story 2. Am I the jerk for wanting to poop alone? I asked my husband to take our 19-month-old with him this morning to drop my daughter off at school. I asked him so that I could use the bathroom alone. Every time I try to poop, my son either screams outside the door or wants to sit on my lap. My husband took him and ran into traffic. Roads closed, trains stuck, etc. until they were driving for an hour. My son wasn't happy about it and screamed the whole time. My husband gets home and starts screaming that it's not fair to our son that I lock him in a chair in the car for an hour so that I can use the bathroom. He says I'm the jerk because our son shouldn't have to deal with that. I replied that I guess we can't take our son anywhere anymore since he's not allowed to be locked up at all. Am I the jerk? Story 3. Am I the jerk for wanting my 27 or old to get themselves to work? Daughter is 27 years old, blew the engine in her car after a year of me telling her to put oil in it. And now I am the taxi to work and back. She works overnights, 6:30 p.m. to 5 m. Wed's son, about 2 miles from home. I have been driving her for a year now. She decided that rather than fix the car she already owns, she wants to buy a new car. A 45K Kia that is like a unicorn of a car into specific model, color, engine package, etc. She wants. She will also need to put down $8K on this car with an $850 payment. I think it's a dumb way to throw away enough money to buy a house with, but what do I know? I am tired. I work 9-5 MF every single weekend. I'm up getting her early in the morning, messing up my entire sleep schedule and day. Last night she wanted me to pick her up at 11:30 p.m. I tried real hard to stay up until that time. I couldn't. When I woke up to go get her, it felt like I was drunk, but it was just me being so tired. We drove home mostly in silence until she asked me had I fallen asleep. I said, yeah, I did, that I tried to stay up but couldn't, and that I really hope she buys any car really soon so I can get a break from this, because at the end of the week I am worn out and then have to go back to my job MF. This upset her. She cut me off and talked over me, a normal occurrence, and told me she tries to be mindful of my sleep and will usually push through until 5 p.m. because she doesn't want to wake me up. I had had enough. I stopped the car in the middle of the effing road. In park, we sat there for a good 15 minutes before she finally asked me why we were sitting there. I said, if you had the patience to wait all this time to ask me that, why can't you let me finish talking before you talk over me with what you have to say? Then silence until we got home. Each interaction like this feels like it puts distance between us. I don't have a problem picking her up. I do have a problem being expected to do things as if she were 12 or going to soccer practice instead of 27 or old going to work. Am I the AH for trying to set grown-up boundaries? ETA, yes, she pays rent and utilities. She's moved out before but came back due to health issues. I helped her get better. I did tell her to put oil in her car many times. I've told her all the things you all have said many times. I'm tired of fighting. I also did not want to be the parent my parents were that turned their back in the biggest time of need. Story 4. Am I the jerk for sending my Airbnb? Host a 4-minute walkthrough video with timestamps before I unpacked. Checked into an Airbnb yesterday. Before I touched anything, I did a slow walkthrough of every room with my phone, narrating any existing damage I noticed. Sent the video to the host immediately with a polite, just want to flag a few existing issues so they're documented before my stay. Host replied, this is incredibly insulting. I've never had a guest do this. You clearly don't trust me. My GF says I went too far and sounded paranoid. 2 friends say it was smart because last year a host charged me $400 for a stain that was already there. Am I the jerk? Story 5. Am I the jerk for telling my friend that no matter what I would never make the same bad decisions as her, after she said I'm wasting money? For context, my friend Abby and I met our first year of college. Abby had a BF of 2 years. She was very reckless, like no protection, and got pregnant her second year, and when she told me, she said she wanted to drop out. I told her if she dropped out, her life would be over. Her parents aren't wealthy. I suggested termination or adoption. Her and I got into a huge fight because she said I was elitist, claiming that her mom is middle class without a college degree. Her plan was to drop out and have her boyfriend graduate, and he would get a good job. I even told her to do it online, and she refused and said college isn't the only path to success. I eventually apologized to be there for her because she had enough going on and I didn't want to add to her stress. After the baby was born, her and her boyfriend broke up, and he got to get his degree while she has no degree. He pays child a little support, but she has one income and has trouble dating this age. She is not impoverished, but with the way the economy is, she is in a lot of car debt and credit card debt. To be fair, a lot of this was just bad decisions, like buying a $70K car as soon as she got a job, when she makes less than that in a year. I am not judging and I don't care what people do, but it is context for what happened. When I finished my master's, my family pooled money to buy me a home. This is very common in our culture. I also still drive the same paid-off Lexus I've had since high school. I have a nice job and I'm pretty comfortable financially and have a lot of investments. I'd say about 75% of my disposable income goes towards traveling with my boyfriend. I don't ever brag about traveling to Abby because it is a sore spot since she has never left the country and would always say she wanted to travel after college, but this was before the baby. Abby and I were getting lunch one day, and she asked what I am doing over the summer. I told her my boyfriend and I were going on a trip, and she asked where. I replied we were going to Bora Bora. I tried to downplay it a little, and she kept asking more and to show her the hotel since she wants to go, for her honeymoon to be if she gets married again. I never knew that. I showed her and she Googled the price of the hotel and started laughing at me, saying I was blowing through money like a dummy. I told her I saved for it, and she was like, all of us are struggling with gas prices and inflation nowadays, and that I'm dumb to be wasting money like that. She just kept going on and on about how bad the economy is, and that I don't live in the real world. I told her that not everyone is struggling and that she needs to stop because I would never make the decisions she did. She is now telling mutual friends an exaggerated story about how I am said she should have got rid of her baby. I never ever would say that. I love that kid, but everyone has been texting to ask what happened. I was talking about her financial decisions, not her kid. Edit, guys, I know I am privileged. A lot of people are misconstruing how my culture is to mean I'm filthy rich. I'm upper middle class at best. Story 6. Am I the jerk for not changing our wedding date? Am I the jerk for not changing our destination wedding date after my fiancé's sister got upset? My fiancé and I are getting married abroad next year. It's a pretty far destination, about a 22-hour travel day, so we knew from the beginning that this would be a big ask for our guests. Because of that, we decided to cover all of our guests' accommodations and meals for 4 days. We bought out a place that has about 22 rooms and 14 villas, so everyone attending would have a place to stay and wouldn't have to pay for lodging or food once they're there. All we are asking from our guest is for them to celebrate with us. We chose our wedding date in September because it falls around Labor Day week. I have to accrue PTO, and I also have 3 other weddings that year, 2 which are destination weddings. So choosing a holiday week made the most sense because it means taking off closer to 4 days instead of 5. My fiancé also has a very busy season during the summer, so after the end of August worked best for us. Earlier in the summer would also be significantly more expensive because it's peak season, and later in September starts getting into rainy season at our destination. When my fiancé's sister found out the dates, she got really upset and told us we needed to change them. Her oldest child starts middle school that year, and she said she couldn't believe we picked dates that would make her child miss her first day of middle school. We did look into the alternate dates she wanted, but changing the date would cost us at least an additional $10,000 because of the venue buyout and wedding arrangements. We told her we understood if the timing made it hard for her and that we'd be sad if she couldn't come, but we weren't able to change the dates. We also have to get legally married in civil court before the destination wedding, so we offered to do something special that day and include her family in that, since we still wanted them to feel involved if they couldn't make the trip. Instead, she got even more upset and seemed offended by that offer. We just sent out our save the dates, and she responded with a pretty mean, nasty text. She is now blaming us for having to tell her kids that they may not be able to attend their uncle's wedding. Edit to add for clarity. When we booked, we chose Labor Day week because we're on the East Coast and schools here often start after Labor Day week. Plus, the wedding is still about 16 months away, and most people don't even know the exact school calendar for that year, yet since it all depends to snow, storms, and days off, etc. Yes, every guest knows we are paying for all their food and lodging. It's only 1 day that she will miss, not a whole week. So far, no one else has had an issue with the dates, and most people have actually been really excited and are planning to make it a longer vacation since the destination is somewhere that's been on a lot of their bucket lists. Am I the jerk for not changing our wedding date to accommodate my fiancé's sister's schedule? Story 7. Am I the jerk for letting my son take his naps in a dog bed? We got my dog a bed a few weeks ago, but he ended up not caring about it. He occasionally lays in it, but that's it. When my toddler, 19-month-old, is throwing a tantrum, he throws himself into the dog bed and then falls asleep in there. He used to just throw himself there during tantrums and then get up once it is over, but he started sleeping there. I thought it was fine since it's not like it's dirty with dog saliva or fur. But my mom lost her mind when she found out I let him take his naps in it. I don't let him sleep in it overnight. It is only for naps. But my mom's reaction got me thinking, maybe I am the jerk for leaving him in there. Story 8. Am I the jerk for refusing to give my mom money that I was asked to safeguard for a family trip? My family receives support from a family fund service because of my autistic sister. They gave my mum £300 specifically for a day out for us at Thorpe Park. My mum has a history of gambling and budgeting problems. She has gambled away her half of the rent many times and had to borrow from family members. So after the money came in her and my dad actually asked me to hold on to it because I'm not supposed to give her any if she asks. The first time the fund paid the money to her directly, she spent it and said it was for bills. But when I checked her bank, she gave me access to monitor spending. There were many gambling transactions. My dad later got some back pay and replaced the £300, and this time it was given straight to me to keep safe for the trip. Today my mum asked me for £90 from the Thorpe Park money to buy clothes. I said no because I'm genuinely worried the money will disappear again and the trip won't happen. I've been looking forward to this trip for ages. She also said she would pay it back tomorrow from money she's expecting from market research. I told her she could just wait one day and buy the clothes then instead of borrowing from the trip money and replacing it later, but she got angry and escalated things instead. She started shouting and swearing at me, called me names, said I was controlling and stealing from her, and tried to cancel the tickets. She later said she couldn't cancel them, but then told my sister to take her friend instead of me. She also is now saying that she never agreed to hand the money over to me and that she only done so because she felt controlled to buy me and my dad. I feel awful because it's my mum and technically the money was originally given to her, but at the same time I was specifically trusted to stop the money being spent on other things. Am I the jerk? Story 9. Am I the jerk for not letting my daughter fly across the country alone to meet an online friend? HELP. I know teenagers are naturally rebellious, but this is making my hair go gray. My daughter, we'll call her Sierra, is on the spectrum and has odd. She's been angry at the world since she was born. She didn't cry as a baby, she just screamed. There was no medical reason, just anger, and not much has changed since then. I do have 3 other children, so I do have a baseline. Her last meltdown was a week ago when we took her phone away for one day. She wailed for 4 hours straight. Yes, she is in therapy and has tried a plethora of different medications. She also has worked with social workers, special education teachers, autism specialists, psychiatrists, even a work readiness program. Her stepdad and I are doing everything we can to help her navigate a difficult journey. Like many autistic kids, Sierra has always struggled with social relationships, so she's turned to online friendships at the encouragement of her therapist. Her best friend, we'll call her Amy, is 12, which is about the social developmental level my daughter is at, and lives 1,500 miles away. They FaceTime constantly. There really isn't a chat history for us to check in on, so we just try to supervise as best we can without being intrusive. Amy wanted to come visit last summer and had told Sierra that she'd gotten her mother to agree to fly out with her. Obviously, that fell through. We think it was just a fabrication. This brings us to yesterday, when Sierra found out that her favorite singer, Miko, is going on tour. Amy convinced her mom to purchase VIP tickets to the concert where they live, and even offered to purchase Sierra a plane ticket to fly out there. Alone. Her stepdad and I both told her we weren't comfortable with the situation, and we've gotten pages of angry messages from her, and she won't even speak to us in person. We got the mom's phone number and are going to contact her today. If she's the one encouraging this, we think she's the here. Right. But am I being overly cautious? Am I preventing her from having a good social experience that she can learn from? It hurts to be hated so much by a human that you're just trying to help and keep safe. I'm so tired. Do I just ride out the storm and accept that when she turns 18, she will probably never speak to me again? Context. No, we cannot afford to go with her. Also, her stepdad took her to see this same singer back in October, about 2 hours from where we live. She does have a senior trip next spring, which we just put a lot of money toward, where she can get a taste of travel without us. Story 10. Am I the jerk for refusing to use a Louis Vuitton purse my mother got me for my birthday? This all happened a few weeks ago. I work in my mother's restaurant. My mother, early 40s, told me that she was thinking of getting me a luxury bag for my birthday this year. After looking through the options she was considering, I asked her to buy me something else. But after thinking on it for a few days, I guess I didn't realize until my mom brought the topic up. But I was in need of a bag as I have been shoving everything in my pockets for the past few years. So I sent her photos I found on the internet of bags. I did like to show her the sorts of bags that I like. And a few days later, after negotiations, she showed me a bag that I liked and was within her budget, and we planned to go to the mall with my aunt on our day off to see if they had it in stock. I did not think we were going to buy any bags as my birthday was months away. On the day of, she was a little vague about the timing, and I ultimately could not go. They VC'd me in a LV store and asked me to choose between 2 bags, one of which was from the photos that she showed me, the bag that I told her I didn't like. As they called me multiple times throughout the day in different stores, I did not take this to mean that they would buy the bag. I chose the bag from the photo. I didn't really think much of it until I saw my mother's Instagram post of her buying the other bag. I think she knew that I wouldn't like it because she started listing off reasons why I should like it. Aunt and uncles all liked it better. People are asking to buy the bag off her. I would change my mind when I saw it in real life, etc. I've told her that I don't like logos. It is honestly the ugliest bag I've ever seen. I don't want to be seen with it. I feel like she bought the bag to corner me into using a bag that she knew I wouldn't like. I know that I am being rude and ungrateful, but shouldn't it be enough to not like it? They keep trying to put it on me as if I would magically like it as soon as I put it on, but it just makes me sad. It's supposed to be my birthday present. LV is exactly the sort of brand my mother and uncle would like. I'm mentioning this because during the call my mother said that I could swap bags with my uncle when I get bored of this bag. The bag I chose originally was a feminine bag. I'm not silly. I know she will use this bag as leverage when she asks me to work overtime or to ask me to buy something expensive on her birthday. The bag can't be returned, and it has been sitting in the box for about a week. My M is mad because she bought me a brand new luxury bag when she doesn't even have one of her own, and everybody on my mother's side are calling me spoiled and ungrateful, and that I know nothing about bags and I should just use it because it's a gift. I don't want to bring it up to my friends because they are all broke in university. I feel like nobody is seeing my side. I was so excited to get my big girl bag, but it feels more like a burden than a gift now. Am I the jerk? Story 11. Am I the jerk for refusing to lend my sister money after she embarrassed me in front of family? Am I the jerk for refusing to lend my sister money after she embarrassed me at dinner? My sister is. She's always been the type to roast people a lot, and usually everyone just laughs and moves on. I'm quieter, so most of the time I just ignore it because arguing with her usually turns into a bigger thing. A couple weeks ago, we were having dinner at my parents' house with some relatives over. Out of nowhere, she started joking about me in front of everyone. She said I probably fake having money online, joked that I live off ramen, and made a comment about how none of my relationships last long. Some people laughed awkwardly, and I honestly just sat there feeling embarrassed. I didn't say anything at the table because I didn't want to make dinner uncomfortable. But later that night, I texted her saying the comments bothered me more than she probably realized. She told me I was taking it too seriously and that she was obviously kidding. The problem now is that this week her car broke down and she asked if I could lend her a pretty large amount of money for repairs. I technically can afford it, and to be fair, she has helped me before in smaller ways over the years, like rides or covering small expenses here and there. At the same time, I still felt weird about how she talked about me in front of everybody. I told her I wasn't comfortable lending that much money right now. She got upset and said I was holding a grudge over jokes. My parents think I'm being petty because family should help each other when someone's struggling, especially since this could affect her getting to work. Now I'm second-guessing myself because I do understand that car problems are stressful, but part of me also feels like she only started being nice because she suddenly needed help from me. Am I the jerk? Story 12. Am I the jerk for refusing to give my brother money for a defense lawyer, even though I can afford it? I am 35 years old. I work as a chief manager at a large financial firm. In the past, I didn't earn much. My brother and I rented an apartment together and split the rent equally. Then I had to cut my expenses heavily because my brother changed his lifestyle. He started drinking heavily, doing drugs and stealing things from people. He stopped paying his share of the rent, so I had to cover for him. My personal belongings also started disappearing from our apartment, so I decided to move out. It was financially difficult for me, but I managed. My brother got offended, said that people do not treat relatives like this, and he did not speak to me for 4 years, even though I tried to text him. Recently, he and my mother started calling and texting me. My brother tried to rob a store. Now he faces several years in prison, and he needs money for a good defense lawyer. I have this money, but I refused. I understand that this will not change anything, and I do not want to spend funds on a person who abandoned me for 4 years. Now my parents and my brother are putting pressure on me. They say that I am acting inhumanly and betraying the family since I have the money, but I don't want to help. Am I the jerk? Story 13. Update, LTA for cutting my brother's utilities and phone off. Update, it's been about a week and a half, and I've finally gotten everything sorted out. The process took longer than I thought because it had been a holiday weekend, Mother's and my mom's birthday shortly after. After careful consideration and reading all the replies, I decided I needed to start separating myself from the situation ASAP. I didn't want to be on a lease that had me liable for damages while I'm not there. All that stuff everyone was saying. I spent the week calling the townhouse office and the utility company explaining everything that had happened. Honestly, I was expecting the entire process to be stressful, complicated, and full of arguments, but surprisingly, everything went much smoother than I thought it would. The utility representatives I spoke to were actually really understanding and patient. They canceled it all within the week, and my brother arranged to have his own set up after it ended. And as for my name on the lease, we had me signed to be taken off it without issue. Turns out my brother and his GF are fine on their own, I guess. Not my problem. I had spent the whole night after my first post anxious thinking I was going to end up trapped in contracts or financially responsible for things connected to a place I wasn't even allowed to live in anymore. So having everything handled calmly was honestly a huge relief. The only thing that ended up being more complicated was the phone plan. Since the phone account was under my name and had financing attached to it, I originally planned on removing his line completely too. At first, I was frustrated enough that I just wanted everything disconnected immediately. But after talking things through more calmly, we ended up coming to an agreement instead. The phone stays active as long as he continues making the payments on it himself and keeps up with the bill. It took a bit more discussion and figuring things out than the utilities did. But eventually, we found a solution that worked for both of us without it turning into another fight. In the end, there wasn't really any screaming match or dramatic fallout like I expected. It was mostly just disappointing and sad. Everything was handled a lot more smoothly and maturely than I thought it would be. We decided to stay in good terms. Even after all that happened, I had a lot of time to think about why he did what he did, as terrible as it was to me. He apologized, he promised to help me with anything in the future, and I definitely won't be doing this kind of stuff for him again either. Sorry it's not that eventful of an update, broken heart. Story 14. Am I the jerk for refusing to socialize with my future Mill, one-on-one outside of family functions? My fiancé's mom has been harassing him and me to spend more time together since we got engaged. I am an intense introvert, first of all, and I see my literal best friend maybe once every 2 weeks. My fiancé is an extrovert and doesn't really understand me in that way, but tries his best. His mom is incredibly high maintenance in general and wants to see both of us every week ideally. And now, she wants to arrange a regular hangout with just us two. Frankly, she hasn't earned this much of our time. She's the most selfish woman I have ever met. She treats my fiancé poorly, is manipulative, pushy, cheap, and takes advantage of the both of us whenever she can. She is very motherly and invites us for dinner semi-regularly, and I know just wants a better relationship with both of us. But I've known her for 5 years now, and she's just not a good person. Our values don't align. She always shoves the bill at restaurants onto whoever she can, even if it means making her mother pay. Forces my fiancé to work around her retired schedule to see her. Asks to be paid for favors because of gas prices, then drinks all the expensive coffee in our house. Has parties at our apartment when we're not here, like the list goes on. Her character is fundamentally flawed, and my fiancé isn't willing to have an honest conversation with her about where she needs to change. And I'm sure as heck not about to have that conversation because it isn't my place. My fiancé is guilt-tripping me about not wanting that kind of a relationship with her, saying, well, she's your future mother-in-law, and this is just how French families are. But I'm not French. What about my culture? Literally no one in my family interacts with their in-laws on a personal level. My life is crazy busy, and I have other people that are more important to me. I'm happy to see her at family events and holidays, and we get along just fine, but I have no desire to get to know her any further than that. Am I the jerk for that? Story 15. Am I the jerk for blowing up at my mom for talking about sexual stuff? My F24 mother has always tried to be the free-flowing, very open, alcoholic, fun mom. It used to make me very embarrassed when she'd be super silly or saying random stuff she was thinking. We were not close growing up. We are a lot closer now because I realize she will help me through literally anything. Over the past few years, my mom has mentioned in past having sex with my dad when they were together and it was good, and other times about her relationship with her new husband, my stepdad. I hate it. It could be the most repulsive topic to think or talk about for me. I don't think it could be worse. She has described already that her and her husband have had threesomes, and they actively seek out women to sleep with or flirt with. I don't know exactly what happens with them because I immediately shut it down whenever it comes up. Today, I started talking about a guy I was romantically texting, and his and I's conversations was super weird and disconnected. My mom and I were talking about how you should be with someone with similar interests. She said, yeah, like husband and I like to watch women. A switch flipped, and I went off on her about how that's so gross and I don't want to know about that. I feel like it's also important to know I was headed to an interview and needed a clear head. I literally said, no, you've ruined this conversation, I'm done, and we said goodbye. After the interview, I called her back to tell her about the interview and to say what she said really bothered me. She was being very awkward and trying to explain it wasn't meant to be a sexual joke, but also started saying I was being jerk and taking it too far. I wanted her to explain what she meant if it wasn't, and she said she meant people watching. I asked why she wouldn't have said that instead of watching women, and she said, I don't know, we should just move on. I still asked her to apologize and to stop talking about sex stuff. We talked for a bit longer awkwardly, and then we said goodbye again. Okay, I'd really like to know if I really did take it too far with my disgust. And was I being a jerk, or was it far, and most people don't like hearing about your parents having sex? Story 16. Am I the jerk for going into my Muslim pseudomate's room, 19 FS, after sex without showering? Throwaway, I'm F18 in college, in a double suite situation, which means it's me and my roommate in one room and my pseudomate's twins in the other, and we share a bathroom. I was very close to my pseudomates, and often came into their room to study and hang out. They did the same, but a little less, as their room had more blankets, floor things, and my roommate wasn't close friends with us. I recently had sex for the first time with my girlfriends at their dorm, about a 15-minute walk away. I wiped down and walked back home, and on the way my pseudomate texted that they were watching Star Wars and I should join. So I just joined them on the floor on their blanket's rug and watched the movie. I did not tell them I had sex then, as a different friend who I was not as close to was there as well, and I felt awkward. I brought it up 2 days later when a different friend made a sex joke, and it felt like an easy way to bring it up. One of them reacted fine to it, and when I mentioned it to the other, she said that that was against their religion and a big deal and I shouldn't have done that. I said sorry, and they closed their door to talk about it. They said they had to wash everything, so I gave them $10 for laundry, which they protested, and I insisted on apologizing again. I apologized multiple times over a week and got them brownies and left a note apologizing again. Now they are no longer talking to me. We live together, so this is slightly awkward. After the note, one of them said they owed me a response and said they were, 1, hurt I hadn't told them before, and 2, that they would need space. When I asked if it was just till the end of the school year, we are not living together next year, she went A and insisted on giving the snacks back. Am I the jerk? Was there something else I should have done? Story 17. Am I the jerk for telling my parents I don't want to have kids until I'm financially stable? M, 22. My parents and extended family have always been supportive of my sexuality. Since the beginning, I told them I'm gay. One night during family dinner, we had a conversation about the future, and my dad recently made a joke about how he need a grandbaby to carry the family blood. We had a laugh, then they all looked at me. Side note, I'm the youngest of 5. None of my older siblings have had kids, and they're all 30 plus, which makes it even more difficult. I told my parents I'm 22 years old, trying to find what I want to do in my life, career-wise, while also balancing community college and getting my AA, and that a relationship of any kind, including if I was straight, was a waste and would only get in my way. Not saying I need to be fully financially stable, but at least stable enough where I'm not living paycheck to paycheck, as I work a retail job, and I can finally move out on my own. When I said all of this, my parents and 2 of my siblings blew up about it, saying that I'm being selfish and I need to have a child because I'm the youngest and more capable of breeding. In their term, a successor to the family. Story 18. Am I the jerk for not wanting shared money used for family generosity without agreement? My wife and I are both in our early 30s. We have been together for about 10 years and married for about a year. We often argue about money and her family. In her family, it seems normal to be very generous, refuse money, pay for others during outings, or treat reimbursements as gifts. I'm not against helping family, and I do not want to count every cent. But I see a difference between deliberately giving a gift and automatically paying with shared money. One example, we have bees and produce honey. My wife's mother sometimes sells our honey to her coworkers. My wife says her mother should just keep the money. I find that strange because it is our honey, our work, and our costs. I would have no issue gifting her honey or saying, you can keep the money this time. But I do not think the money should automatically become hers just because she sold it. If I pick something up for someone in her family for around 30-40, I see that as something to be reimbursed unless we agreed it was a gift. My wife thinks that in a family, this can simply be gifted. Once her family helped us while we were away. Their expenses were around €25. Shortly afterwards, they gave us a money gift. My wife still transferred them significantly more than their actual expenses. To me, it felt like she was trying to pay back a gift immediately. Another time, we looked after an older family member from her side for 2 days. We bought small items, brought food, and drove there several times. Direct costs were around 40-50 plus driving. Afterwards, that person offered to invite us for coffee and cake. I would have accepted because it was voluntary. My wife did not want to, so we paid for ourselves. At a family outing with several adults, we ended up paying the entrance fees for everyone, even though it had not been clearly discussed as our invitation. Later, someone else covered a small thing, but it did not feel proportional. There was also a larger family gift where we were expected to contribute more. Someone much closer to the recipient contributed much less. The recipient is not financially worse off than we are, so I found the expectation difficult. My wife says I am being stingy and that this is how family works. She also says that if you suggest an activity, you should be prepared to pay for everyone. I disagree. To me, do you want to do something together? Is not automatically I am paying for everyone. An invitation should be clear. I am fine with generosity when it is conscious and agreed upon. What bothers me is when shared money, shared products, or shared work are treated as automatically available for her family, while accepting voluntary invitations or reimbursements feels almost forbidden. Am I the jerk for wanting reimbursements to be allowed, voluntary invitations accepted, and larger gifts or money decisions involving shared resources discussed beforehand? Story 19. Am I the jerk for being annoyed with my siblings' favors for his rental properties which feel more like a job? For context, Bro owns 3 rental properties, unexpectedly moved to another state for a serious relationship, comes home only when he needs to travel for work, which is once every few months. I live about 20+ minutes one way from all his properties. As a result, he asks me to do favors for them. Only paid me once when I made a sarcastic, "You're welcome," comment when he didn't even say thank you for spending my whole afternoon helping out. Lately, I felt overwhelmed. I've been asked to drop in the apartment to check on it during winter storm. Let in cleaners, wait for them to finish and lock up after them at 7 am on my day off. Set up some new blinds. Give the keys to the tenant when it's time for them to move in. I know once the tenant moves in the end of the month, it will probably calm down. But once a tenant ends their lease, this will probably start all over again because he still has 2 other properties. He's my brother. We're not best friend close, but we're close enough to help each other and work together to take care of our elderly parents. He gave me $10,000 for a down payment and helped secure me get double grants for my first condo. I appreciated it and feel like I owe him, but at the same time it feels so unfair. I've recently suggested getting a lock box which saved me a trip here and there, but there's certain situations he wants me to still go in person. I just feel sick to my stomach. He's not the easiest person to talk to, and he's very stubborn, and all he sees is dollar. So when I suggested selling his place, he got upset. Story 20. Am I the jerk for refusing to give my old phone to my mom so she could look for photos? My mom has been putting a family photo album for several years. Since Grandma passed away, she has been especially attached to it because she says she's afraid of forgetting little things. Last Wednesday, she called me and remembered that I might have photos on my old phone from the last barbecue, where Grandma was still with us. I said, okay, no problem, I'd take a look when I have a time, and send her all the photos if they were there. On Friday at family dinner, Mom asked if I'd done her request. I said I hadn't had a chance to go through it properly yet, as I was working and only barely 2 days passed since she asked me to look for the photos. She asked me to just give the phone to her for a couple of days so she could find everything herself. I said no. Problem is that when I was a teen, my mom was constantly checking my devices without my consent, and that drives me mad. Phone contains messages, notes, old photos, private things I don't want to share with anyone, nothing terrible, but that's just my private life. I said I'd find the photos myself and send them. My aunt admitted that if there's nothing bad in there, what's the problem? I replied that privacy shouldn't have to prove its innocence, and also very politely outlined what's the problem with it. Mom got upset and said that this was about Grandma, not me. Then she added that it hurt her to think that I might keep Grandma's last photos in a drawer just because I'm too lazy. I told her I wasn't lazy and just didn't have enough time of work, and I just wouldn't let them search my personal device. Things got awkward. After dinner, my mom texted me, saying I'd made her look intrusive in front of everyone, even though she just wanted to preserve a memory. I feel bad now. I could have brought my phone and looked for the photos with her there. But I bothers me that request to send photos turned into hand over your phone if you have nothing to hide. Am I the jerk? Story 21. Am I the jerk for telling my dad he can't invite his girlfriend to my graduation because my mom paid for the trip? I am graduating college in 2 weeks. My parents divorced when I was 11. They are civil now, but they are not friends. I love my dad, but he has always been the parent who shows up if it is easy. My mom was the one who showed up when it was not. She worked extra shifts, drove me everywhere, helped with forms, cried with me when I almost dropped out, and somehow still made me feel like I was not a burden. My graduation is 7 hours from home, and I only got 4 guest tickets. I invited my mom, my dad, my younger brother, and my grandma. My grandma helped raise me when my mom was struggling, so having her there matters a lot. My mom booked an Airbnb months ago for herself, my brother, my grandma, and me. She also paid for the rental car and gas because my brother and grandma could not afford the trip. My dad said he would drive himself and get a cheap motel. Then last month he said money was tight and he might not come. I tried to act like I understood, but I was hurt. My mom quietly offered to pay for one hotel night so he could still be there. She said, "You deserve both parents there, even though I know it cost her more than just money." Last week my dad called, sounding excited, and said his girlfriend, Kara, got the weekend off and was coming too. They have been dating 8 months. I have met her twice. She is not evil or anything, but she is not close to me. At my brother's birthday dinner, she kept calling herself the bonus mom now, and my brother looked like he wanted to disappear. I asked my dad what he meant by Kara was coming. He said she wanted to support me and was basically family. I told him I did not have a ticket for her. He said she could still come to dinner, take pictures, and hang out at the Airbnb. I said no, because the Airbnb was paid for by my mom, for the people I invited. He said Kara would not mind sleeping on the couch. That honestly made me snap a little. I told him the couch was not the point. The point was that my mom paid so he could come watch his daughter graduate, not so he could turn it into a couple's weekend. He got upset and said my mom always gets to be the main parent, and he just wanted someone there so he would not feel awkward. I told him this weekend was not about making him comfortable. It was about me graduating, and I wanted one weekend where my mom was not expected to swallow her feelings and fix everyone else's. He said if Kara was not welcome, maybe he should just stay home. I said that was his choice, but I was not giving up my brother's or grandma's spot, and I was not asking Mom to host his girlfriend. Now my aunt says I humiliated him and made Kara feel unwanted. My dad texted, "I hope making your point was worth it." My mom says she supports me, but I can tell she feels guilty. I do want my dad there. I just hate that even my graduation has somehow turned into everyone worrying about his feelings. Am I the jerk? Story 22. Am I the jerk for having a gaming PC with lights? I have a gaming PC in my office with a Liam Lee case that has 2 light-up fans in the front. I was outside in the evening with my kids, and my neighbor was walking his dog. He inquired about lights he has seen from my window, and I did notice I could see the glow of the lights from the road. My office is on the 2nd story, and there are no streetlights. I said it was my PC and that it had some lights. He replied that it gave the wrong impression in the neighborhood, so now, whenever I'm gaming at night, I'm wondering who is looking through my window at me. Is he nuts, or does being able to see glowing lights from a house window give the wrong impression? Story 23. Am I the jerk for going to my boyfriend's birthday instead of staying with my sick roommate? I went to celebrate my boyfriend's birthday with him a few days ago. However, a few hours before I left, my roommate was having the worst period of her life. For context, she has endometriosis and PCOS. It gets really bad sometimes. So much so she had to call in her mom and sister to help. When her family got here, they ended up having to call an ambulance to get her to the hospital. Once her family arrived, and they had all left with the EMTs, I also left the house to go out. When I was at my boyfriend's place, I got a text from my roommate's boyfriend telling me that he was on a business trip and would be back to square out the dogs. My roommate owns 5 big dogs. We also often keep an eye on her boyfriend's dog, so we have 6 dogs at home most of the time. And he was asking me if I was home and looking after them. I told him I wasn't home, but if needed I could get back, that I thought things were okay since her family was over, and they had everything all handled, and I hoped she was okay. He answered very neutrally, and we left it at that. I thought things were a bit weird, so I stayed with my boyfriend for an extra day, time to give my roommate time to recover properly since her boyfriend was over to take care of her. I didn't really want to be in their way. I got back home yesterday, and everyone was pretty much avoiding and ignoring me. Since I got back home pretty late, I just went back to my room and didn't get out until the next morning. When I woke up today, I ran into her boyfriend in the kitchen. He yelled at me for a solid 10 minutes about how much of an inconsiderate jerk I am, and then I went back up to my room. I didn't make too much of a big deal out of it because he was getting pretty heated. I didn't want to escalate things, and I figured he was only this way because he got really worried about his girlfriend or something. At around 6 p.m. today, I get a text from my roommate herself telling me that she's beyond hurt that I left, that it looked like I cared more about my plans than being part of the household, and that I should have been home to take care of the dogs instead of her boyfriend having to fly back to do it. She also told me that I'm not allowed to have people over anymore because she can no longer trust me. I have a friend that's supposed to fly over for a week while my roommate's off to her brother's wedding. I was also supposed to babysit her dogs that week, but because she can't trust me anymore, she decided to pay to get them babysat elsewhere. The wall of text she sent me felt very passive-aggressive, and by the end of it, she was subtly telling me to get out the house. I'm currently staying at my boyfriend's place. For extra context, I'm an exchange student. I'm leaving the country in like about a month to go back home, and my roommate is also my landlord. Update: after a big night of not sleeping and looking at flights, I'll be leaving the place before the end of the month and keeping the rent I was supposed to pay her for June. I called my parents and booked my ticket, going back to Paris on the 2nd. Until then, I'll be staying with my boyfriend. His dad very graciously offered me to stay for as long as I need. My mom told me to text her and ask for my deposit anyway, and let her know the exact date I'm leaving as to cover my bases, as well as take pictures of how the house was before I left, so I have a pretty booked week overall. Story 24. Today I messed up by learning some Hindi and insulting a scam caller. Now I can't use my phone. I've been getting a metric crap ton of spam calls like many of you, but this week has been absolutely insane, and I think it's my fault for kicking the hornet's nest. I'm up to 70+ scam calls a day. I learned some Hindi swear words from a friend and chose to curse one out a few days ago back when the call list was shorter. It was fun for me, baiting scammers. I would get to the part where they questioned me about my Medicare after the AI portion transferring please wait, and just unleash with MADARCHOD, BHENCHOD, etc. I don't feel bad about it. They scammers. Boy, was that a mistake. Just a day after, I started getting a call, then another, then 2 more. All with my area code with different preceding numbers, all spoofed with VoIP software, all asking about my Medicare part and an AMP. I'm in my 30s and work for a defense contractor. The worst part is that I can't even use a call filter because the numbers are all individually spoofed, so the legwork for blocking all of them would be blocking 999 different combinations of would-be number neighbors. I'm only allowed 6 prefix to block. Even if that was physically possible, I have quite a few contacts with my area code, so it would be in vain. I'm at my wit's end, but I guess it goes to show to let scammers lie. I spent all day on the phone with Verizon, and they cannot assist me without me changing my number. I've gotten 3 while typing this. Not fully blaming myself, as it's not me doing the scamming, but I definitely played a part. Here's the short version. Learned Hindi to curse out scammers for fun. Now I'm getting 100 spoofed calls a day, and the only course of action is to change my number. Story 25. Today I messed up by falling for an AI-generated girl on Instagram for 3 weeks. This girl sent me a follow request from a private account with like 400 followers and just regular posts. She was cute, so I replied to her story about some coffee she was drinking, and she replied back, and we just started talking. She was actually fun to talk to, man. We were texting regularly. 3 weeks of this, and I was smiling at my phone like a dummy for 3 weeks. So I asked her to get coffee, and this MF sent me a selfie of himself, a grown man BTW. That buoy relax him a dude loudly crying face. I literally sat there staring at my phone for a minute straight. Apparently the whole account was his experiment. Why would someone do that? I mean, every photo was AI generated or face swapped. The videos were AI generated too. I don't know how he managed to send voice notes though. If he didn't send me any VN, I surely would have smelled something is wrong. The worst part is I went back through all the posts knowing the truth, and I can barely tell. Maybe 2-3 photos where the lighting looks slightly off, but yes, you won't be able to tell if it's fake. I always thought people who fell for AI-generated profiles were dumb. Like, how can you not tell, man? And now I am the dumb one. I haven't told my friends. If by any chance I tell the boys about this, they will bully me till my deathbed. Anyway, the internet is fully cooked, and I don't trust anything anymore. Here's the short version. Fell for an AI girl which turned out to be a dude, and I am dumb AF. Story 26. Today I messed up by accidentally flirting with a customer. I work retail and have a script that I follow pretty much every time I interact with a customer. When I approach them, I say, "Is there something I can help you find today?" If they respond with a no, I will reply with, "Okay, well, if that changes, just let me know." So today I walked up to a woman and asked her if there was something I could help her find. She responded by saying, "No, I'm with him," and pointed towards her boyfriend as he was walking to the bathroom. I respond with my automatic script that I use with virtually every customer and say, "Okay, If that changes, just let me know. Person female, she didn't respond, and I ran away immediately, and we didn't speak again. It doesn't help that I am a mask-presenting woman and look very, very gay, which I am. I called my girlfriend and confessed my sins, and she thought it was absolutely hilarious. If anyone could make me feel better in the comments by telling their own story of when they misspoke to make me feel better, that would be greatly appreciated. Here's the short version. My automatic retail script ended in me telling a woman that if she broke up with her boyfriend, then to let me know. Story 27. Today I messed up undercooked asparagus, turned my bathroom trip into a body horror movie. Last night my boyfriend and I made a lovely meal of lemon caper fish, potatoes, and asparagus. It was a delicious meal and my first time trying this variety of fish. I enjoyed it. Everything was wonderful and we had a great night. Today I went about my day as normal, had my morning coffee and poop and went on my way to work. Nothing out of the ordinary. Everything was okay up until I hopped in the shower around 10 p.m. a little bit before my boyfriend and started to shower. We usually shower together, so he was in the bathroom pretty close by. Anyways, as I'm in the shower, I go to wash my butt crack and I get in there, like you should. While I'm washing my butthole, I felt something stringy that felt like maybe some butt hairs stuck together or something. I dig a little bit deeper and decide to pull on the wad of hair because I thought it was a piece of toilet paper or something. Nope, I was wrong. Once I pulled on it, it felt like something moving around in my butthole, similar to the sensation of taking a poop. I bring my hand back out and give it a sniff. Poop smell. Oh no. I freak out, step out of the shower, and wrap myself in a towel and hop on the toilet. Embarrassed, I tell my boyfriend something really weird and scary is going on, and I don't think I want to tell him about it. He understandably agrees to not ask about it and hops in the shower while I'm sitting on the toilet panicking that I have intestinal worms or something worse. I sprayed potpourri, of course, before sitting on the toilet, so he knew it was poop-related, but I didn't want to say anything else. I sit on the toilet for a little while trying to poop whatever it is out, and start to panic because there's no movement or urge to poop. In a moment of fear, I do what I know I don't want to do, but I have to do. I reach down and touch around near my butthole. I found a string-like thing hanging out of my butthole and start to pull on it. It was the weirdest feeling thing ever. Do not recommend. Anyways, I pull on the stringy thing and it's pretty long, but it finally comes out. At this point, I am fully convinced I have intestinal worms and I am freaking out. I get up and look in the toilet, and it looks like a piece of plastic wadded up or something not natural just came out of my body. It was freaky. I wash my hands for a while and decide to hop back in the shower with my boyfriend. While in the shower, I start to tell him that I'm worried that I have something going on with my intestines, and he's like, okay, that doesn't sound good. And scared out of my mind, I continue to say that I might have intestinal worms or something from the fish we ate last night, but he mentions that he didn't have any weird gut issues today, so it's got to be something else. We both shower for a little bit, and he hops out. Then I am finally left alone to think about what just happened, and I finally piece it all together. It was the freaking stringy but asparagus we ate the night before that I didn't digest properly stuck in my butthole. I can't believe it. I had no idea vegetables could do me dirty like that. I start to laugh a little bit and Googled the scenario when I got out of the shower, and I guess Reddit user u/sir/kunkalot had the exact same thing happen to them, but they had to pull out multiple pieces of asparagus. Luckily, I only had one for now. I never was that into the taste of asparagus, but now I definitely don't freak with that vegetable. Right now, my boyfriend is in bed with me, and I still haven't told him and probably won't tell him, so I came to Reddit to tell you guys, because this was a truly wild, freaking roller coaster. Thank God I don't have intestinal worms coming out of my butt. Here's the short version. I had to pull undigested asparagus out of my butt, and I can't tell my boyfriend about it because I'm too embarrassed. Story 28. Today I messed up. Update. Today I messed up by forgetting I turned someone down 12 years ago. Original post here. Some details altered for anonymity. I have no idea if he uses the site, to be honest. Him. Back on my first post, several people asked for a romantic update when it all worked out, but that's unfortunately not really how it went. We started hanging out a lot more, and I thought I had finally found a real partner to experience life and adventures with. I asked him out for a real date to a nice restaurant in a very romantic major city near us, and it went great. We started dating for a few months. Cracks started to show pretty dang quick, though. On our second official date, he broke out the "I love you" in front of my whole family. I was weirded out, but tried to give a nice response to not make it weird, even if I had no intention of saying it back since I felt like we barely knew each other. That one earned me a whole essay via text the next day about why I didn't say it back, if I'm taking the relationship seriously, etc. I felt like we cleared it up after, though, and moved on. So I'm stuck renting a bedroom from family since my career is more feel good about doing a service for humanity rather than make a living wage. That means that the logistics of having someone over constantly is complicated. But I made sure to make time and space to have him over at least once a week. Few times it didn't work out because of schedules and car work family stuff, but I wasn't really worried about it since it was only maybe 2-3 weeks out of 4 months that we didn't see each other. That also got me a giant text rant about how it sucks / don't make more time for him. Once again, I tried to communicate myself out of that issue, and we once again seemed to return to normal. Then he escalated. Not even a week after the last issue, I got several rapid-fire calls from him in the middle of my workday. I work at a job that I really cannot disengage from easily, depending on the situation. If I step away, it puts a lot more work on my coworkers. I already had to step away much more than I would ever want to around that time because my car got damaged in a minor accident, and I was fielding calls from my insurance and the mechanic nonstop for a few weeks. So when I see I have 3 missed calls from my boyfriend and step away because I think it's an emergency, and it turns out he just freaked out thinking something happened to me, because I didn't respond to a single text from an hour ago, I was naturally a little freaking miffed. Unfortunately, that still wasn't exactly where I bylaid. We had a long talk after the call fiasco, which mostly ended up with him, quite literally, begging for my forgiveness like he was a medieval serf. I told him in no uncertain terms that I literally never want someone to feel like they have to beg me for freaking anything, and that's not how an equal partnership works. He was so mystified by that concept that he said he needed to go think on it for a while. And he said something about how this is how his relationship with his mom worked, which also freaked me the freak out, even if I applaud the self-reflection. I don't know what conclusion he landed on, though, because by this point I knew I had to get the heck out. He took the breakup pretty well, considering I was bracing for the absolute worst with the anxious attachment issues I had observed thus far. I still feel bad because I really don't think he's a bad person, but I told myself years ago I could not do the fixing the people I date thing ever again. I saw my future flash before my eyes, and it was him reliving his relationship with his mother through me while he matures past teenage baggage. So now I'm back to being sad and alone, but at least I'm sad and alone without the constant anxiety of setting off an adult man's mental health crisis, because I turned off my phone for a movie or something. Here's the short version: the guy was nice, but a fucking mental health mess, and I broke up with him within a few months. Story 29. Today I messed up by responding to my girlfriend's sexy photos with a meme. My girlfriend and I have the exact same kind of shitpost sense of humor. We are constantly sending each other dumb memes over text, quoting them in real life and replying to even mundane messages with them. From the outside, it definitely is cringy, and it probably doesn't sound like we take the relationship seriously, but we've been doing great for 4 years now, living together for 1, and I'm planning to propose to her on our 5th anniversary. But fast forward to last evening, and I think acting like normal may have seriously offended her. I've been out of town for almost a week helping my brother move across the country and also celebrating our parents' anniversary in his new city while we're at it. GF and I have obviously been texting back and forth when I have time, and the conversations are as casual as they always are. The conversation even got a little bit spicy as we've been apart for a week, and we're getting a little lonely. Needless to say, I'm excited to eventually get back home. Even more so when she surprised me late in the evening with about a dozen images of a gift she got for me, a very nice set of lingerie. It wasn't a quick mirror selfie either. She had full makeup on, her hair done up, and even mood-appropriate lighting. I was hella excited, but out of habit, I grabbed a gift from my reaction folder and sent it without thinking. A few minutes later, and she replies with, "Can you take something freaking seriously for once?" 24 hours later, and she won't respond to my attempts at apology and even ignored 2 calls. I feel like a jerk, and I'm worried I damaged our relationship or made her feel like I'm not seriously invested in us. I want to do something really romantic for her when I get back, but I'm scared that it's already too late. Here's the short version. My girlfriend and I joke constantly, so I responded to her high-effort sexy photos with a meme gif, and now she's completely ignoring me, and I'm scared that I damaged our relationship. Story 30. Today I messed up by ignoring a toothache for 2 years, and now I need a $15,000 implant. Okay, so I'm in dummy. 2 years ago I had this little twinge in my back molar. You know the kind, comes and goes. I was like, no jerks here, it's fine, probably just sensitive. Fast forward to last week. The tooth literally cracked while I was eating popcorn, not even hard popcorn, a soft one, went to a dentist finally, and yeah. The infection had been eating the bone under that tooth for 2 years, nothing left to save. Need an implant plus bone graft plus crown. Total quote, $15K. My insurance covers like $1,500 of that. Cool, cool, cool. The worst part? If I went 2 years ago, it would have been a $300 filling. Maybe a root canal and crown for $2,000. But no, I had to be brave and tough and avoidant. Anyway, now I'm looking at flying to Mexico or checking out to see some networks if they can do it cheaper. Someone told me they can work with lower cost options. At this point, I'll try anything. Don't be me, go to the dentist when it hurts. Here's the short version. Ignored a mild toothache for 2 years until my tooth cracked, and now I need a $15K implant instead of a $300 filling because I'm an avoidant dummy. Story 31. Today I messed up by paying for dinner. Oh, I'm new at my job. I was hired as a manager in my company, but my boss, who is a VP, is in town from another country along with the rest of my team. My boss asked me to plan a team activity and a dinner for the team. When I called to make reservations, both the activity and the dinner required a deposit. So I asked both my boss and the office manager what the policy was and if there was a corporate card to charge it to. They both told me to put it on my card and expense it, so no big deal, that's what I did. We go to the activity, I pay, nobody says anything. Then we go to dinner and the bill comes and my boss says, I'll pay, and I said, oh, I already put half on my card as a deposit, but that's fine, here's the bill. And then my boss says, oh, there's a credit on here. I explain, yes, you and the office manager told me to expense it, so I put the deposit on my card. And my boss called me out in front of everyone and said, the most senior person is supposed to pay, but then told me to pay anyway since I had already put the deposit on my card. I called my friend who's an operations manager at another company and explained what happened, and he explained that the activity is fine to pay for, but the boss always pays for dinner, and that I completely messed up. I had no idea there was a difference, and I had asked beforehand. It doesn't help that my boss kept commenting how nice my car was. I drove a couple people from out of town who didn't have a car, and now I feel like my boss thinks I completely showed them up. All I was doing is what was asked of me, and I was just trying to make my boss's life easier. Here's the short version. I paid for the team dinner and my boss called me out in front of everyone, and it feels like they think I was trying to be a big shot, and I'm afraid I broke some kind of corporate policy. Story 32. Today I messed up by showing a cop my gallery. Context, I was out in my city, and I was taking a walk around with my roommate. While passing through the main square of the city, we both witnessed a movie-like chase where 3 police officers managed to corner a guy who was probably dealing nearby. I had never seen anything like that involving law enforcement before, so I decided to tell my girlfriend about it live by sending her a WhatsApp voice message. So I raised my phone to record the voice message, but then something happened. On the other side of the street, exactly where they had cornered the guy, a young policeman noticed I had my phone in my hand and shouted at me, "Hey, what are you doing?" I froze, confused. I didn't process it. I just stood there looking at him, thinking he couldn't possibly be talking to me. After 3 seconds, I saw him running toward me, still shouting, "What are you doing?" I got seriously scared, so I stretched my arms out toward him without touching him and went, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, calm down." From that moment on, the conversation went more or less like this. The police officer starts, I'm the second person. The dialogue alternates. "What are you doing? Did you make a video?" I didn't make any video. I was sending a voice message to my girlfriend. "Go to your gallery immediately and delete the video," in front of me. At that moment, I got embarrassed. Why, you may ask? Well, I remembered perfectly well that the last photo I had taken was a photo of my d\K that I had sent to my girlfriend. I wasn't afraid. I don't mince words. If there's something embarrassing to say, I say it. The damage was already done. Look, I'm not joking, but the last photo is a photo of my d\K. I don't care. Delete that video immediately. He didn't hesitate. For him, in that gallery, there was that video, except that video didn't exist, a non-video. So I humored him. I opened the gallery. I showed him the latest media. I opened it. He saw it. He stood there for about 2 or 3 seconds, maybe to process what he was seeing. Then he closed his eyes and looked away from the phone. "Get out of here." So we left. I was crying with laughter. My roommate was too. All in all, it was a pretty great evening. Here's the short version. A cop thought I was filming an arrest and demanded to see delete the video. I told him the last thing in my gallery was a jerk pic. He didn't believe me, so I opened it in front of him. He saw it, processed it for 2 seconds, then told me to leave. Story 33. Today I messed up by trying to help translate in a theme park queue and accidentally announcing my own stupidity. This happened today at Disneyland Paris, and I keep replaying it like one of those mobile games where you fail the same level over and over. I was in a long, slow indoor queue. You know, the type where everyone is stuck together, bored, and pretending not to listen to anyone else. I was scrolling on my phone, daydreaming about a Sims build I want to do later, when a couple behind me started struggling with French. They looked flustered and were whisper-arguing about whether they were in the right line. I live here and speak French, plus enough English to get by, so I decided to be helpful. My brain has this annoying habit of latching onto the first word it finds and going all in. The couple asked if the line was for the ride or the exit. I meant to say in English, "This is the ride queue, the exit is over there." Instead, I blurted out something like, "This is the exit line, you should go that way," pointing with the confidence of a cast member. They thanked me, grabbed their kids, and left the line. About 30 seconds later, a cast member at the next turn announced, in French and English, that this is the only entrance line and the exit is on the other side of the building. The couple realized what happened, came back, and stared at me while squeezing into the queue again. Everyone around had heard the whole exchange. I froze, mumbled sorry in both languages, and let them pass, which prompted a few grumbles because it looked like I was letting friends cut. So I somehow managed to make a family lose their spot, spark a mini queue drama, and become the unofficial villain of the line. Here's the short version. Tried to help tourists by translating, confidently sent them the wrong way, and caused awkward queue chaos when they had to come back. Story 34. Today I messed up by eating my dad's candy. Let me preface this by saying this was in fact a year ago, not today. My brother had a destination wedding, and he and my SIL got married on May the 4th for a Star Wars-themed wedding. Adorable, I love them, and they are perfect together. We were fortunate enough that my parents rented an Airbnb for the week that my parents, me, my husband, daughter, other brother, other SIL and nephews were able to share, so we only had to worry about plane tickets. First night in, we dropped out kid off to get some sleep as it was so far past her bedtime, and we went out to party with the soon-to-be-wed couple. The wedding ended up being during the middle of a music fest, so the streets were insane. At one point, there was a woman smoking a cigarette talking on the phone, paused to vomit on the sidewalk right in front of us, and then continued to smoke and resume her conversation like nothing happened. Needless to say, I had a headache the next morning. No one came prepared with painkillers, so I sought, after my pops, who is identical to Jerry Garcia, to ask for some THC-free CBD to help with the pounding in my head. He told me to help myself, and I raised the bag I assumed to be the self-medication, and without looking up from his book he said, "Yeah, that's it." I should preface this by saying I can't handle weed. I become a full-on anxious head case. 30 minutes later, the whole family is going to lunch, and I start feeling weird. Suddenly, I need to change into a full sweatsuit in 90-degree weather, and my skin feels suffocating, but we go to walk to lunch anyway. At this point, I have realized something is up. I'm trying my best to listen to my SIL and respond like a normal person while keeping a low profile and trying not to freak out when I run into a telephone pole because I was constraining too hard on eye contact and not hard enough on where I was going. Mortifying. My brother and husband are ruthless, and I still hear about it a year later. The restaurant was not better. I started full-on panicking, and I had a hard time reading the menu, and I was trying to rehearse my drink order. I whisper to my husband, "I think I'm high," and he laughs, profoundly unhelpful. Finally, we leave. I ask my dad, "I thought you said the CBD candy didn't have and THC, I feel high." He says the CBD has no. Wait, you ate the candy. These candies were 5 mg weed candies, so the rest of the walk back is full of. You overdosed on a microdose, thanks, Dad. My brother touching me with a feather plant and saying he saw a spider. And cackling from a 10-person group for a mile walk back to the Airbnb. Anyway, I finally rallied because my brother doesn't live in my state, and we planned on drinking. So I made myself sick on buttery nipples at a dive bar, and we went full circle. Here's the short version. Gave myself a hangover, took CBD to help the headache. It was weed, Jerry Garcia laughed at me, gave myself a hangover. Story 35. Today, I messed up by sleeping on my arm for the last year, nearly leading to me making a doc appointment for suspected nerve damage. A few months ago, I woke up to my right index finger being frozen in its position. I had to physically move it with my other hand to release it. I've never experienced anything like it. I'm 40 years old. It felt like my knuckle was a warped hinge that would have to work it past to open the finger all the way. And it would also completely freeze up. If I closed my finger completely, it would just stay that way. Well, for weeks it would stiffen up, especially after waking up. Shortly after, I was celebrating at my brother's wedding and overheard one of his buddies literally mentioning the same symptom in his finger before he had surgery. In my case, for me anyways, I narrowed it down to when I started sleeping on my stomach with my right arm underneath me. In such a way, I was practically dislocating my shoulder out of its socket and causing it to go to sleep. I swear it helped me sleep better, but it was cutting off the circulation, causing my whole arm to go to sleep, which I think led to my finger issue. It's what I figure. I've started sleeping differently, and after a few weeks my finger is back to normal. Here's the short version. After sleeping for a year in a position that starved my limb of blood, it nearly led to permanent nerve damage. Story 36. Today I messed up by getting my cat addicted to French bread. A week or so ago, I curiously offered my cat French bread from Wally World. I do this often to give a chase to smell stuff, as I love food, and I chose to think he might too. Shocking, he took it, then another and another. Okay, and not bread. But then he stopped being near me. I've been so upset, worried for a week-ish now. He just lays in the living room, not even in the AC. I had no idea why, until just now. The bread molded, so I threw it out and went and sat and saw him, eating the carpet, so I got up to stop him, and it's dried bread he hadn't eaten. He's been laying in the living room where the bread loaves were, because he wanted bread. So next month he will get his bread. He's not sick, I don't think. He just wants freaking French bread. Here's the short version. This MF cat wasn't sick, he just wants freaking French bread. Story 37. Today I messed up by giving my puppies ice cubes. Not really a bad today I messed up, but today I gave my 14-week-old husky puppies, 6 of them, ice cubes in their water dish for the first time, since it is going to be super hot today, and I wanted the water to stay cold for longer. They were scared of the giant chunk of ice cubes at first, but now they realized ice cubes are amazing and quite the fun toy to chomp on and throw around. Now my entire kitchen floor is wet, as well as part of my dining room floor and living room floor, and I have wet puppies. Also, the water did not last long in there once they realized the joy of the ice cubes. I just know I am bound to bust my butt in there now. Mopping will be a frivolous effort until the ice is gone. But being honest, once it's gone, there is a high likeliness I'll give them more and it'll start all over again. Here's the short version. Puppies plus ice cubes is an adorable mess, and I hope this post brought laughs to someone who needed it today. Story 38. Today I messed up by wearing white pants today, and I am currently at my desk with a stain I cannot identify. It was 72 and sunny this morning. I'm 42. I made the decision to wear my white linen pants like a man who has it all figured out. Somebody in the office said I looked like I was on vacation. Somebody from accounting actually whistled. I walked to the park at lunch, sat on a bench for 25 minutes eating a salad and watching a dog try to fight a leaf. My boss called. I stood up, paced around being professional, walked back to the office, and caught my reflection in the lobby window. Reader, there is a large dark brown stain across the entire back of my pants. I do not know what it is. It is not the shape of chocolate. It is not the shape of mud. It is not the shape of any specific thing, which is somehow worse, because now my brain has to consider every option, including the ones I have spent my entire adult life not considering. I went to the bathroom, tried to look at it with my back to the mirror, which made me look like I was being arrested. I tried to scrub it. It got bigger. Now I look like I attempted a cover-up of whatever this is. I cannot smell anything, but that's not how smelling yourself works. That's everyone else's job, and they have been on the clock for an hour. I have a Q2 review with 3 VPs in 22 minutes. The woman in the cubicle next to me just asked if I'm okay, and I said, yeah, just tired, while possibly wearing feces. Tomorrow, these people will still work here. They all saw me leave for lunch white. They will all see me come back tomorrow. Here's the short version. Wore white pants today, sat on something at lunch, just discovered a mystery brown stain across my entire butt. Have a meeting in 22 minutes, tried to clean it and made it look like a cover-up. The entire office has been quietly observing. Please advise. Story 39. Today I messed up City Farmers Market. When I was at uni, there was this wee sign outside my flat pointing to a farmer's market. Every single day on the walk to class I'd pass it and think, oh, I really need to check that out sometime. Lived there for years. Fully convinced there was this hidden artisanal farmer's market tucked away beside campus. I was even telling folk about it like I was some local food blogger. There's this amazing wee farmer's market near uni. Told one of my pals who loves cooking that we should go get fresh produce and make dinner one night. Eventually, we both have a free day and she's already suspicious. She's like, "Mate, are ye sure there's a farmer's market in the middle of a random residential street in Glasgow? Just permanently there?" And I'm like, obviously, the sign's been there for years. Must be a permanent wee farm shop. So we follow the sign, end up outside this tiny shop on a dead, quiet street. Walk inside, and immediately I'm thinking this is a strange setup for a farmer's market because there's just frames everywhere. Picture frames, hundreds of them. Finally ask the wee guy behind the counter, "Sorry, where's the farmer's market?" And he just looks at me deadpan and goes, "I'm a frame maker, doll, no a farmer's market. There's nae eggs here." Turns out I'd been misreading frame maker for about 3 years. Possibly one of my most amusing dyslexic reading fails over the years, but honestly we still laugh about it every time we pass an actual farmer's market now. Here's the short version. Spent 3 years thinking a Glasgow frame shop was a permanent farmer's market because I can't read. Story 40. Today I messed up by giving bail money to my brother's wife. I was in the middle of working while my brother's wife Facebook messages me to call her. It is urgent. For background, my brother is in his late 30s and we are not close. We haven't seen each other in years but occasionally text. From what I hear from my dad, he is an alcoholic and hasn't worked in years. My dad gives him money so that him and his wife do not get evicted from their apartment, but that's all I know. My dad recently cut him off, hence me being reached out to over my dad. My brother has been with his wife for a few years, but they just got married at courthouse a few weeks ago. I've only met her once, and it was brief. They allegedly have a toxic relationship where they get drunk and fight 24/7. I call the wife since she requested, and she says my brother was arrested Monday evening. He was drunk, they fought, he pulled her hair so she called the cops. She says they are both broke and his bail is $600, but that she has been talking to an officer who says the bail can be decreased to $280 if my brother does a mandatory 6-week anger management program plus wears an ankle monitor. She asks me for the money. I ask to speak to the officer and call him. Go back and forth a bit. We specifically spoke about my brother's charges, the 6-week program, and I confirmed all the wife needs to do is bail him out and pick him up. I send her the money and 2 hours later she calls me crying saying that officer was a scammer. I asked how is it a scam if she brought the money to a bail bondsman, and she said, I didn't bring it there. The officer told me to go to a Walgreens and put it on a Walgreens card. What? She thought a Walgreens card would bail my brother out of jail. When I spoke to the officer, a Walgreens card was never mentioned. I would have blocked him immediately. I am embarrassed and feel silly for giving my money out so easily, but I was in the middle of working, exhausted, and wanted to get my brother out of jail. Now he is still sitting there, and $280 is down the drain. I am laughing about this now because it's just insane. It might be for the best that he stays in there a little longer to sober up. So yeah, today I messed up tremendously. Here's the short version, gave bail money too quickly. Story 41. Today I messed up by laughing at my coworkers. Serious misfortune. Obligatory, this happened last week. My coworker Jan and I have kind of a silly, joking relationship at work. We talk casually and talk like we are friends and not just colleagues, talking about personal lives, swearing, talking smack about the boss, etc. She is moving out of state, and her last day was supposed to be Wednesday, but she did not show up Monday or Tuesday. Also, Jan is a very emotional person and has been crying at work about moving away and missing everyone. Anyways, on Wednesday, I see her come in and I'm like, bro, there you are, oh, you're leaving us, and she looks very sad as expected. I said I was worried she wasn't coming back at all but wouldn't blame her, haha. I asked if everything was okay and she looked at me tearfully and said her mother had had a heart attack but was well and back at home and that's why she was out of work. I said she had a heart attack, oh my God, when? Then she says she had a heart attack on Mother's Day. I immediately broke into a smile but tried to suppress it. The irony of a mother having a heart attack on the one day dedicated to mothers somehow turned out to be funny in my mind. I slapped my hand over my mouth and quickly said, I am so sorry, I don't mean to laugh. It's not funny and I'm glad she's back at home. It's just so ironic. I look over at Jan and to my surprise she is cry laughing. She's like, that's so messed up, but laughing about it between breaths. We ended up laughing for a while about it and yes, then really talked about her mom's health. Here's the short version. Laughed at my coworker's mother having a heart attack on Mother's Day. Story 42. Today I messed up. Did not realize my hot waiter was hitting on me. I feel so dumb. I went to a restaurant across the street from my house and I got a lobster sushi roll with extra lobster on top. The server was really cute and I couldn't tell if he was hitting on me or just being overly friendly. Fast forward, I get my check and cash out, thought about leaving my number, but then I didn't because I was like, maybe I'm reading the cues wrong. They're now closed, and I just realized the check didn't have my glass of wine on it, or my additional lobster I ordered. Loudly, he had comped most of my meal. I only left 20% and no phone number. Gah! I feel like a jerk and I'm so embarrassed. Wondering if I should go back tomorrow. Is that weird? Loudly crying face. Here's the short version. Failed to read the room that my cute waiter was flirting with me, didn't leave my number and only tipped 20% after he comped half my meal. I was too wine drunk to notice. I'm a lightweight. Story 43. Today I messed up by staring into a canned espresso nozzle before coffee. This was last weekend. We were camping with which, if you have done that before, you already know is a whole thing even when nothing silly happens. The kid was up at the crack of dawn running circles around the campsite. I was somewhere between asleep and awake, functioning on pure spite basically. I had packed one of those canned espresso drinks for exactly this reason, the kind where you just press the top and it shoots out. No equipment, no effort, just caffeine directly into your body. Perfect camping solution. I was very proud of myself for thinking of it. I pressed the nozzle once. Nothing. Pressed it again. Still nothing. A reasonable, caffeinated person might have shaken it, wiped the top, or set it down and thought for 2 seconds. I had not had coffee yet, though, so instead I brought the can up close to my face to look at the nozzle and see if something was stuck in there. Just really get a good look at it, from about 3 inches away. It chose that exact moment to unclog. It hit me across the entire face. Forehead, nose, cheeks, glasses, mouth, hoodie, all of it full pressure, point blank. My glasses went completely brown. I was standing in the middle of a campsite, blind, soaked in espresso, while my toddler completely lost his mind laughing. He is 2, so I think this actually might be his earliest memory, which is a legacy I have made peace with. Espresso gets sticky shockingly fast. I was pawing around half-blind looking for anything to wipe with, and ended up grabbing some wipes out of the diaper bag because they were the first thing my hand found. So there I was, wiping coffee off my own face at a campsite with baby wipes while my child laughed at me like I was paid entertainment. At some point, my wife looked over and saw me standing there holding a baby wipe, covered in coffee, wearing the expression of a man who had made poor choices. She did not say anything. She just turned back around. I have been with this woman for years, and I fully understood what that silence meant. It was not kind silence. I rinsed my glasses off, got the hoodie mostly wiped down, eventually drank an actual coffee, and remembered what being alive felt like. Best I can figure is the nozzle had some dried residue sealing it, and the pressure built up behind it. Then my face showed up at exactly the wrong time. Wipe the nozzle before you use those things. That is the lesson. Also, maybe do not do detailed visual inspections of pressurized containers before you have had caffeine. That one feels obvious in retrospect. Here's the short version. Canned espresso was clogged. I stared into the nozzle to check it before coffee like a complete dummy. It blasted me in the face at full pressure. My toddler thought it was the funniest thing he has ever witnessed, and I cleaned myself up with baby wipes from the diaper bag at a campsite. Story 44. Today I messed up by trying to use a catheter on my pant worm, without knowing how to do so, without causing immeasurable suffering. Edit, I was 17 when this happened. Started on an ADHD medication, atomoxetine, and it caused urine retention. Like I couldn't pee for a while. Starting took a long time, if at all. Suddenly got worse. Didn't pee at all for over 30 hours. I could have done many things. Stop the medication for one, go to a doctor, a hospital, or something. I felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to hide that I'm on medications from my Asian parents. Instead, I decided to do it myself. They'd cath me, right? But it'll be embarrassing. I could do it myself. How hard could it be? Try to get one from the drugstore, but they had only unlubricated options. Find out when I get back home, and no way I can walk back. Need to raw dog the snake violator. I start inserting. Not too bad during the first few inches, but suddenly I feel like my snake is burning. Pushing and pulling hurts too. Crap. I calm down and try to relax my urethra and proceed. It's harder than it seems. Any slight pain and it causes my snake tube to spasm, more ouch. I find slightly twisting the catheter, not the shy hulud, helps. I proceed on. I start feeling better and it almost gets easier. Bingo! The golden waters start flowing and it's glorious. Except I'm in my bedroom and didn't consider where the purr will go. I block the catheter with my thumb, unlock my door, and try to run to the bathroom with a pipe sticking out my jerk. My parents are home. But I make it aim into the sink and it flows. Glorious. I feel great. Sure, it still burns, but I'm halfway there. That's the problem. I'm halfway there. I realize I need to take it out too, unless I fancy walking around with a cyborg dong. Turns out taking it out was worse. I guess the torture urethra lube teardrops dried up or something. Great. Gotta work slowly, slower than before, savor the suffering. Then I had what in foresight is a not too great, an idea. I could pump warm saline up to relax my urethra. Makes sense. I waddle back to my room, grab a syringe with saline and go back to my bathroom, stick the syringe into the opening and inject. Hoping nobody walked into me injecting a syringe my schlong. I don't know how I could ever explain it. But it works. Shea Fallad stops spasming and it's now easier. Eventually managed to get it out after several minutes of slowly pulling. It's out, it's finally out. My dongalong isn't happy, and neither is my bladder or psychiatrist once I told her the whole story. Here's the short version: accidentally performed jerk torture on myself, and suffered for it. Story 45. Today I messed up by assuming which way an elevator was going. Happened today, and I'm doing that thing where I keep playing it over in my head and cringing, because of how awkward I feel. My family traveled for my niece's HS graduation. My family went down to the hotel pool. I was lagging behind in the bathroom break and came down a few minutes later. I pressed the button to call the elevator to go down to the first floor, and this is my FU. Earlier in the day, I had pressed the button for the elevator, and an elderly couple tried to exit, thinking they had reached the lobby. I saw their confusion and told them it was only the second floor. They thanked me, and we rode down one floor together to the lobby. This time, the elevator doors opened, and a guy closer to my age started to step out. For some dang reason, I thought to myself, the original poster, save this man from making the mistake of thinking this is the lobby. Be a good Samaritan. Mind you, this hotel's elevators don't have any indicator showing where they are coming from, so there was absolutely no reason for me to think I knew where he was coming from or where he was headed. Regardless, out of my mouth came the words, "Hey man, this is the second floor, not the lobby." The man continued walking off the elevator, looked at me in a mix of bewilderment and possibly a little judgment, and without slowing down replied, "Oh good, I pressed the right button," and walked to his room laughing. I can't get the combination of his look and laughter out of my head. If by some cruel twist we end up having to share the elevator at some point this weekend, maybe I will feign confusion at how numbers work, asking for his expertise on the subject. That'll definitely salvage the impression this stranger has of me. Here's the short version. Thought a stranger was getting off the elevator on the wrong floor, tried to correct him, came across like a crazy person. Story 46. Today I messed up by getting distracted by classic cars. This is more of, I messed up yesterday, but today is the resultes. I am and I have never claimed to not be accident-prone. I live in the Northeast, so classic cars are a very common thing to see during the summer. I live very close to the beach. So myself and my roommate decide to go to the beach. As we are walking the pavement from the main road to the beach parking lot, I see a bunch of gorgeous vintage cars. I am so distracted by them that I fail to notice the slope of pavement that met the grass and stepped on the curve. My foot rolled outward and the rest of me fell forward. I pushed myself up and had scraped my knee and big toe on my left leg. So I cleaned my knee up with my dress, slow the bleeding, had a vasovagal reaction, then got past it, swam, headed home. Today I had an appointment at the doc for a pulmonary test and blood draw, and I swung by the urgent care BC. I had noticed my foot was swollen. Well, 4 hours later, and one x-ray, I got sent home in a boot with a diagnosis if a toe sprain. Everyone in my life I've told has laughed, and I CSNT blame them. Here's the short version. Got distracted by gorgeous cars and ended up spraining my right pinky toe. Story 47. Today I messed up by helping my boss. Have been struggling to find a job for the past few months, and by luck managed to get a job at a soon-to-be-open hotel. So far my coworkers and boss have been wonderful, which has been a relief as my last job was the opposite. Because of this, I wanted to make a good impression with my boss. I want to note as well that during these past few months my depression had been on the rise, and I had packed on a decent amount of weight. I have been a bit tight with money, so I haven't bought any new clothes. For the most part, all of my clothes still fit, but some of them are a bit tight. On to where I messed up. My boss came out of her office and saw some boxes that needed to be moved. Upon trying to move them, she put them back down as she had grabbed one too many. I said to her, "Let me give you a hand with those." I grab some of the boxes, and we start heading for the opposite end of the hotel. We enter this massive banquet hall where some of the hotel staff are currently present in, and we then proceed to take the boxes to the opposite end of the room. I'm in front of my boss, and she gestures that we can place the boxes on the floor. Upon bending down and placing them on the floor, I hear a light tearing sound. I look down, and the jeans I was wearing had torn at my crotch. This was not a slight tear where it wasn't noticeable. No, my underwear was completely exposed. Taking in what had just happened, I went over the game plan in my head. First of all, I am in front of my boss, so she hasn't seen what has taken place, which is good. Secondly, I have a coat in my car that I can tie around my waist to cover the massive hole. Now on to the bad. There is a group of about 7 or 8 people standing in the middle of an open room, so there is no hope of Metal Gearing my way out of this mess. I realize my only option is to walk past them and hope with every fiber of my being that all of them are so deep in conversation that none of them will notice the structural failure of my pants. Initially, I thought I was home free until I saw one of them directly at me with the widest smile on his face. The look of dread on my face must have been palpable. Thankfully, he never called attention to it, and I made my way back across the hotel. I can hope no one else saw what happened, but given how big the tear was, they likely did. I just hope my boss never finds out. I hope Dude Bro keeps my secret. Here's the short version. Got a new job and tried to make a good impression with my boss. Pants tore at the crotch after moving boxes in front of boss. Hope boss didn't notice. Story 48. Today I messed up. Accidentally became part of a stranger's obituary. I somehow ended up signing someone's online obituary in 2025 despite barely knowing them. At the time, it felt like a small gesture, just one of those things you do without thinking too much about it. Now I've realized my name is permanently sitting in that online guest book with no way to remove it, which is a lot more permanent than I would have thought at the time. I've looked into it, and it seems like once it's there, it just stays there indefinitely. The strange part is there's apparently also a printed version of the guest book, which means my name might exist in physical form in a memorial I never really intended to be part of. It feels oddly surreal, like I've accidentally anchored myself to a moment and a person I barely knew, and now it just exists out there without a way to quietly undo it. Here's the short version. I signed an online obituary without thinking, and now my name is permanently stuck in both the online and printed guest book with no way to remove it. Story 49. I am leaving my partner after 3 years. He broke the only promise that mattered. I just need to type this out because I feel completely numb. I've been with my boyfriend for almost 3 years. I stood by him through financial ruin, and I was his rock when his brother passed away. A few months ago, he cheated. I forgave him because I was in love and believed his promises. But a few days ago, during a silly argument, he hit me. He knew everything about my past, that I grew up in a violent household, and that my biggest goal in life was to escape that chaos. He always swore he'd never hurt me. Now looking at him just makes me sick. I am done. I'm packing my things and leaving, but the financial reality of it is terrifying. I have a job and I'm looking for a second one, but saving up for a deposit and rent on a single income feels almost impossible right now. I don't even know what I'm looking for by posting this. I guess I just needed to say it out loud to realize it's real. I am starting over from zero. I don't really know if this is really going to work out, do you? Story 50. My parents are trying to repair our relationship after ignoring me for years because of my disabled sister, but I'm not sure I should. My parents had my sister and me very close together. When I was only a few weeks old, my sister had a medical episode of seizures and other weird medical issues that couldn't be explained. She ended up with damage to her brain and became fully dependent on medication and machinery to keep her alive. She lost her ability to talk, swallow, sit up, and do anything for herself. They never really learned why it happened, but overnight they realized they would need to make some changes. I started spending most days with my grandparents, who are now in their 70s. They would let me come home to sleep, but that was it. My mom quit her job so she could be home full-time with my sister, and my dad changed his job so he had regular hours and could devote the other hours he had to my sister too. My parents were vehemently against respite care or any services that would give them a break. They were offered so much help that they turned down, and this made them horrifically terrible parents to me. I never felt like I could talk to them about anything. Most of the attention I got was them telling me that my sister needed them or they were doing something from her, and telling me to ask them later. But there never was a later for them. I tried, but I got the same response every time I went back. One day my mom called me a selfish brat because I was trying to get her to come for my parent-teacher conference. I had the teacher saying one of my parents needed to be there, and my dad had already said no, and to leave him alone, so I was hoping my mom would find a way. Instead, she got mad at me. My parents never celebrated my birthday, and they never paid attention to my grades or how I was doing personally. My grandparents took over the birthday stuff, but once I was independent enough in my parents' eyes, they wanted me home and doing stuff around the house so they'd have help. They stopped my grandparents taking care of me like they used to. It sucked, and I always felt resentment for the situation and for them. We got into a big fight when I was 17 and nearing the end of my senior year. They wanted me to stay and help them out more, and I lost it and said I wasn't going to help them, and I called them names, cussed them out, and refused to help with a single thing anymore. We didn't talk after that, and I moved out on my 18th birthday with the help of my grandparents. My parents recently, about a month ago, put my sister into a nursing facility for young disabled people. She'll be there for the rest of her life, and now my parents remember they have a son, and they want to repair our relationship, and they told me they will be trying. They are trying, but I'm also ignoring them. I don't want to let them fix it after all this time, but I'm not sure what the right move is here. My wish is for them to leave me alone, and for them to realize to me they are parents in name only, and there has been no apology or admitting they were wrong. They just act like they can now be more involved and fix things because my sister isn't there anymore. Story 51. My girlfriend is getting free hours-long guitar lessons and a free instrument from a musician she just met. How do I handle this? Hey everyone, looking for some advice on a delicate situation. My girlfriend recently went to a concert and met a guitarist from one of the bands. They hit it off, and fast forward to now this guy literally gifted her a guitar. For free. On top of that, he's been giving her free guitar lessons at his place that last for hours. She told me she's really tryharding the guitar right now, and that they spend a lot of time just talking during these sessions. I trust my girlfriend completely, and I know she's just genuinely excited about learning music. However, this guy's behavior feels incredibly sketchy to me. A musician giving away free gear and hours of his personal time to a female fan he just met. I'm worried he has predatory intentions. How do I bring this up to her without making her defensive? Story 52. My husband and I are having one specific bedroom issue. Can I get advice? My husband really wants me to be able to perform oral on him. However, I have a hard time with the texture of precum/cum in general. As soon as it touches my tongue, I go into a gagging, throwing up fit. We have been married for 2 years, and I haven't been able to find much of a way around it. I tried the fruit roll-up method, trying to convince myself it's my own spit. I just can't get around it, and he keeps bringing up wanting to be able to finish in my mouth, and I want to give him that, but I just can't get past this barrier. This seems like something he won't let go of, and I feel like I'm letting him down by not being able to do this for him. Any advice? Edit. Thank you everyone who commented, sent direct messages. There's a few things I will try. It's not like I don't want to. I really do, because I enjoy being able to make my husband feel good too. He can be childish about things sometimes, but he would never force me to do anything I didn't want to do. Overall, he is a fantastic person, a wonderful father and husband. If this is the worst thing we go through as far as bedroom activities go, I think we are doing great. Respectfully, I am not going to be responding to more. Thank you to those who gave some solid advice. For those trying to demonize my husband, I'm sorry it's not gonna work the way you want. Sometimes I am bad at wording things, and I am working on that. Again, my husband is a wonderful man, and he and I are solid. This post was more meant to be me seeking ways to get over a mental block or finding way to trick my brain. But again, people will read things how they want. Story 53. My partner of 2.5 years pulled the rug out from under me. We've been living together for over a year, had a long conversation about future before resigning our lease about 2 months ago. I'm on his health insurance, we had vacations planned, storage units consolidated into one, values discussed, the whole nine. Out of seemingly nowhere it was, I don't see a future with you, and the logical conclusion is that we have to break up. We have 10 months on the lease. 3 days before that I was still queen and do something to him during intimate moments. Now there was never a spark. He heard on a podcast or in a book that children unlock something in a man that I want to feel to grow into my role as a protector, and that my depression, family on the opposite side of the country with whom I've implemented boundaries, and vast emotional needs are the reason that he cannot build a family with me, because he wants a happy home. Obviously, this is something that he's been thinking about for a while and just decided to not share the journey. He's avoidant, and I tried not chasing and giving space and asking clear, grounded questions when I needed clarification. I thought that would bring him closer, as chasing him was obviously pushing him away. So I focused on my stuff, still kept up with the house and dinner, etc., but started calling my friends more often instead of burdening him with life stress. Tried to connect, but he was more and more distant and not at all present during sex, which really stoked some of my own traumas that I'm dealing with in my therapy. He says therapy isn't for him. I'm left devastated and wholly confused. Was there something that I did or could have done better? Is he just not capable? I was in it and had convinced myself that we were in it. His actions suggested that was true. But then this. Why do men say they can't find good women, and then refuse to put in the work for those long-term partnerships that are apparently so elusive? I know that I need to get back on my 2 feet first, but what can I do differently in the future? Where does one even find a man that truly wants a partnership? AITA, I genuinely appreciate y'all. I feel much more capable of seeing the road in front of me after all of your comments. All I can do is continue being honest from the start, which is my value right, and decide who's allowed through the gate and count my blessings on the firing squad's worth of bullets I've dodged in this lifetime. Thank you, Victory Sparkles. Maybe I'll come back in a few months and let y'all know I finally got my cramped studio space and all the freedom a girl can ask for. 2. Also, it is further in the comments, but he has pretty heavy family trauma drama he's avoiding dealing with. So I can understand, of course, the points that stability is important. But also, he's not like from a good family, and I'm the messed up one, you know. I specifically understood his trauma, which was my dummy fault for thinking that was a two-way street. Story 54. My wife buys food for me that I don't like, and she knows it. I have been married to my wife for 10 years and was with my wife for 4 years before we got married. 14 years, we have kids. She consistently buys food specifically for me that I have never once said I liked or bought myself. She will sometimes go pick up dinner when I'm at work and will order me things that I would never order. And this isn't health-related. She will get me caramel brownie ice cream or some crap when she knows I don't really eat caramel or brownies or ice cream. She will get me raspberry smoothies when she knows I don't like raspberries. I've told her 100 times what kind of chips I like, the thin Cantina Tostitos, but she will buy the little round ones or the scoops. Does she freaking hate me? She always says she doesn't know what I like when it's been visually and verbally communicated for 14 freaking years. I'd appreciate some insight so I can stop hurting her feelings by not eating crap she buys me. Edit, she does not eat the food she buys me. It isn't things she likes either. Edit 2, lots of people in here weirdly assuming I do not also go to the store. Married couple often share jobs. Sometimes we go together too. Crazy, I know. I'm specifically talking about when she goes alone. I didn't know I'd summon the accusatory misandry brigade. Story 55. My BF M24 said I F22 look like a caveman. How to recover. We have been together for 25 years. A few months ago, he made a joke 3 separate times saying that I look like a Neanderthal, that I have the body of a caveman, and about a childhood photo of me that I look like a caveman. Every time I look in the mirror or at a photo now, I only see a caveman. I hate my cute childhood photos now. I'm so sad. I don't know what to do anymore. I've become so insecure. He has apologized to me and hasn't made any jokes like that since. But for the past 3 months, I haven't been able to look in the mirror or at photos without feeling horrible about myself. How do I recover from this? I feel like I can't stand him anymore. Story 56. I can't forgive my husband. TW miscarriage. I had a miscarriage at 7 weeks in June 2025. I still haven't fully gotten over it. I'm always thinking about it, sometimes more than others. I've been depressed since. I just feel so empty, like I have a huge hole that I can't really fill. My husband has 2 kids from a previous marriage, and we have them every summer since his ex moved out of state. His kids, and sometimes his mom too, go on a week-long beach trip with their grandparents every summer. My husband was unable to go at first because he had no PTO. He never has PTO by the end of the summer, so he usually doesn't go. I had my miscarriage the week they were gonna go. We both got bereavement from our jobs, so he decided to go on the trip now that he was off for the week. I was really upset at him for leaving me. I moved here to be with him, so I had no family and was alone at home that whole week. I was so depressed and miserable. He also just didn't really care in general. I didn't want him to be upset, but it's like he didn't understand why I was. He said he didn't really have an attachment to it, and it was so early and he didn't think it mattered. I don't know, it just hurt. We argued about it. He said it was important to him that he go because my miscarriage made him realize he should spend time with his kids that were alive. He said those exact words. I told him I was just hurt that he left, and he didn't even think about me. He said that him staying wouldn't have stopped me from miscarrying. We made up, he said sorry eventually. He said he understood me. It just been hard to trust, rely on him, or completely forgive him. It feels like it's just me now, not recovering from it. Do I need to just move on? Edit, does anyone have recommendations for support groups? Edit 2, I'm really not trying to be malicious or get attention. As some people saw, I lost my dad, who was a single father when I was 17. My mom is now mentally disabled, and I don't have any friends since moving. I don't have anyone else to talk to and ask about this besides my husband and his family, which is why I'm here. Story 57. How do I ask my long-distance boyfriend to reimburse me for gas after I traveled to see him and he canceled? My boyfriend lives in the state next to mine. By mileage, it should only take a couple of hours to get to where he lives, but it always ends up taking a couple of hours more due to the congestion of the area. We had made plans last week to have dinner on Monday because I actually had a day off. Monday rolls around and I leave my home and start driving there. I made a couple of stops for a snack and some fuel later, but nothing too long. The trip took roughly 4.5 hours. I let him know I was there and would be getting an updated gate pass to the base where he lives. He is not in the military, but works for the government and is able to live on base. Getting the pass was much easier than I anticipated. Rules have changed since my last pass was issued. As I was getting back into my vehicle, he calls me in a panic and says, "Babe, Murphy's Law has struck and we will need to reschedule. I will make it up to you." I cannot go into great detail, but it was mandatory that he drive an hour in the opposite direction from his home to do an interview. I asked how long he may be, and he said that he didn't know. Knowing his job, I do know that sometimes these things can take a bit, but other times it doesn't. He then told me to be safe driving back to my house. Yes, I understand that this situation was out of his control, but I am also upset that with the cost of gas these days, I may as well have just tossed $100 billion into a shredder. Round trip, I spent $110 on gas. I didn't get angry with him on the phone. I met my sense of humor about it, but I just feel defeated. He has made no mention of rescheduling our dinner, and it has been 2 days. Would it be fair to ask him to reimburse me for the fuel I now feel that I wasted by getting there, and then having to go home without even seeing him? Story 58. Update, I can't set boundaries with my wife. Original post. Thanks to all of you who have commented on my last post with encouragement, advice, and examples of healthy, unhealthy boundaries. I've also watched a few YouTube videos about boundaries and how to set them. Yesterday, I implemented boundaries, and for the first time in a year or so, I didn't budge. She called me on the phone while driving. We talked. She said I sounded upset. I said I was shaken up from our earlier fight and found her accusations unfair. She got defensive and angry, said I didn't understand her words. She never said that blah blah blah. She was getting angrier. I said that if she raised her voice at me, I will hang up. She asked me to tell her right before I hang up. If so, I said okay. A few minutes later, she rose her voice. I hung up. She was shocked. I called again, raised her voice. I made it clear that if she was calling to raise her voice again, I will hang up and not pick up again. She got mad, but her voice was less loud. During our fight in the morning, I said I'd like more transparency about our finances. I'll include the context, but you can skip it if it's getting too long. Context, she became an estate agent 1 year ago. Since October, I have been the one paying for our mortgage, insurances, mine and hers, our pets, food, groceries, etc. I cover all the expenses. But I've been through burnout and my pension is way less than it used to be. Since then, I've been giving classes off the books to keep us afloat. I'm barely making it. In the meantime, she hasn't been advertising her business much. When she is not having clients visit a house, she works only a few hours a week from home, says she'll do things to advertise cheap stuffs or free stuff, not over the top, but not much is happening. So I cover all the expenses. Don't get me wrong, we're married, it's totally okay. However, when I ask her when that client, because she did a little bit of marketing for one, will pay her, or at least when she sent the bill, so I can know when money will be coming in, she gets defensive and says I micromanage her. I'm just trying my best not to die from financial stress. I need to know we're going to be okay, because we are not. I just need to know how much and when she can contribute to the household, and she's sometimes reluctant to tell me. Well, she used that need of transparency against me. She too would like transparency on our money and have a look on spendings on my account, since I cover all the expenses of the household, never forgot to pay a bill or anything. I said I understood. I came up with possible 2 solutions. 1, we can set up a shared bank account for all household expenses. We can both access it, transfer money on it for shared expenses. She refused because I had one with an ex, and it enrages her that I dare talk about that. Here is a look to her reactions. / she accused me of considering our money, my money. / if I'm not letting her check, it's because I am hiding something. Anyway, she doesn't know why I'm so obsessed with giving her access. She never asked for it. And I come up with a silly comprise she never asked for. I'm in butt for suggesting a shared account, because that's what I did with my ex. We are incompatible in the long run. Maybe 4 or 5 years together is our max. I'm unwilling to make our marriage work. I'm not serious about our marriage. Married people should share everything. I don't want to explain my point of view. I explained 3 times very clearly. She called me aggressive, while I remained calmed and composed, and while she was raising her voice. She blamed my tone when I pointed out I was calm and she's was. I've never been sincere and honest, because if I truly loved her, I'd do it. I've said I'd give her anything, and yet I refused to give her access to my bank account, so I'm a liar. She cried. She raised her voice. She pleaded and asked why more times than I can count. None of it worked. At some point I was just done taking it. I said I wouldn't engage in this conversation anymore. So she turned the subject on why I didn't want to talk to her anymore. I never wanted to talk things out. I don't want to be around her. I said I had enough of fighting. I was going to bed, but we can talk it out the next day. She came to bed with my computer with the TV program we were watching previously on, pretty loud, full luminosity on. I watched. She said I went to bed, it meant I didn't want to watch anyway. I said we can watch, but I don't want to argue anymore. She argued. I said I was going to sleep and processed on ignoring her. I did say we can talk it out tomorrow if you still want to. Well, today is not fun either, but I'm proud of myself. Today, I'm still setting boundaries which she sees like threats. Example. You don't see all the money like ours. What? Is it 90% ours and 10% yours? I see it as if you earn 2,000 euros and I earn 2,000 euros. Our household need 2,000 euros. Then 50% is ours, 25% is yours, and 25% is mine. If I earn 1,800 euros and you earn 500 euros, we still manage to cover the 2,000 euros. That's our priority. Then we make sure you have enough money left and I have enough money left. You are not answering my question. Do you consider all your money is our money? Me, as I was saying, I see things as. You are not answering my question. Do you not consider all your money our money? Me, if you do not let me explain, I will not be having this conversation. I'm so done with your threats these days. All you do is giving me threats. Me, these are not threats. If you are not ready to listen to me, I'll go and attend to the garden. Just go, I don't care. I went. Is that how it's supposed to be happening? Edit, I know it is abusive, and I do not intend of staying in this marriage. In the meantime, I need to attend to everyday life. Thanks again to all of you for your precious advice. Story 59. My boyfriend of 6 months told me to get on medication to increase my libido. My boyfriend of 6 months told me to get on medication to increase my libido because his sexual needs aren't being met, and that his exes all wanted sex even more than he did, so I need to get in medication. I'm incredibly hurt and frustrated by this, and don't know what to do. I'm chronically ill and am on a multitude of medications, as well as getting regular infusions to keep my health from deteriorating even more. I will not add yet another medication to the mix just so that he can have more sex. I don't think my sex drive is bad. We've had sex regularly for the past 3 months of our relationship, once a week at least, but usually more even when I'm not completely in the mood. But he has been getting more and more insistent and telling me I'm selfish. I told him that he is being selfish for wanting me to alter my body medically just to please him. Please. Any advice at all would be appreciated, because I refuse to tack on just another medication for something that isn't actually wrong with me. What would you do in this scenario? Story 60. At breaking point after seeing for 6 months. I have been seeing for over 6 months now, and I am really falling for her, but at the same time, I am reaching breaking point. A few weeks ago, we went on a trip to London, which was really romantic, and we just felt really close. We have a real connection when we are together, despite us having some issues, as you do in the early stages of getting to know someone. However, after psyching myself up, I decided to ask her to be my girlfriend. Her face dropped slightly, and she said she's not ready for that yet. But she doesn't want that to take away her feelings for me, which at that very moment I was okay with, as we were having an amazing time and nothing could have ruined it. Fast forward 3 weeks, I'm not coping well with the rejection. When we're together, things are great, but when we're apart, the uncertainty gets to me, and I hate myself for giving love to someone who can't commit to me. I did tell her a few days after I asked her to be my girlfriend that after 6 months I expect clarity, and she respected that, and said she needed time to think. This weekend I'm going to ask her again if she's ready to commit, and if the answer is yes, then great, but if no, I'm thinking of just cutting her off completely for my own mental health and self-respect. I'd like opinions on whether 3 weeks is a long enough time for her to decide, and just whether I'm doing the right thing when it's someone I care for deeply. We have just been focused on each other, and no one else in this time, so we are exclusive, but just not the full label of boyfriend and girlfriend. Story 61. Splitting bills with different incomes, plus 30F. Hi everyone, I'm just looking for input on my situation. Maybe I'm old school and maybe I'm wrong, me and Amp, my BF of 10 years, currently make the same amount of base salary. After a new position and Amp, with bonuses, I technically will receive $40,000 more than he does if when my bonus is paid out. He has made it clear that I would need to pay a higher portion of bills because technically I make more than him. He has also stated that we both need to agree on how to use my bonus. Now this is where I have issues. When I asked why he couldn't pay more, his answer, why is it okay for me to have less money at the end of the day and Amp, for you to have more? He is always saying we need to be 50-50 since we are a team. But after 10 years, I feel he is still being extremely immature. Also noting, I had recommend to put all of my bonus into a shared account for vacations home for our future. According to him, we need to both agree on what to do with it. Edit, we don't live together. Currently working on that, but it has been stalled due to this issue. Thank you all for your input. I have come to the realization that after 10 years of being long distance and not taking the next step is the root cause of my issue. I'm glad to be seeing this side of him now before we move in together. If he didn't expect me to cook, clean, care for our future children all while working from home and paying the majority of bills, then I wouldn't have expected him to be the primary provider. Story 62. No intimacy and don't want to leave unless I really have to. How to get through it. M36 and F33. I am nearly 7 years into a serious relationship with partner. We are engaged, have 2 young children, and she has an older one from before we met. Until the kids came along, everything in the bedroom was amazing. We always promised each other that it would never change. Unfortunately, young kids and everything that comes with it means my partner is no longer interested in intimacy of any sort. If I don't kiss or hug her, we can go over a month without any physical contact at all. She says none of her friends are intimate with their partners and that they are all fine with it, and that I am the only weirdo who cares about the bedroom. The stats don't back this up, and I'm not sure her friends are being fully honest with her. To be clear, I love her. She tells me she is very happy and all her needs are met. We have spoken at length that mine are not. I help around the house, I do loads with the kids, I do more than my fair share with hers. She tells me I can't do anything more to help with stress levels. So I seem to have 2 options. Get over it for the kids or move on. Both options make me feel sick. I previously got out of a long-term relationship due to a similar issue before kids came into the mix and can't believe it's happened again. Any words of support or wisdom? Here's the short version. Partner has lost all interest in intimacy and seems fine with it. I have not. Story 63. Is constant lateness a reason to end a relationship? I'm dating a single mom and we agreed that it should just be us for now. She has her kids Moan, 2s, and every other weekend. We usually see each other on Thursday, but she canceled on me last minute because she wasn't feeling well. Monday was a holiday, so they usually go to their dad's for a bit since she gets all the holidays. She said on Sunday that she was dropping the kids off at their dad's at 3, and we could see each other. We all live within 5-minute drives. I suggested we watch the hockey game at 4:30 and get pizza. I assumed she would come over around 4:15-ish before the game started. I texted her at 1:30 on Monday to see what time was coming over. At 2:10, she said she still had to drive her daughter's BF home and wouldn't be there until 4:30-ish. He lives at least an hour and 10 mins away, and then she had to drop her kids off. She ends up arriving at 5:30 and said she dropped her son off at 3 as if that excuses it. She said she was dropping them off at 3 and it ends up being done at 5:30. She then acted like I shouldn't be upset. She apologized after, but she does things like this way too much and I thinking of ending things. I get 10 min late, but well over an hour because she timed things wrong. Is just not respectful in my book. Story 64. Update, do I tell my fiancé that I was disappointed by the proposal, or do I take this to my grave? Original post. First of all, thanks to everyone who took time and interacted with my last post. It truly gave me a lot to think about. I ended up talking to my fiancé, and I am so glad I did because it went amazingly. As many suggested, I started out by saying how much being engaged and getting to marry him means to me, and that I am so excited for this next chapter of our lives, but that there is something that has been weighing on me a bit. I proceeded to tell him how I was disappointed that I was the one who planned the activity, and that I specifically asked for it not to be tied to another special occasion, and that I am sure he didn't mean anything bad by it, but that I needed to get it off my chest so I can move past it. He actually started laughing, not a dismissive laugh, but a genuine one, and said that he thought something serious happened by the way I was prepping him for that talk. He said that he totally understands where I am coming from, and many of you were right in that his thinking was that I had been so hyped for the event. He felt it would just be the perfect ending to a perfect night, but he sees how it could be interpreted as him just piggybacking off my planning. As far as the birthday thing, he said that since the event was not on my actual birthday but 2 days before, and we were having a family party for me and my brother on the actual day, he thought it would be fine, but in hindsight, he now realizes that he could have concluded himself that it still counts as tied to my birthday, and apologized for that. Another reason for the spontaneous decision is that we are invited to weddings in June, July, August, and September, 3 of which require traveling on our part, and he didn't want the proposal to feel cramped in between. We then talked about the other ideas he had. Some I already knew about, others I heard for the first time, and just hearing all these ideas and the thought he put into it made me feel so loved and special. He also made me promise to bring things up straight away in the future, even if it is uncomfortable, and I am afraid to hurt his feelings since it is not my job to protect them, but it is our job to find a solution. And since we now talked about his ideas, and he heard my input on all of them, he offered that for our upcoming anniversary, he is going to pick and plan one of the activities so we get to enjoy it as a regular date, without the engagement pre-assure. I'm really glad everything turned out so well, and that the weight I felt is just gone, so now we get to enjoy the whole process together. Story 65. My husband shared naked photos and intimate videos of me. I'm torn about how to proceed and need advice about whether to go to the police or not. I'm a long-time Reddit lurker but have never posted before. However, I am stunned into indecision and really don't know what is right and wrong anymore or what is just me feeling hurt, so I am finally posting for help. As the title says, my husband shared naked photos of me that I didn't consent to or even know were being taken. He had also filmed us in the bedroom, again against my knowledge and consent. He has shared this content online and in groups. I am so embarrassed I want to crawl into a hole and hide. One half of me knows this is not my fault, the other keeps saying it's not that bad. We have been married for more than a decade and have 2 children together. I am a SAHM. I need your help because although I am going to divorce him, I haven't told anyone why. He is telling people we've drifted apart. He wants to divide the house 50-50 and not give me anything else. I brought a large deposit for the house into the marriage. I don't want his relationship with the children to change, and they are the most important people in all of this, which is why I haven't told anyone. I have a couple of screenshots of what he did, but I am sure he has deleted his accounts, and they had been active for years. I am feeling lost, embarrassed, cheated out of our future and financially, and I'm really not sure what to do next. Help. Story 66. I have never been inside my partner of 6 years' home. Should this be a deal breaker? My partner and I started dating during the pandemic lockdown in 2020. He has 2 roommates, they've lived together 15 years, and I live alone, so because of the lockdown we decided to only see each other at my place. We live about 15 minutes apart by car. In our 2nd year together, as social distancing restrictions were lifting a bit, he said that he was planning to have me over at some point, but that he wanted to tidy up his place a bit first. Time passed, but I was never invited over. For the last 5 years, he has been spending 2-4 nights per week at my place. When he sends me selfies or we FaceTime, I can see a lot of clutter and piles of stuff in the background, and he has alluded to the fact that he doesn't want me to see the state of his place. I haven't asked or pressured him about having me over, and he brought it up recently and said, "It's never going to happen, it's a hard no." I know I'm not a side piece, and I know he's not seeing anyone else. There's lots of evidence to support this, so no need to propose that theory. I don't necessarily mind spending all our time together at my place, but it feels weird that I've never been in his place or met his roommates, and it's looking like I never will. I'd love to hear people's perspectives on this. Would this be a deal breaker for you? Is there anything else I should be considering here? Story 67. How to address my boyfriend's binge eating without upsetting him. My boyfriend, M23, and I, F24, have been together for a couple of years now. He's a sweet guy and I enjoy spending time with him. However, one thing in particular is really scaring me. He is a morbidly obese binge eater. He eats fast food most days. He works at a fast food coffee chain and also doesn't cook, and it's usually more than a typical amount of food. One time he ate 4 fast food burgers for dinner over the course of a 1-hour drive, then went and got another burger towards the end of the drive. I'm very skeptical about fast food in general, as it is literally engineered to be addictive, calorie-dense, and stripped of most nutrients. We have discussed healthier eating and cooking before maybe 2 or 3 times, but nothing has ever changed. I am afraid to tell him that we actually need to do something about this, as he is insecure and frustrated about his weight and health issues, which are likely caused by his weight and definitely making life much harder for him, and will likely get upset. I can't help but worry about the ways this could affect our relationship. I enjoy physical activity, but he cannot really do much without getting tired or his aches and pains starting. I also really enjoy cooking and nutrition. To be clear, I am still physically attracted to him. It just feels like these differences are causing a disconnect between us. And God forbid we have kids one day, and he isn't able to run to them quickly enough to stop them from walking into oncoming traffic, etc., etc. I am at a loss here and don't know what to do. My dad suggested watching a documentary together that illustrates the dangers of ultra-processed foods obesity, but I don't know if my BF will even want to watch it. Any suggestions for how to proceed without hurting his feelings? Thanks in advance. Story 68. I found out my 37F, fiancé, 48M, was still married when we applied for marriage license. I'll try to keep it as simple as possible. I need advice on getting past this. My fiancé and I have been together 4 years, engaged 2 years. We live together and have a daughter, so it's not as simple as break up and move on. Last year we planned our wedding, but when we tried to get our marriage license, we found out his divorce 15 years earlier was never finalized. So we postponed the wedding and he got a lawyer and got divorced within a few months. She made it difficult. He says he thought the divorce went through, although he admits he never went to court or received any paperwork. They lived in different states at the time. I feel like logically I have to believe him because who would propose to another woman and plan a wedding and try to get the marriage license if he knew he was still married? That's just insanity. So now it's May again, it's wedding season again. Watching friends get married, going to engagement parties. We talk about getting married, but every time we start to plan it, I let it fizzle out. My heart is still broken by this betrayal, even if it was not intentional. But like, who goes 15 years not knowing if they're married or divorced? Story 69. Me confused and annoyed with GF behavior. Need advice, is my reaction okay? My girlfriend recently messaged me about an issue she had with me not reacting properly to her social media stories. She enjoys singing and posting photos, but I am not a social media person. I rarely comment on anyone's stories, including my family's. When I asked her about this in detail, she shared a screenshot with me. That's when I saw that some guy was commenting on her stories, and she told me she wanted that kind of reaction from me. His comments were clearly flirtatious. For reference, he replied, "Wow, don't give this much beauty to anyone," to which she replied, "Yeah." In another story, he replied, "Dang, don't be this hot," relieved face, and she responded with a flushed face emoji. When I asked what she thought about his replies, she initially didn't get what I was trying to say. When I asked her again, she responded that he was just joking around. I stepped back from the conversation by telling her that we would talk after she figured it out. This caused her to get stressed, and she felt like I was attacking her. I asked her to reflect on the situation, and she got defensive, saying, "I mess up every time." She does make mistakes often, but not always, and I always try to point things out respectfully. She is currently at her family's home, and today is her last day there. Because of this, she asked me not to stress her out and begged me to just clearly state what upset me, saying she couldn't take the stress on her last day. I reassured her that I am not going anywhere and that she can take her time to figure things out. I never actually told her that her behavior was disrespectful. I was just asking her questions about it. I really want her to come to the conclusion on her own about why this made me uncomfortable. For some background, she gets stressed easily over little things, but she has always been faithful to me and constantly sends me loving reels. She is coming back soon, and we will be meeting in 2 days. I feel slightly guilty, but I want her to think for herself about why setting boundaries against unwanted outside attention is important. How can I handle this upcoming conversation effectively when we meet? Edit, to all those sayings about I should communicate, you are probably right. I have done that for all 8 months, calmly expressing myself, using solution-oriented language, and trying to encourage even small steps I have seen positive. Just this one time, I have decided I don't want to be that guy who always communicates the feelings, and instead the other person understands directly. Also, as other comments pointed out, yeah, I was uncomfortable with her response. But on the opposite side, I was trying to defend her by saying it was neutral, which is paradoxical or maybe illogical. And after hearing your comments, I will talk to her face to face. But I just hope that in this fundamental problem, I don't have to explain and communicate like normally how I do. Story 70. I F27. Think my friend F27 is trying to compete with me ever since we both got engaged. Hi, I guess I just wanted to vent. My friend F and I F have known each other since college. We both got engaged several months apart this year. I got engaged first, but her wedding will come first next summer. Mine will be next fall. So I started noticing that she was starting to copy me since I got engaged. For example, I got an elongated cushion-cut ring. She has never seen that before and asked her fiancé for the exact same. Turns out, he used his family heirloom instead, which I still think is really beautiful. And I told everyone since college, we've been friends since college, about 5 years ago that my dream bachelorette is at Rosemary Beach, Florida, which is not as known as other major beaches. My friend has never heard of this beach until I started talking about it, and just announced that she also will have it there 1.5 months before mine. So my first time ever at my dream bachelorette will be at the someone else. The beach is super small, so basically the same itinerary. At this point, I was starting to feel weird. Next, I expressed I wanted a charcuterie board for my cocktail hour, and she thought that was cute, and then the next week, announced she also will get one. That one was whatever, a lot of weddings do that. Today, I told her I got the rabbity face mask to prep for my wedding, and just now, the very day, she shares she also just got one. Maybe I'm overreacting, but it's starting to feel like she's copying. I might be wrong and definitely overthinking, but I can't help but feel like she's copying me ever since we got engaged. And it sucks because I don't want to treat our weddings like a competition. Story 71. Update, they want to wed my cousin 26F to the worst person possible, and to fix that they want me to propose to her. This is the original post. So after I made the post, I went to her house with my family. I was able to pull her to the side and tell her everything. She didn't even know about that, and she was so shocked. I told her not to feel pressured by her family and to stand her ground, and that my mom, my dad, and I are by her side if her family decides to pressure her. The day after that, her mother asked the girl about her opinion on marrying her cousin, and she said, "Absolutely not," which disappointed her family. She told them that she lacked nothing, so why were they giving her away to a family lacking everything? We told her mother that she isn't thinking correctly right now and that she's throwing her daughter's future. Her dad, on the other hand, got nearly beaten up by my dad. My dad is very liberal compared to this family, so he is very against this, especially because he raised that girl like his daughter since she was a baby. So he's pretty protective over his nieces, and he wasn't going to let this happen. On the same day I made the post and went to her house, I also asked her about a guy I introduced her to a while ago, and she said she likes him very much. I know that guy, he's a pharmacist. He graduated from the same college as her. He's 27, so not an old man. He's rich, and most importantly, she likes him, and he likes her. So I got them in touch again. Today she told him he came to see her in her pharmacy, and she told him about the stuff she expected from him, and he agreed. So now he's going to ask for her hand in a month. Or so. It's not exactly an engagement, but it's like a small dating period till they decide on an official engagement. Very eventful a few days, but at least she's not going to marry from that wicked family, a big win in my book. Thank you all for your support. Story 72. I stopped answering the door after I heard my own voice outside. I've never told anyone this because it sounds impossible, but a few months ago I started hearing someone outside my apartment calling my name in my exact voice. At first I thought it was my imagination or maybe someone messing around in the hallway, but it kept happening late at night, always the same tone, the same way I say it when I am tired. The strange part was that it only happened when I was alone, and every time I got close to the door, it would stop completely, like it knew I was listening. One night I checked the peephole and saw nothing, but then my phone lit up with a voice recording I did not make. It was me whispering, "Open the door," over and over, even though I had been asleep. After that, I started sleeping with the lights on, but the knocking still happens sometimes, and once I even heard my own voice laughing softly right outside my bedroom door. I moved the furniture in front of it, but I still do not feel alone in my apartment, and I have stopped answering doors completely, even when I know I am not the only one inside anymore. Story 73. I use my boyfriend as a study guide and he has no clue. He just thinks I am being cute. My boyfriend and I love cuddles like most couples. We're both very affectionate and our love language is touch. We often spend our nights and lazy mornings just laying in bed together. I love feeling him, running my hands over his body, etc. It's rarely ever heated, but it's intimate. Recently he told me that he loves it when I trace every part of his body like I'm memorizing the shape of him. He was so emotional and touched by the gentleness that I told him I loved him and wanted to have every part of him. I didn't have the heart to tell him that I was practicing my anatomy and was definitely just repeating, humerus, ulna, radius, carpal. I do love him though and I adore touching him. I just find it's a really effective way to memorize anatomy, loudly crying face. Story 74. I stalked a pedo and ruined his life. Back in 2019, I was on FB and I'd always get pervs in my message requests. This one blatantly said he liked kids and asked me if I had a daughter that looked like me. I flipped out on him. He laughed the more angry I got, then bragged nobody would suspect him of being a ped. I instantly thought this is just a troll, he's rage baiting. No one would be this open and specific about crap like that. Then I went through groups he followed. They were little girls' swimming teams, of girls as young as kindergarten in bathing suits. He also followed multiple other groups that I don't even understand have a point, but to serve as eye candy to perverts, like really. People look at pages of kids at beaches for non-creepy reasons. I also confirmed his pics were real after I added him on a separate account, seeing his family on there and pictures of him with child relatives. I kept this separate account and started adding pics of Disney stuff and put my age as 12. I didn't use selfies, but I thought this would make it more convincing. My mom won't let me post selfies, yet being one example. However, I did use fake pics of random people I tagged as my dad, uncle, etc. He bought it and started messaging me. He was not as open this time and clearly knew how grooming worked more than I'd expect. He just started out being friendly, asking what my hobbies were, etc. It didn't take very long for him to ask me if I ever touched myself before. I acted as clueless as possible, but I had to keep going to get him to say as worse explicit things as possible. Our conversation went on for 2 days. By the end, he had said the most messed up things, sent nudes, which is prison time by itself, and said he'd take me to amusement parks and be like a uncle to me. He even wanted to integrate himself into my family. I screenshotted all of it. It was tons and tons of screenshots. I screenshotted his pictures. I then sent them all to him and told him you're messed up. He laughed, reacted like a fool, and said, "Dummy, I was trolling." I screenshotted that too. Trolling or not, he sent nudes and that was enough. I sent it to his mom, who didn't ever open it because we weren't friends. I started sending it to every single relative and friend, and eventually they started seeing them. We all formed a secret little group to take down this jerk. He hid his job, but it was no issue. His stepsister told us that as well as his address. It eventually got to his mom, and she went rabid on his butt. He ended up being visited by police. His dad was the only sympathetic jerk, but nobody cared what he had to say. He ended up getting away with it, just had to register as a sex offender, and from talking to his relatives, he was also on house arrest. I posted his info everywhere in his town, every restaurant and business. I left out the more explicit parts of our conversation. I wanted to ruin any possible employment in his whole area. It caught on fast. Found out he attempted to off himself, but since he was a sex offender that went after kids, the pose couldn't even get into a usual behavioral private hospital, and had to go to the worst state hospital over an attempt to off himself. He was probably one of the few patients in such a hospital that wasn't violent or batshit. Dang, it felt so good afterwards. I don't know where he is now because I didn't ever want to see anything about him again. Story 75. Signed my ex and in-laws up for Scientology, among other things. I was with my ex for 15 years total and married for 12. He left me in the middle of our IVF journey 2 days before Christmas. He barely got any of his crap moved out and took my dog given to me by my best friend. I don't know what happened. He literally just had a breakdown. A month before, he started playing video games for 14+ hours a day in his office. Major red flags. I should have known something was up. Fast forward 2 years and this mother jerk has left me with all the bills, has missed court dates, and will not pay a cent in court-appointed emergency spousal support, up to $45K with owed attorney fees as well. I also have not seen my dog. I lost her in the one Zoom court appearance he made. He paid her most recent vet bill, and even though my friend testified she gave me the dog, not him, he still won, because dogs are considered property. He lied on the stand and said he put more money in. Used pictures in court I took of the two of them. I told him to pose with my dog. All this to say this man is a douche canoe. His whole family hid him and are also all giant piles of steaming crap. Last month I started signing them all up for Scientology. Full names, addresses, phone numbers, whatever they wanted I gave it. I was on a roll and decided to throw in some others as well. We got Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons. Couldn't leave out the Etherius Society, a UFO Christian movement or Pastafarianism, Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. I am not sorry and will continue until I feel justice. Story 76. I think I'm too far lost to be saved. Hey everyone, I'm Kelly 38F married mom, and I want to admit that I am a serial cheater. Yes, I know I am a horrible woman and person. I have cheated on my husband for most of our marriage, 15 years. Honestly, growing up I saw my mom with a lot of different men, so I really thought that cheating was a norm thing. I know now that I am wrong, and that something might be wrong with me. As of recent, I have been having battles with myself. Like I don't want to do this anymore, I stopped sleeping with other men and sort of became a huge loner. Cause of this, like, I no longer talk to other men, I just work, go home, do what needs to be done like dinner, laundry, spending time with my family, and shut myself out from the world. I want to see a therapist, but honestly I am embarrassed and ashamed of it cause how cheating is frowned upon. I just want to be normal but feel like I'm just a lost cause and so undeserving. Story 77. I 15M, just wet myself while sleeping. Fortunately, it's true I haven't had this incident since I was 3 as my dad used to tell me. Normally I would wake up needing to urinate, but this time it just came out. As I remembered, I really saw a toilet in my dream and immediately woke up starting to leak at around 4:30 a.m., but my current speculation is I drank a lot of water last night and only urinated twice between 7 p.m. 11 p.m. No way I am telling anybody this incident. Story 78. I found a photo of myself in a place I have never been to. I've never told anyone this because it still does not make sense to me. A few months ago, I was scrolling through an old SD card I found in a used camera I bought online, just checking if it still worked. Most of the photos were normal, random street shots and landscapes, until I found one that made me stop completely. It was a clear photo of me standing in front of a building I have never seen in my life, wearing clothes I do not own, looking directly at the camera like I knew I was being photographed. At first I thought it was edited or maybe I just looked like someone else, but the more I stared at it, the more details matched me perfectly, even small things like a scar on my hand I got years ago. I tried to find the location but nothing matched, and the photo data was corrupted except for the date, which showed a day I remember being at home all day. I still have the image saved, but I never showed it to anyone because I am scared of what it means if it is actually real. Story 79. Freak, this is the 4th or 5th time I've had feeling for a guy who eventually tells me he's gay. Yes, I like my men kind of fruity. Loudly crying face, I have a crush on this guy at my job. I had seen him a few times and complimented his outfit and accessories. We become work friends and he told me he was gay. He's a trans man, which doesn't matter to me, he's just a guy in my mind, but freak, I get so nervous and feel a lot of things when talk to him. I think it's BC he looks and dresses, and has similar beliefs to my FWB, who I developed feelings for. Not like I want to date my FWB, I don't want to date at all, but I love him a lot and love how sweet and woke. I don't know how other way to explain it, even though, find the term, woke, very cringy he is. He's just a normal guy with good values who match mine, and now the guy at work is similar. I thinks about him every time I go to work and wonder if he will be there. Crap, I even dress cute in hopes he will see as if he ever cares. He is gay, but still in a friendly way compliment my outfit, and I get so happy and anxious. I see him and have to take a deep breath, BC, like freak, he's just so cute, and it's so embarrassing. He doesn't and can't like me as he's only into men. Story 80. I'm one of the few women who can come off penetration alone. I never really knew how rare it was up until recently. There was a podcast with Ari Lennox here, and they were talking about how they never really orgasmed having sex. This truly amazed me because although I, of course, enjoy clitoral stimulation, I don't necessarily need it. Sometimes my partner wants me to play with my clitoris while we have sex, and I normally get bored of it after a minute or two. I just don't feel the need to engage in both clit play and penetration at the same time. Story 81. Super glue revenge. About 10 years ago, I had an ex who was a homeowner. I found out he was cheating. Broke my heart. I felt like I wanted to die. I hung around for a few more days and spent that time super gluing every light bulb I could in his home into the sockets. A decade later, I still think about that dummy, in his silly house having to throw away a lamp anytime a bulb goes out. No idea how the bathroom vanity lights or kitchen bulbs get fixed. I've never been less sorry about anything in my life. Story 82. I met the most evil girl on Reddit. I used to talk about my struggles with dating and loneliness in almost every post. Then one time I posted in the virgin community and I got a message from this one girl. I was so excited because no girl had ever been interested in me. She was the first one. Everything was awesome in the beginning. She would tell me that I was attractive, she was interested in a few similar things like anime, and was introverted like me. She was so nice in the beginning, very sweet. But then she told me she was diagnosed with BPD and started telling me that I don't offer women anything, that I'm not affectionate with her, that I don't make enough money for her, and that she needs me to give her kids now because she was 25 and couldn't wait after 30. She complained about work all day, but all she did was be a cashier, and she kept saying work wasn't meant for her. She was also very racist to Hispanic women and even told me to off myself. So be careful who you meet on Reddit. Story 83. I love looking at obese cats when I'm sad. It's not right, it's not okay. I feel bad that I enjoy this cause the inherent like. Animal health is okay when they're this chunky. It's like animal abuse. I know it's not healthy for the cats to be that heavy. It's probably wrong. I shouldn't love looking at them, but they're so cute and round. Smiling face with hard eyes. Like an adorable lil squishy meatball made of fur with lil ears. This is a guilty pleasure of mine, and I don't encourage people get their cats this fat. But they make me squee. No matter how bad my day is. I have a lil folder and obese, chonky as freak round boy kitties I look at whenever I need a smile or feel depressed. Lil watermelons with ears and a tail still trying despite everything. That confident lil face. I have to reconcile this against the fact it's genuinely often a symptom of the cats not being treated correctly, but my brain just cuteness overloads for them loudly crying face. I don't drink, I don't smoke, but fat fucking cats are my guilty pleasure loudly. Story 84. Is it okay for a girl to have a foot fetish? I've had a foot fetish for as long as I can remember, and honestly I still feel weird admitting it out loud. Like I know people joke about it all the time online, but for me, it's actually a real thing and not just some meme. I've never told anyone in real life because I'm scared they'd instantly think I'm creepy or gross. The thing is, it's not even about anything extreme. I just genuinely find feet attractive, and it somehow became a huge turn-on for me over the years. I notice them way more than normal people probably do, and my brain immediately locks onto them. I think the worst part is trying to date while hiding it because eventually the topic comes up somehow, and I panic every single time. A couple people I hinted it to reacted okay, but I still felt embarrassed after. I guess I'm posting this because I want to know if anyone else has a fetish they're low-key ashamed of even though it's harmless. Feels kinda isolating sometimes. Story 85. Confused about my new sexual experience. Straight male 30 and lately I've been sexually experimenting and I'm not sure what to think of it. I've always loved porn oral creampies or when my girl lets me cum in her mouth. I find it so hot watching someone cum right in a girl's mouth and swallowing it. Girls always make it seem so good and fun. One day I was watching a really hot video where this chick boyfriend comes right on her tongue and swallows. She made it look fun and so sexy. I was super horny and got curious. I thought if I expected girls to swallow, I should at least see what it feels like. I wanted to know how I taste and if it's as fun as I saw in the videos. So one day I tried some. It tasted all right, didn't really have a taste, but the texture was good. But that was just the start. Here's the problem. Since then I kept thinking about doing it again. Days passed with it still on my mind all the time. I wanted to try more and see if it was different, so I did it again and to my surprise it tasted so freaking good. It had a taste and texture I really enjoyed. In the moment I felt guilty doing it, but I couldn't help my craving. I just kept eating more like I was feral. Now I feel like I'm addicted to doing it. Anytime I watch porn now with a facial or oral cream pie, I get jealous of the girl and start craving mine. The crazy part is the more I swallow, the more I crave it. It tastes so good it's an addiction for me now. I don't know if I'm losing it, but sometimes I still feel bad about doing it. Sometimes when I swallow, I think to myself I can't believe I did that. But it tastes so delicious and feels so good in the moment, I can't help myself to swallow more and keep thinking about it when I'm horny. I'm just not sure how I should feel about all this and if it's normal. Starting to judge myself. Story 86. I tried to kill myself yesterday. Hi, I'm in law school living with parents. In my family, I am a complete loser. and in my attempt to die, I realized I truly was a loser. I failed straight FS, an entire semester of undergrad before COVID put us in lockdown, and had to take 2.5 years off from school before returning and finishing my undergrad degree. So I took twice as much time to graduate than my peers. I was pre-med, but I realized soon in undergrad that I didn't want to be doctor, told my parents what I was truly interested in, and was called a selfish, silly jerk. After that, I went into shock mode, which ended up causing depression and anxiety, as I tried to hang on to the thread of pre-med, leading to my semester of FS. I hid this from parents and came home during COVID under the guise that it's online classes. I then lied and went back to school to finish my degree, was subsequently caught the semester I was going to graduate. I then told my parents I wanted to study law because I thought it would be the best alternative to continuing med school because I didn't want to disappoint them. And ultimately, I wanted to be a part of their American dream. But I am struggling because it wasn't what I wanted to do with my life. My mom became paranoid after finding about hiding my grades and going back to school, so she calls me a piece of lying trash loser every single day, micromanages my school account, assignment, grades, and life in general. She told me she'd rather me dead because she's embarrassed of my law school's name not having prestige reputation, and because I graduated undergrad late. I've tainted and made her life living heck. And as much as I know I deserve this loss in life and autonomy, a part of me was dying, and I was slowly regressing back to that period of shock, depression, and anxiety, which culminated in the decision to just end it all because I felt so much like what she was calling me. But in some twisted fate, I chose the hottest and most humid day this month in my state to decide to burn coal and try to die in the car, because it's supposedly a more peaceful way to pass. I ended up staying alive despite nearly 30 minutes of co-inhalation, because my car ended up being a sauna, so my sweat particles were producing just enough O particles to keep me alive. No, I don't think I have brain damage because I just had a small headache that went away after rehydrating myself. I was incredibly lucky, and I take this as a sign from God that perhaps I'm more than what my mom thinks of me and what I've come to perceive of myself as. I'm truly a loser because the one choice I made for myself to die didn't even work out. And I realized in that moment, I've never made a choice in my life without considering my mom or dad or having them be a factor. I've never made a choice for myself on my own while that wasn't something I had to do or did for someone else. I never made a truly autonomous choice. So I lost physical autonomy through my mom's micromanagement, but I lost myself in allowing others to make choices for me. And this what was I am eating me inside out. So I made the choice that night with tears running down my face that I wanted to live, and the first step would be to get out of this toxic environment. It may have taken a long time to get here, and maybe I am old and behind, but I am taking actions to realize this choice, and I've never been more scared but free feeling. In the aftermath of my attempt, I couldn't air out the car sooner than my mom returning from work. So I decided that cleaning out the car would be next day task. My sister ended up using the car in the evening and asked if I smoked, and I told her no, but that I had tried to die. She came home and hugged me, probably the first hug I've ever had in nearly 10 years. We hugged for a minute and just cried. And I realized that my life isn't as small and that there are still people who care. I also know that my mom acts this way because she believes, perhaps she knows, I have more potential in me that I haven't been able to bring out. And I'm realizing that's because I keep trying to attain things that aren't suited for me and not something I chose to do. This was a long, messy rant, but I wanted to put this somewhere because maybe someone else will read this tonight and realize they too should make the decision, the choice, to live. Story 87. I go to the casino daily for the bathrooms. So I do Uber Eats during the evenings nights as a second job, and unfortunately in my city, there's very few public bathrooms at all. One random day I really needed to go to the bathroom, and the only place open I could find was the casino. So I go in there, and I found out that they had these truly amazing and fancy bathrooms, amazing mirrors for photos, and very clean unlike any other bathroom in my city. So ever since whenever I need to use the bathroom, I go there. I've never spent a single cent at that casino on anything, and I'm not sure how long it will take them to catch on to this, or if I can get kicked out for only using the restrooms. But it's become my own personal little secret. Story 88. I have never told this full story. I am a 31-year female. When I was 11 through 13, I was best friends with a girl my same age. We spent a lot of time together at each other's houses, with each other's siblings, and at school. We went on trips with each other's families. She had much older brother who had a wife and kids. 5-ish months into our friendship, we were all at her parents' house having a party. He asked me in front of our families if I would start babysitting his kids so he could go to work and make money for his kids because his wife ended up leaving him and the kids. I said, of course, I am 11 and trust everyone due to small-town living. He said he would pay me, so I was pretty excited. I babysat a lot, and he gave me money a lot and a phone so I could reach him at work if something were to happen to the kids, or for him to reach me if he needed me to babysit. I would stay the night and sleep on the couch in the living room. When I was at his house, nothing weird or sexual happened, but he would come home sad because the wife or whatever. So I would try and make him happy, clean, cook, make his bed, and whatever else I could think of. He started hugging me tighter and complimenting my hair, jeans, and shirt or whatever. I still thought everything was normal, and he liked the extra things I was doing. Fast forward a bit and his wife took the kids, so I wasn't going to his house anymore. The babysitting had ended and no more cleaning his house. But he told me to keep the phone just to answer if he ever calls or texts me. Okay, crap, yeah, I will keep the phone. Free phone at 12 was the crap. I lived way out on a 345-acre ranch in Colorado, but I could get service if I climbed the hill where I could see a road. He would text and call sometimes, and he was coming over to my house, a lot saying he wanted to hang out with my sister, whom is 10 years older than me, or with my mom, who was good-looking then. He would stand in the hallway or my bedroom and talk to me about how he wished he still had the kids so I could come over again, and how I was so much better at taking care of him than he was. When everyone would go to sleep, he stayed up and offered me beer. I thought he was the coolest. By then I could trust him with all of my secrets, and he never told anyone what we did. I was 13 now, and he would come out to the ranch to give me things while my mom was gone. 14 comes around, and he is letting me drink and smoke in his truck and take me places. By the way, I had not been friends with that girl for over a year now, and he was still talking to me and spending time with me. He was on my side about what his sister had done and was giving me affection. I moved out of state at 14 with my dad and his late wife when I was 14. I had my own phone by then, but of course he knew the number, so we stayed in contact. We texted and called 24/7, night and day, in school and wherever else I was. The conversations got more and more sexual through the next year. I thought it was because he knew I was so much more mature than other girls, along with trusting, and I thought he loved me, as he said over and over. Right, everything I wanted him to be he was, and I was his. This is all so gross and hard to write. We sent pictures to each other also. He had me convinced this is all normal behavior. He would tell me how much he missed me and how he is saving money to come see me so he can have me. By now my mind is blown. I am so in love and absolutely enamored by this guy. How could someone this mature love me this much? After months of saying he is saving money, he said he was ready to come see me. I told my dad that my friend and I were going to the game. He came to my town, rented a motel room, then picked me up at the football field. He had rented a nice truck, but he made me think it was his. I loved trucks. We got to the room and he apologized about it being a small motel with a small, terrible bed, but he had to give the ex-child support so they could be taken care of. What a good man, right? Anyways, he wasted no time in getting me naked and disgustingly taken my virginity. I was short and skinny, still am. He was taller than me and chubby. The sex didn't feel good. His jerk was small and fat like a tunic, and so he didn't get in that far. He was really sweaty from that 45 seconds of freaking. So anyways, yeah, my dad found out and it was really, really bad. That's when I learned that it was wrong. I was 15 and he was 35, so freaking gross. And it didn't even click how bad it was until I was around 21. I had still been seeing him during the summers at my mom's after it happened. I forgot to mention that his best friend was doing the same thing to another girl. That girl and I found out a few years later, and we have been best friends since then. I am in my early 30s with kids now, and I never want that to happen to my daughters. There is a word for it now. It's grooming, and I was groomed. I don't think I have even told my husband all of this. There is so much more to this story. Maybe I will do a follow-up post at some point. He is a disgusting old man who is doing this to multiple girls, just like me. And I don't know if he has or will ever be caught. Thank you for reading this. Story 89. AIO for getting increasingly uncomfortable with my boyfriend's jokes about wanting a stay-at-home wife, because they stopped feeling like jokes a long time ago. I have been with my boyfriend Marcus for about a year and 8 months. In the beginning, things were genuinely good. He was funny and attentive and the kind of person who makes you feel like the most interesting person in the room when he talks to you. We got along easily, had similar taste in most things, and I felt comfortable around him faster than I had with anyone before. I want to say that up front because I think it matters for what comes next. This is not a story about someone who showed red flags from day one that I ignored. It is a story about something that started as a small, uncomfortable feeling and has been growing quietly for months until I cannot dismiss it anymore. First joke happened maybe 4 months into the relationship. We were at his friend's place for a gathering, and someone brought up the topic of relationships and what people wanted long-term. Marcus put his arm around me and said something like he was looking for a woman who wanted to stay home and take care of things so he could focus on work. And then he laughed and added that a free maid and cook was basically the dream. Everyone laughed. I laughed too because it was framed as a joke, and the room was relaxed, and I did not want to be the person who kills the energy over an offhand comment. I filed it away and did not think much about it. Round that same time, I started noticing other small comments that individually felt dismissible, but collectively were building into something I could not ignore. We were watching a news segment once where a female politician was being interviewed, and Marcus said she seemed like the type who probably ran her household like a dictatorship too, then laughed and said powerful women were exhausting to be around. I did not respond. He moved on like he had said nothing. Another time, I mentioned a female coworker who had just been promoted above a male colleague who had more seniority. Marcus raised his eyebrows and said something like she must be very persuasive, with a tone that made the meaning clear even though the words were technically neutral. When I said that was an unfair assumption, he said I was too sensitive and that it was just an observation. Once when I was frustrated after a hard day at work and venting to him, he listened for a while and then said women always catastrophize work stress and that men just get on with it. I looked at him, and he said he was joking and that I needed to learn to take a joke. I dropped it because I was already tired and did not have the energy to explain why that particular joke was not funny. The second time the SAHM comments came up was about 2 months after the first. We were cooking together in his apartment, and I made a comment about a promotion I was going for at work. He said something like enjoy it while it lasts and then winked at me. When I asked what he meant, he said he was just kidding and changed the subject. I let it go. But then more small things kept accumulating. When I drove us somewhere and took a wrong turn, he made a comment about women and directions that he followed with a grin. When I beat him at a card game with his friends, he said I must have cheated because women do not understand strategy games, and then laughed loudly when I stared at him. When I mentioned that I had handled a difficult negotiation at work, he said I probably just smiled my way through it, and then immediately said he was kidding when he saw my face. Each one landed soft. Each one came wrapped in a smile or a laugh or the word obviously. Each one had a ready-made exit if I pushed back. I am just joking. You are so sensitive. I did not mean it like that. Can you not take a joke? The third time the future comments came up was different because we were alone, and there was no audience and no social pressure to laugh it off. We were talking about our future in the vague way couples do when things are going well, not a serious planning conversation, just the kind of soft speculation that feels nice when a relationship is comfortable. I mentioned wanting to keep building my career, and he said something like we would figure that out when the time came, that his priority would be providing enough that I would not need to work, and that he had always believed a home ran better when one person was fully dedicated to it. I said that was an interesting way to look at it and asked if he saw that as something he wanted for us specifically. He said he guessed he did, that he did not think it was a big deal, and that a lot of women actually preferred that kind of setup. He said it in a completely reasonable tone, like he was describing a preference for a type of coffee, not outlining a vision for my future that I had never agreed to. That conversation stayed with me for days. Since then, I have been paying attention in a way I was not before, and what I have noticed has made the uncomfortable feeling significantly worse. He makes comments about how nice it would be to come home to a cooked meal after a long day, and when he says it, he is looking at me. He has mentioned twice that he does not really believe in couples who outsource household tasks because that is what a partner is for. When I bring up career goals, he listens and responds supportively, but there is a pause before he does that I have started to dread. The jokes have continued too. He made a comment once that women who prioritize career over family always seem bitter by 40. He said it while we were watching a documentary about a successful female executive, and he shook his head slightly like he felt sorry for her. I asked him if he genuinely believed that, and he said he was just making an observation, and that I always turned everything into a debate. He told a joke at dinner with his friends once about how the best thing about dating a smart woman was that she could manage both the household and the finances, so he did not have to think about either. His friends laughed. I smiled because I did not know what else to do in that moment, and then excused myself to the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror for a while. Last month he made a comment to his brother about how I was going to make someone a great homemaker one day, and then caught my expression and said he was obviously joking. Was he, though? I have tried to bring it up twice. The first time he said I was reading too much into harmless comments and that he respected my ambitions completely. The second time he got slightly defensive and said he did not understand why I kept turning lighthearted things into serious conversations and that it felt like I was looking for problems. He was not aggressive about it. He said it calmly and then moved on, and by the end of the evening things felt normal again, and I wondered if I was in fact making something out of nothing. But here is what I keep coming back to. I am 25 years old. I have been building my career for 3 years, and I am good at what I do, and it matters to me in a way that is not casual or replaceable. The version of my future that Marcus seems to be quietly sketching out is one where that part of me gets set aside so that his life can run more smoothly. And every time I try to name that directly, he reframes it as a joke or as me being oversensitive, and I walk away feeling like I imagined it. I have not imagined it. I have a memory, and I have been keeping a mental record, and the pattern is consistent enough that I cannot explain it away anymore. What scares me the most is not any single comment. It is the architecture of all of them together. The SAHM jokes and the women and directions jokes, and the she probably smiled her way through it comments, and the women who choose career are bitter by 40 observation all fit together into a picture of how he actually sees women. And I am a woman, and I have been sitting in that picture for almost 2 years slowly realizing that the frame was never something I agreed to be inside of. I have not broken up with him. I have not had the full direct conversation yet because every time I try to find the words I think about how he will look at me with that calm, reasonable expression and tell me I am overreacting, and I will spend the next week wondering if he is right. But I am 25, and I am watching the shape of someone else's vision for my life get sketched out in jokes I am not supposed to take seriously, and I am sitting here asking strangers on the internet if I am crazy for being scared of what happens when the jokes run out. AIO. Story 90. I think my manager wants to sleep with me. I have been working at this grocery store for a little less than a year now, and ever since I started working there, I had a small crush on one of my managers. However, I decided to ignore my feelings and remain professional, especially since he's much older than me. But when my shift got changed to the same shift as his, we started talking much more frequently, and I was pretty sure he was flirting with me. Then he got my number and started texting me nearly every day, even when he was at work and I was at home. But I could never tell if he was just being friendly or flirty. I'm extremely oblivious and often don't pick up on these teasings, but I was loving the attention. He asked me to hang out recently. I declined since I had plans, but I honestly was considering the offer. And now lately I'm noticing the way he acts around me, the way he looks at my body, or he gets frustrated if others are talking to me. He wants to hang out with me and he'll stand really close to me at work. Sometimes he seems so down bad for me that it gives me butterflies. But he hasn't actually confessed anything, and neither have I. I don't actually want to pursue a relationship because that could lose both of us our jobs. And he is way too old for me, but he's so dang hot and fun to be around. Should I flirt back and just have some fun for a while? Or should I wait for him to make the first move and try to pursue me? I know I should probably stay professional and only be friends with him, but I'm so bored I could use a small scandal in my life. Story 91. Close to the top, conspiracy theorists will like this. I need to take this off my chest. It shouldn't cause me problems since I'm not naming anyone. It's easy to chalk up as a false story. It's just one among many elaborations of what is already public. And in the world, it's time of revelations, apocalypse. Background: I've been raised mainly by Freemason relative, who loved me but wasn't very good at it. And it was a really countercultural education, so to speak. In adolescence, I allowed this world to brainwash me into the religion of science, while only preserving a vague spirituality whose pillar was the unity of all things. That unity meant love was really important to me, which made me easy to Stockholm Syndrome. Yeah, I am using it as a verb. The encounter was at the end of my adolescence. I was vulnerable as I had a history of abuse, now healed. I started interacting with this guy who really reminded me subconsciously of what my Freemason relative used to tell me, but I had renounced those things as fairy tales. Interaction lasted years overall. He revealed many things, but I took things at face value in such a naive way. Two of those things among many. He heavily hinted at being a Bohemian Grove member, and super vaguely possibly hinted at being a Nephilim. In both cases, he didn't use those words, and I didn't understand at the time. I didn't even know anything about those two things. Freemason relative, after all, couldn't share many things, and I was a child when she was alive. He was very rich and not in the spotlight, and above politicians. I also think he was interested in genetics, and my ancestry was possibly relevant to our encounter, asked of my blood type and such. Our interactions were very ritualistic under the excuse of erotism. Sexless too, main idea was lowering my self-esteem and worshipping him. At some point he made me treat an object as if it was him, instructing me on the respectful way to interact with it. This action really resonated with the part of me that was looking to reconnect with my beloved Freemason relative through memories. I had a mystical experience with him of all people facepalm. At some point, sober obviously, I experienced melting the boundaries of myself and became one with him for a few seconds. I even read a couple of sentences in his language with correct pronunciation, even if I don't know anything about his language and I don't speak it. We spoke in English instead as a common language. I think he only vaguely noticed something was weird, and I didn't talk about it because it was irrelevant to our topic at the time, video games irk, and I didn't want to interrupt. At some point he rewarded a peak of my submission by telling me that maybe he wouldn't kill me even if I left him. Wait, what? I thought I was your /pet/. I considered that sentence a form of implicit blackmail, implying killing me for leaving was a thing, so I shouldn't leave, or he could consider killing me. And I had a personal rule that said I can't be blackmailed, so I left for a while. My subconscious gave me signs I was oblivious to. At some point, for example, I told him, I don't care if you eat babies for breakfast. But I didn't think he actually ate humans. It was a highly exaggerated expression to say that it didn't matter how cartoonishly evil he tried to be. He is a being living in the same world I live in and thus understandable. I referred to myself as a spider, a really weird image that I have never used otherwise and that I find interesting in light of Bohemian Grove motto that I had never heard at the time, weaving spiders not welcome basically. Almost as if my subconscious had caught our somewhat adversarial relationship before I did. I also find it interesting that there is reptilian symbolism associated with the agenda, and the guy used reptilian symbolism too, and spiders are animals that trap snakes sometimes. I don't want to get into the story of whether reptilians are a thing, it doesn't matter much. Just know that some humans are, different enough they basically belong to a different species in goals, abilities, energetic dynamic, and limitations. Our situationship truly ended when I split, which I now know is typical of M. Cultra, but it feels like it happened by mistake since it allowed me to rebel but didn't cause me to hurt others. Dissociation officially only develops in childhood too, so I'm not sure he thought he could split me. Through meditation, extreme discipline, and love, paradox. But it's because I tried so hard to understand him that he had the misfortune of me managing to. I developed another personality that was very similar to him in his understanding of power. Which means I said bye. Neither fear nor love belonged to me anymore. Reality was bending to me and I didn't need anyone. I had myself, my willingness to lovingly listen to myself, my infinite willpower, sun through the window, unburdened presence, and the eternity in a drop of water. My inner world changed again many times afterwards. And with Epstein files, I finally understood there is an entire occult world out there I had no explicit idea of, and I put things together. I could technically name him or give details, but I know it would be dumb, even assuming my lack of consent to being harmed would protect me even if I gave that much trouble. After all, I have no proof everything is deniable. I would be easy to discredit. What would you do if you had the name of this seemingly random guy and this person on the internet telling a story? And it would make people focus on names and make them feel helpless. This guy is above the law if there has been no justice for the Epstein case, which happened at an inferior level of power. While the correct focus is reclaiming power, revoking consent, this is important. Their religion requires our consent to harm us. Often implicit, obtained through tricks, but consent nonetheless. So don't let the learned helplessness stop you from taking it away explicitly. I literally recommend writing to people that do things you do not consent to, even when it feels ridiculous, even when it feels dangerous. Just say you do not consent to being harmed in that case. That one works. I don't know if it works limitlessly, but it certainly has a big effect. Recognizing the illusion. Story 92. As a man whose 3 assaulters have all been female, I am so sick of people using my experience to justify misogyny. So often when a woman will post about the epidemic of men assaulting women or rape culture, or their personal experience with a predatory man or statistics around male rapists and female victims, misogynistic men will go in the comments and say, well, what about men who are assaulted by women? As a way to dismiss these women. The men who say this never freaking genuinely care about the experience of people like me. If they cared, they would equally support women who have been assaulted by men because sexual assault is horrible no matter who it happens to. If they cared, they would genuinely come to the support of men who have been assaulted by women when they struggle because of it instead of all the typical "it's not that serious." Man up. At least she was hot. You must have enjoyed it. I am so jealous, etc. I want my experience and amp. The experience of many other men to be genuinely supported, believed, and amp. Considered in our own right instead of just a misogynistic counterpoint to women trying to raise awareness or share their experience. Women who have been assaulted, I believe you and amp. I am sorry that comments like those that dismiss your experiences and amp. Advocacy. Men who have been assaulted, I believe you and amp. I am sorry that comments like those ignore your trauma in favor of using it to perpetuate more harm. P.S. Similar goes for Men's Mental Health Month and AMP, Pride Month. Story 93. How do people do casual hookups? Got out of a relationship a while ago and put myself back out there. I was looking to just casually date and meet people. Almost immediately met a guy that was exactly my type in looks and personality. He started off saying he was looking for almost a FWB thing, and that worked fine for me until I met him. I already know this situation is going to destroy me when I eventually want more, and he doesn't because he was upfront with. Story 94. I am a nymphomaniac. I am so deadass when I say this. I am horny 24/7 and genuinely am in need of constant attention. It's like I'm a cat in heat. I constantly need reassurance, but that's just regular all BPD me, so it's generally like that. And I am promiscuous and super flirty with random guys. I'm platonically affectionate with all my friends, but I'm way more about guys like I don't know how to word it. It's actually eating at me and I'm stressing like I genuinely need sex 24/7, and it's really stressing me out, like I'm having freaking dick draws even though I just had sex the night before last night. It was so good I'm craving more, and I love being complimented about how I do in bed. It's starting to affect me, like seriously affect me. I'm a freaking nymphomaniac. I mean, I only sleep with people I genuinely find attractive, so I'm not just sleeping with just about anybody, but still. And I keep sending butt pics. It boosts my confidence. I don't know how to make it stop. I'm not bipolar, I have BPD, but I'm in this manic-like state and have been for a while. I will literally have a target on guys I'm attracted to and will pray and beg the universe that he will eventually come around and freak the crap out of me. Like I write men down that I want to freak, and I'm always afraid of them leaving me and me not being able to finish my conquest, if that makes sense. It seriously feels like I am compelled to do this. Like I have to have sex with a guy I have my eyes on, or else it's like a missing assignment I haven't finished. It is genuinely affecting me really badly. What the heck do I even do? Help. Edit, PLS, do not come into my direct messages being horny. I will block you. This is a genuine vent about my hypersexuality and how it's affecting my life. Story 95. I asked my grandma what she'd do if she were 20 again. I asked my grandma a question. If you were 20 years old again, what would you do differently? I didn't expect her answer to hit me the way it did. She said she would go back to school and become a nurse. When she was only 13, her father died. That's when everything changed for their family. Instead of studying, she had to work. She became a helper for other people, washing clothes, doing whatever she could just to earn a little money. She only finished grade 6. What broke my heart the most is that she said nobody ever knew she wanted to be a nurse. She kept that dream to herself until I asked her. She's 81 now. And hearing her say that made me realize something. Sometimes we forget how privileged we are. Today, studying is normal. Back then it was. For her, survival came first. She was the strongest woman I met. My Lolo cheated on her, but she stand firm. Didn't remarry, and when my Lolo's mistress died, she welcomes him back to their home. Took care of him when he's bedridden. Never shed a tear even when my Lolo died. But when she's sharing that story of her, her voice cracked, and that I know how deep that dream is. I hope in her next life she would achieve her dreams. Story 96. I found out who my husband really is. My husband and I were married for 9 years, together for 14. In the past 10 years, my husband formed an addiction to alcohol. Before we had kids, there were nights he wouldn't come home and would tell me he passed out in a parking lot because he felt unsafe to drive home. Doubtful. Things got better during COVID when he couldn't go to bars every day. He was still drinking IPAs every night, but at least he was home and not being reckless. Last year, my husband got laid off from his job. That's when it all started. It took 8 months for my husband to find another job, and he was once the breadwinner. He was so lazy about unemployment he would forget to do it for many weeks, and I would get no financial assistance at all from him. I broke down many times to him about the stress of paying childcare for 2 kids and a mortgage by myself. Those two costs alone for our family are $4,000 gross times we live in. What I did not know is that during this time, my husband wasn't just looking for a new job. He was drinking very heavily and hiding it from me. I trusted my husband to pick up and drop off my kids at school because I work an hour away from our home. Until one day, I confronted my husband about his drinking. He's always been a jealous man. I couldn't have guy friends because they're all just out to freak me, don't you know? And his rage was getting out of control. I told him that he needed to get a hold on the drinking or my girls and I were going to have to leave him. He seemed like he was taking me seriously. The drinking slowed. I told him I was so proud of him for how quickly he took action on that. But when I said those words to him, I felt the shame that bounced back from my praise. I knew then that he wasn't telling the whole truth. One day, my daughter left her backpack in the car, so I went to get it. When I opened the door, the whole car smelled like alcohol. My husband had not been drinking at home, so I looked around to see if there were beer cans in the car. I didn't find any, but as I sniffed around, I realized his coffee cup was full of beer. I approached him, furious, because he was drinking and driving with an open container while picking up my kids from school. He confessed to me that he would sit in his work parking lot and chug cans of beer before driving to get the girls. Then when I would go to sleep at night, he would drink many beers. One night he admitted to drinking 8 beers while I was asleep in bed next to him. I was shocked that he could hide this from me and absolutely furious that he put my kids in danger like that. He broke down and cried that he needed help and I helped him look into rehab, but he never went. Things did seem to improve, though. I checked our accounts daily to see if he was buying alcohol. He switched to nub beer and that seemed to help a lot. One day, after my husband and I were done playing a video game together, I was sitting next to him by his computer looking at something. I noticed he got an email from a site called Chatterbait while I was sitting there. Nothing about that name seemed innocent, so I did some digging. I was able to guess his login and get access to his account. I found out that this man has been sending thousands of dollars to cam girls online for years. The problem got worse when he was laid off from his job. I approached him about it and he admitted to it. He had to, really. I had all the proof. He stated that he's a sex addict. He even opened a secret credit card that now has a $7,000 balance just from paying cam girls. So while he was laid off, I was crying to him constantly about the stress of trying to put food on the table and a house over our heads for our kids. He was sending money to support other people. While he watched us freaking struggle, he continued to choose himself over his family. That hurt me harder than I can explain. I told him I wanted a divorce, and things have spiraled from there. Friday, 2 weeks after separation, still living in the same house. Someone blasts my husband on Facebook for being on a dating site, telling people he's looking for a new family while he hasn't even changed his Facebook status or picture. So women start messaging me telling me that my husband is freaking around with other women, thinking that he was just lying about being separated. This was incredibly embarrassing for me because people on my friends list saw it, and I had not told many of my friends and family about the divorce yet. So not only did he expose his real self to everyone, but my business was exposed against my will before I was ready to talk about it. And he's just freaking gross. He did not understand what was so wrong about this, and in fact, asked one of our friends if he wanted to see pictures of another girl that he's still talking to on that dating app. Saturday, our AC breaks in our house and it's 90 degrees outside. We are all sleeping in very minimal clothing. My daughter woke up at some point in the night, and I put on more clothing so my husband wouldn't see me half-clothed when I checked on her. I went back to bed without taking my clothes back off. As I'm asleep, I feel my covers being lifted from the bottom near my butt. I wake up fully and see that my husband is trying to look at me naked while I'm sleeping. This absolutely disgusted me and has really messed me up mentally. I woke up and told him to get the freak out of my room. The next morning, I told him if it happened again, I would call the cops. He never acknowledged nor denied what he did. But the way it's haunting me at night now is something that I hope will one day go away. A realtor also came by on Saturday and told us that we needed to pack our house in the next 2 weeks to sell it on our target. I have packed every night after I get off of work. I've packed up 3 rooms now. He has not packed a single thing even though he took the whole week off of work. The next woman who has this man-child thrust upon her, I pray that you are wiser than he will jump to someone else to be dependent on and baby him so that he never has to face his problems and who he actually is. He is malicious and cruel. I was naive and too trusting. I should have seen the signs, but I genuinely believed that he worshipped me and trusted him that he wouldn't hurt me. I'm a dummy, so is he. Don't let yourself be made a fool of too. Story 97. Really struggling after I caught a guy with a crowbar in my yard and a truck in front of my gate. I work for myself, and so I get to choose to stay up all night and sleep until 1 p.m. Recently, a housemate has been gone attending to her mother, and so I guess when I'm passed out all day, it seems like the place is completely empty. 2 days ago, for literally no reason, I woke up an hour and a half earlier than usual. Literally, the moment I walk into my kitchen, I hear noises at my front gate. First, I brush it off as it being the wind or mail, but then I heard more noises and the gate actually open. So I get my keys, somehow have the presence of mind to prevent my dog from running out in front of me. And as I unlock my door and stick my head from around the corner, I'm staring right at a dude in my yard with a crowbar in his hands, and a truck behind him in front of my gate. He notices me, and at first I assume it's like some kind of maintenance or city-related thing. But then, of course, I realize they just cut my lock, and of course the crowbar. He just stares at me, turns around, and opens my gate, while his buddy in the truck starts preemptively pulling out of my driveway. And BTW, realizing there's possibly several of them, even though they were actively retreating, was not fun at all. I have never felt more in danger that when that silly truck started reversing, then he has the gall to not close my gate properly. When they go out of view, I go back into the house to wait for them to leave. Then I find a new lock that I have laying around and go secure the gate. And that's the entire event. Even though nothing particularly bad happened, it's the what-ifs that really mess with me. What if I slept late? What if they rushed me? Like, isn't it so freaking bizarre that people could theoretically just pull up to my gate one day and decide to murder me? And then pawn my garbage but Black Friday TV and hard drive full of unfinished beats for $100. On that day, I could have woken up, having done nothing wrong but choosing to have a strange routine, just to be murdered by a group of people looking for a quick buck. I would have died pointlessly, having achieved very little in life, yet still leaving a gaping hole in the lives of those around me, vacating the small but important function I play in their lives. I wouldn't have got to finish any of the projects I am working on. I would have never been able to surmount my struggles. Instead, I got lucky, and now I'm paranoid and I can't sleep. And I still can't finish my beats, which isn't that notable, but I can also no longer win at chess. Every morning I go to sleep hoping they don't come back for me, barely get any sleep, then wake up expecting to find them at my gate, this time more determined to get their hands on my second-rate garbage. Story 98. I'm so freaking bored with life. It seems like it's an endless slog of work and BS until I just die. I'm 42, I have 2 small children, a wife, no savings, and boring but office job. I feel like I'm just going through these motions until may finally die. Most men in my family kick the bucket in late 50s, early 60s. I honestly feel like I'm just waiting till I die. I couldn't be more uninterested in living anymore. I feel like there is nothing here for me except providing for my kids. My wife hasn't loved me for a while and said she's gonna ride it out so the kids have a normal childhood. Also said once they are 18 she's gone. If I didn't have kids, I'd be punching my own ticket right now. Anyone else feel this way? Edit. Wow, thanks for all the positive and helpful comments. I was honestly just venting. I'm always alone and no one ever asks about me. Felt nice having you all help. Thank you. Story 99. I told my family we're moving abroad with their only grandchildren, and now I feel like the villain. Me, M35, and my wife have decided to move abroad with our kids, and honestly I feel kinda crap after telling my family. We live in a small town in southern Italy. My wife is from Northern Europe and she has really struggled here. Like really struggled. She hasn't managed to integrate much, she feels isolated, and I can see how much it's been weighing on her. And if I'm being completely honest, I'm not happy here either. I feel stuck. There's not much for me in this town, not many opportunities, and I don't want my kids growing up feeling like the world is smaller than it actually is. This wasn't a random decision. We spent almost a year thinking about it, talking about it, doubting ourselves, feeling guilty, then coming back to the same conclusion. We're moving to a country where we already lived before, so it's not like we're just running away to some fantasy place. We know what life is like there, and we genuinely believe our kids will have a better future there. I also think me and my wife will be better parents if we're not constantly unhappy and stressed. The hard part is that my kids are my parents' only grandchildren. I knew telling them would be painful. I wasn't expecting them to celebrate or anything. My dad was sad, but he tried to understand. My mom basically shut down and barely said a word. My sister got really angry and told me I'm selfish, that I don't care about family, and that I'm taking away the only real joy my parents have. And that hurt a lot. Because I get it, I really do. My parents love my kids deeply, and I know the distance will hurt them. I know they're getting older. I know this isn't easy. But nobody really asked why. Nobody asked how my wife is doing. Nobody asked how I'm doing. Nobody asked what kind of future we want for our children. It immediately became about my parents' pain, my parents' happiness, and how guilty I should feel. It's like our reasons didn't matter, like our mental health didn't matter, like the life we're trying to build for our kids is less important than keeping everyone else comfortable. I'm not trying to cut my parents out. I'm not trying to punish anyone. We'll visit, video call, send pictures, do everything we can to keep them involved. I want my kids to have a relationship with their grandparents. But I also don't think we should stay in a place that makes us unhappy just so other people don't have to feel sad. Still, now I feel awful. I feel selfish. I feel guilty. And part of me is angry that they made me feel this way when this decision was already hard enough. I just needed to get this off my chest. Story 100. I'm a safe place. It's my and my wife's anniversary today. She made a post about it on Facebook. She said a lot of nice things. It was great to read. But the one thing she wrote that made me feel the best is, "You are my safe place." Hanging out on social media and the internet in general, I'm usually bombarded by things saying how unsafe men are and how horrible men can be towards women. Seeing her say I'm her safe place makes me feel like I'm actually doing things right by her, and that means everything to me. It also makes me feel like I'm setting the right example for our children, showing the boys how to act and showing the girls how they should be treated, at minimum. The craziest part is, it's not even that hard. I mean, yeah, we work on the relationship, but making her feel safe. Like literally just don't be a jerk. Treat her like you actually love her and it falls into place. I'm someone's safe place, and as a man, that makes me incredibly happy. Story 101. I'm secretly having an abortion. 3 years ago, I had a very traumatic surgical abortion. I was 2 months away from being 18 and doing everything I possibly could to keep my parents from finding out, and when I got turned away from multiple clinics for not having a legal guardian with me, I buried my head in the sand and started pretending it wasn't happening. Eventually, the hospital called my mom worried for my well-being because I hadn't gone to the follow-up appointment, and they'd told her I was pregnant. At that point, I was around 20 weeks pregnant and had to travel 5 hours to London to the only clinic that would perform an abortion at that time of pregnancy. I felt defeated and ashamed that in the end my mom found out and took me all the way there. I hated every second of it, being laid down, tubed up, poked and prodded at, and put under general anesthetic. It was just terrible, and after that, I tried to put it to the back of my memory for good. Now, 2 weeks ago, I missed my period, and I have a feeling that I am pregnant. I took a test, and I'm at about 6 weeks, so I am able to take the abortion pills at home. I'm ashamed that I'm now on my second abortion. My BF has a habit of finishing inside me instead of pulling out without telling me, and I am too unconfrontational to tell him I don't want him to do that. Now, this is the same BF who got me pregnant 3 years ago, and I am just ashamed. When I saw the positive pregnancy test, I immediately emotionally checked out. I booked an appointment with MSI Choices for the abortion pill, and then pretended it wasn't happening. I had my telephone appointment today to confirm everything, and am picking up the pill on Wednesday. I am planning to start early in the morning, so hopefully the worst of it is over by the time he's home from work, and I can do it in secret. I know I am awful for not telling him I am aborting his child that I don't know about, but I just can't do it. These days I am so ridiculously afraid of vulnerability, and I remember how vulnerable I was back then. I don't want him to know what's going on, or to see me while I am actively miscarrying our child. I just feel shameful and embarrassed of it. My defense, last time, I only asked one thing of him throughout the entire traumatic process, which was that he came to see me when I got back home from London, and he didn't even do that. It felt like he didn't even care, and though we never spoke of it again. I never forgave him for not doing that one thing for me because after all I'd gone through, I felt so hurt that he wouldn't just do that one thing for me because he didn't want to get on the bus for an hour and a half. Anyway, that's basically it. I am having a secret abortion behind my boyfriend's back, but also right in front of him. I don't know. I'm just hoping nothing goes wrong so I don't have to tell him what's going on. I hope nobody sees this and thinks I am a horrible person. I don't feel great about this. I just want it to be over and never have to think of it again. Story 102. My customers don't know I'm Muslim. I'm a Muslim man who works for my family's business in a predominantly Jewish area. Most of our customers are Jewish, and I genuinely have nothing against Jewish people or any other group. They have no idea I'm Muslim. What's been difficult for me is hearing the things some customers openly say about Muslims, Islam, and people from the Middle East when they assume nobody around them is Muslim. Some of the comments honestly shock me. I've never experienced this kind of casual prejudice so directly before. Outside of work, it is easy to handle these situations because I'm not afraid of losing customers. The strange part is that these same people are kind to me personally because they don't know I'm Muslim. I've never told most customers because I honestly feel like some of them would stop coming back if they knew. It creates this weird feeling where I spend all day serving and talking to people who might completely view me differently if they knew who I was. I'm not posting this to attack anyone or start arguments. I'm just wondering if anyone else has experienced something similar, feeling accepted personally, while hearing people speak negatively about a group you belong to when they think nobody from that group is around. Story 103. The guilt is eating me. So I went out with my husband 5 nights ago to celebrate his birthday. We rarely go out as we never have a babysitter. We got super drunk and I was sick in my bed when I got home. I barely remember. We had a silly argument and I went and slept on my 4-year-old's floor. I went back to my bed before she woke. In the morning I got her dressed and my sister, who was minding her while we were out and stayed over, took her to daycare in the morning. I was much better when she got home. But the guilt and shame of getting myself in such a state won't lift. I feel like such a bad mother. I will never ever let it happen again, and she didn't know anything about this incident, but the shame is eating me. I just needed to get it off my chest. Also, to add, this is the first time since becoming a mom that I got drunk. Story 104. I didn't pick up the phone, and my dad died alone and confused. My elderly parents lived in the family home, and their plan was to live there until they died. My mother had a fall decades back that led to a brain injury with accelerated dementia plus mobility issues. My father was not well equipped to be a caregiver. He tried, but in 2021, Mom fell down some stairs, broke her hip, and the hospital wouldn't release her back to the home, so I had to put her into a facility. She is still alive, stable, and okay. Without his wife there within the house, my dad's own mental state deteriorated pretty rapidly, and we had a formal diagnosis of Alzheimer's less than 3 months later. There had been signs before this, but it might have just been normal aging and he had still been mostly functioning. I gradually took over managing the household bills and money, and then managing Dad's care. As my dad's condition progressed, the one thought he managed to hang on to was, I live here in this house, and I don't ever want to leave. So I did my best to honor that wish while keeping him safe. We had to take his car keys after he got lost because the road construction made the drive home unfamiliar. We hired a caregiver to come in Monday through Friday for 8 hours a day. My older brother and I took turns doing respite care on the weekends. This went on for a few years, but we hit a tipping point in 2024 when he became incontinent. Maybe it's shallow of me to say, but I was able to do his taxes, take him shopping, cook his meals, pay for his care, and make his doctor's appointments. But having to wipe crap out of my dad's butt crack was a kind of horror I simply couldn't handle. So I started looking for a good memory care facility for him, and after a few months we moved him in. His Alzheimer's was really advanced at this point. He was functionally nonverbal, so he couldn't really participate in his own care, and had lost a lot of basic daily living activities like dressing himself. While I wanted the memory care to work out, it seemed like he simply wouldn't be able to adapt to such a big change, but I wanted to give it time to see if it could work. About 3 to 4 weeks after he was moved in, after a few talks about him wandering at night and other behavioral issues, I crashed. It was a Saturday night. I was trying to relax and enjoy what previously would have been my weekend to take care of Dad. I went to sleep somewhat impaired and feeling exhausted emotionally as well as physically. The phone rang around 11 or midnight. I woke up enough to realize it was my phone. I knew it had to be the memory care home because no one else would be calling that late on a Saturday night. I knew something had happened, but I was exhausted. I just wanted to have a weekend where I wasn't a caregiver, where I could be done with all of the stress of the prior 6 months of caring for my dad and his late-stage Alzheimer's. I didn't pick up. I let them leave a message. I figured if it was really serious, they would call more than once, or they would call my brother and he'd call me, and I wasn't completely wrong. Dad had been wandering and had fallen down and bloodied his nose, so the facility called an ambulance, not a nursing facility, no nurses on staff, and sent him off to the nearest hospital. It was the wrong hospital for his health insurance. WHC the facility had on record, so it's an odd error. And so he had to be transferred the next day, but it seemed really minor, except for the part where he tested positive for COVID. He fell down Saturday night. Midday Monday, he was transferred to the hospital his insurance covered, and they started him on some treatment for COVID, while also giving him antipsychotic medication because he was now fully delirious, having no idea what was going on around him, and being unable to recall enough language to either understand what he was being told or tell the doctors what he was experiencing. Tuesday afternoon, I got the call that he died from COVID-caused pneumonia. I hadn't visited him in the hospital, and neither had my brother. He died alone, delirious, scared, and drugged in an impersonal hospital room. If I had answered the phone on Saturday night, he might have gone to the right hospital that night instead of a day and a half later. He might have started treatment sooner and might have recovered. But he probably wouldn't have, and even if he recovered from COVID and went back to memory care, he'd still be delirious, confused, and unhappy until he died. I can tell myself that the day wouldn't have made a difference in the long run, that him passing quickly was better than the long, lingering death that he was likely to have in memory care. I can say that my choices led to what was likely the best outcome we could have had. But I can't silence or even completely ignore that voice that says, "You killed him. You sent him to memory care to die, and you ignored his needs at the end because you were too weak and too tired to do the right thing." Story 105. I don't understand Drake's popularity. Every modern Drake song off his new album sounds like someone typed generic Drake song into an AI bot and released it as a song. It's soulless. His new music is all him whining about the beef. He's also fake. He pretends to be one of the gangster blacks on some of his songs even though he's a former child star named Aubrey. He can't sing or rap. Never mind the fact that he is a pedophile as a cherry on top, they not like US. His music is so bad. When I saw that he dropped 3 albums, I thought who would ever take the time to listen to him, but apparently he has an audience still. Can people really not see through how fake his music is? Story 106. Okay, I guess I'll do everything. I'm 40, spouse 50. He was told his blood sugar is too high. His cholesterol is too high. His blood pressure is too high. Tells the doctor the typical, "This is a wake-up call. I'm going to eat right and exercise." Goes to a bunch of doctor's appointments. Had to get all kinds of blood work done. Repeated tests just to have the same results. A year later, same results. I don't want to pay for all of your medical cost when it's you're sabotaging yourself. He never ate right, kept drinking soda, eating candy. Never exercises, not even once. I have to pay for everything. He works, but over our relationship, I've always made more. I've had to give up my savings and go back to zero because he can't manage his money either. So now that he's 50, he's not able to be around anymore. Overnight, I changed everything with our diets, eating healthy, making sure he has the balance of foods that he needs. I even figured out how to exercise. He goes along with it but doesn't figure out a single bit of it. Doesn't start anything himself ever. I'd love to be the tag, along while someone else figures out my life for me. If it had known this was what marriage would be, I would never have done it. Now my dog needed surgery. That's costing me $12K and I'm in a financial crisis. I have no money saved up, and it's driving me into credit card debt. I'm never getting out of this hole. Story 107. I feel like I am losing my mind. I am 20. I just entered the real world and oh my freaking God. The more I learn how insane and corrupt our government actually is, the truth about the Epstein files, out current living crisis, cause tell me why the freak one tomato costs $6. I feel like I am going to some psychoses. I'm never usually online this much, but now I feel like I am a shut-in, I am insane and a theorist. But I'm not. I am a normal person. I have a job, I love going outside, I eat relatively healthy. I'm trying to move out, I want to go to college. But it's like the more I mention this crap to anybody, they look at me like I am going insane. My own parents tell me it's fine, like a 6 tomato is normal. Like 14 an hour is a livable wage for a family. Holy freak. At this point, I think they are trying to cope with the fact that it is insane all of this is happening, but they don't want to admit it. I am so freaking lost. Holy crap. Does anyone else feel like this? Is it just me? Story 108. I'm really sad over the US-Canada's current strained relationship, disappointed face. As in from the US, I always loved Canada growing up. I was always extremely grateful to have Canada as a friend and neighbor. I'm autistic and one of my largest hyperfixations over the years was countries' relationships with each other. I really loved having a good relationship with Canada and it made me feel happy. I'm devastated now. Now that the relationship is strained, probably for decades to come, I won't get to experience that anymore. I'm just starting out on life and things are getting worse and worse every day. I'm so angry at the people who caused this. I'm so ashamed as an American. This feeling, as dumb as it sounds, it's how I feel. I'm a sentimental person, so things like this really get to me. It feels incredibly lonely. A lot of people online make it seem like nobody actually cares, but I really do. I love Canada and Canadians with my whole heart and saw them as family growing up. I'm so devastated now that I can't sleep sometimes. Sorry for this, just needed to rant since I literally don't have anyone to talk to. Story 109. Coming home to myself. For years I've mourned my childhood self. The horrors I've faced through my life, I look back at photos of that innocent little boy and feel profound sympathy for what he is facing. I know the darkness in his life and in his future and that even now it hasn't found its end. And I know that none of it was his fault. I want to become the man he needed, the one that could save him. And in motivating me to become that man, he is saving me. Perhaps we can save one another in the end. Story 110. I got a rapist arrested, but my life is ruined. A few years ago, me now and my classmate were the only two boys in our class, and teachers would make us sit next to each other. He was a nice guy at first, but then he would start talking about his crush in a very sexual way. So I alerted his crush about it, but she didn't really care. He then started talking about raping all the girls in class and describing his sexual fantasies in detail to me even when I was begging him to shut up. Teachers, classmates, and even the police never cared about my complaints at all. In fact, the girls from our class simply defended him and called me out for allowing it to happen, and you called us slurs, when I never did. I lost a lot of my close friends at this time. Now fast forward a few years till a few months ago, almost none of my school friends were my friends anymore, and turned out that the guy was arrested for raping one of my classmates. Rather than blaming him, they all shifted their focus on me saying, "It's all your fault. You didn't warn us. You're just as bad as the murderers of Junko Furuta," and basically just comparing me and all other men to criminals and rapists. They complained to the principal about me, and I was completely isolated and literally even missing out on some of my school classes. Their parents called my personal phone number and sent me death threats and told me to never look at them again, and even tried filing a police report against me for sexual harassment of minors. They were also the popular girls, with 1K followers on Instagram who knew basically everybody in my city, and even my mutuals got the news that I am a criminal. My parents were mad at me for being involved. All my friends blocked me, teachers started treating me poorly. My grades fell by 8%, insomnia and depression all got worse, and my first love, who I liked for 4 years, who almost started dating me, started ignoring me until she eventually blocked me because she wouldn't accept the fact that I was telling the truth. She was not friends with my classmates previously, but now she is, and all they do is talk about my crimes together. I think this part hurt the most. For the past 2 months, I have had no social life, and all I do is play video games and listen to music in bed. I have nobody to talk to at all. I have a lot of suicidal tendencies and feel like throwing up whenever I go outside. I feel anxious in the shower, barely eat, and I have small dreams about murdering people almost every day, even when I doze for 30 minutes. I feel no motivation to exercise, smile, or do anything in general. Therapy has kind of helped, but it doesn't have much of an impact. I just feel betrayed by people who I thought loved me. I sometimes really wish I never told anybody about him and just stayed quiet. Story 111. Always lusted for, never loved. Posted here not too long ago saying I rekindled with an ex from 6 years ago. He was insistent on continuing to see me. The day after our date, he was going to the gym. He invited me along, so we went. We had a lot of fun, and I ended up staying over at his house. We didn't have sex, just cuddled and watched a movie before sleeping. Over the next few days, he was basically hanging out with me all the time whenever we weren't working. He was dropping me off to work and picking me up for us to hang out again. It was super nice until about a day or two ago. We finally had sex. It went fine. I enjoyed myself, and so did he, enough to warrant a few more times after the first. I stayed over, and he dropped me to work the next day as usual. Throughout the day, though, I noticed he was a lot more distant. I just asked him outright if he wasn't feeling things anymore, and he told me that he's fine to keep sleeping together but doesn't want a relationship with me. It just felt like a punch to the gut, especially seeing as he was super open about talking about this getting serious for him, and how he didn't realize he had missed me when we weren't talking for those 6 years. It just feels super lame. I feel like such an object constantly. I either get led on with the idea of a relationship building for them to dip once they get what they want, their jerk wet FML. Or at most I'm the girl they'll make out with at parties, and while intoxicated they'll tell me they've either never felt this way, or that they want to see me more outside of the party setting to just tell me it's not what they're after. I'm so tired of only being lusted over. I'm truly convinced the problem is me, and I just can't ever be proper girlfriend material. Edit. Thank all of you for your support and advice. I didn't expect this post to gain so much traction, but waking up and seeing people offer their own takes, their own experiences, and just kind words is amazing. I can't reply to every comment right now, screw having to get ready for work, but I see all of you. Thank you all. Story 112. I've just been told I have depression with psychotic features. I don't know what to think about this, honestly. I suspected I had depression, but not that with it. It's just weird to process, I guess. I don't know what to think about it. I told the doctor I have hallucinations when I'm stressed, but that my new SSRI medication has helped them a lot. I was put on for generalized anxiety disorder. Once she asked some other questions to confirm I didn't have a psychotic disorder, she told me that I have depression with psychotic features. Specifically, she used the major depressive diagnostic criteria for the depression diagnosis. I don't know if that matters or not since I'm still really new to this whole thing. But psychotic features. I knew hallucinations were uncommon, but for me they're just a part of life and only happen when I'm stressed. They're not scary either unless you count spiders. I used to have spider hallucinations a lot, but now spider ones are rare for me. Story 113. Got a biopsy for lymphoma. I've been sick for a few years. I have autoimmune disease overlap, and around 5 years ago I developed really large lymph nodes in my neck. Doctors said some people have large lymph nodes and a few other things, but eventually I let it go because I was told it was normal. Anyways, it wasn't because 2 years after my lacrimal gland became swollen and never went down, and it's 2026. I finally got an orbitomy after the oncologist began to suspect systemic lymphoma. I don't know how I feel about it. It makes sense given I have severe B symptoms, but at the same time, I've been going in circles with eye doctors and rheumatology eye specialists, said it was autoimmune, and my rheumatologists kept saying, "We don't think so, but we'll treat it." So they kept increasing the strength of my immunosuppressive drugs. Finally, before I go to biologics, they brought up cancer, stating that they cannot in good conscience escalate my care without them doing a workup for malignancy. So here I am, 2 days post the original poster with an eye swollen shut and bleeding tears. I'm not necessarily scared to have cancer. I'm more annoyed that my life plans and dreams have to go on hold while I figure this out. I think I'm more sad that I spent my whole life caring for people since I was 16, my disabled mom and my brother. Now I probably have cancer. It'll be treatable. I'm just upset at what feels like another setback. Another set of months and maybe years I'll never get back. Story 114. Am I the Jerk Neighbor Edition? My boyfriend, young children, and I moved in about 6 months ago. We noticed that a car was always parked in front of our house, came and went on a regular basis, NBD. One morning as I'm on the front porch, I see someone walking through my yard, turns out to be the owner of said car. They never knock on the door, so I went and introduced myself and tried to be friendly. They are in fact not friendly. The neighbor has a small dog, and I constantly witness them let it to go number 2 in our yard, actually walks the dog up into our yard for it to go to the bathroom, never cleans it up. They have people constantly park in front of our house and walk through our yard. We caught them stealing water from our water spigot, so we had to place a lock on it. I had put plants on the side of our house to come home to them, pulled out of the ground by our neighbor. They removed my decorations from my fence. All of this is caught on camera. Then today they put huge vines with thick thorns they cut down from their yard in my yard. That was the final straw. I grabbed them and placed them in front of their gate. My boyfriend is now mad at me for doing it and says let them do whatever they want. AMITH for being upset about all of this. AMITH neighbor. Story 115. Am I the jerk for being ticked off that I got stuck taking care of my brother-in-law's dog? My husband's brother asked him last minute to pick up his dog from the vet while he was in Europe. Somehow that turned into us having the dog for 4 days now. For context, I have a 3 and on different school schedules, so my days are busy with drop-offs, pickups, and everything in between, not home a lot. We also have a dog of our own. He's 8 and a bulldog, so very lazy, thankfully. I do want to say I love my BIL's dog, but she's elderly, on multiple medications, and has accidents in my house consistently. This isn't easy care. I'm the one primarily feeding her, giving meds, and cleaning up after her twos inside. My husband is at work most of the day, and he isn't great with the responsibility that she comes along with. Originally, I was told the dog would be picked up Sunday. Then Sunday turned into Monday. Now it's Tuesday, and she's still here with zero communication from BIL or my husband on a pickup date. When I called my husband to ask what's going on, he acted like he had no idea and then started questioning me. Why do you care? Is it really such a big deal? Telling me I'm overreacting. Am I the jerk? Story 116. Am I the jerk? My neighbors are threatening to call the cops and vandalize our house over their dog poop. So me and my BF moved into a 1800s townhouse in our hometown with my son, 7. The previous owners grew old there, and the home is very well taken care of. We promised to do the same. Our property owns our lot and the back half of the right-hand property looking from the street. The house on the right is owned by a guy in town who is very well known for selling drugs. They're constantly up to no good. Spicy scandals, garbage all over their yard, jail time, the street constantly filled with cops. He has kids too. We had trouble when he lived there. He tried to get us to sell the back half of his property to him. His daughter wanted to sun lounge in a bikini on the shed deck. We were firm with no, stay off the yard please. They complained they had dogs. The poor dogs have a leash attached to their side door that keeps it in the driveway, but they can reach our side yard. So it poops in our yard. There's a constant stream of people going in and out of the house from like 7 p.m. to m. From 11 p.m. 4 there never fails to be screaming, fighting, cops, loud trucks or motorcycles, music blaring. They ended up buying another neighbor's house who foreclosed he could no longer make payments of his drug addiction. Later, this woman, her teen daughter and toddler move into the right-hand property. And it's been the same issues, except we couldn't find the mom for like weeks, just the girls. The kids thought the yard with our trampoline, shed, deck, swings was theirs. They drove through our yard and left ruts in the grass before we could finally catch an adult to let them know it's our yard, and we don't want to cause trouble with them but to stay out. So they had been quieter, respecting our wishes. Until they got this dog, which they never chain up. It's been running through our yard, growling at guests. My BF was mowing, found a ton of dog poop in the way, so he pushes it back to their driveway, finishes mowing. My mom comes over, says the lady next door is just throwing dog poop all over our yard with a shovel. My BF is mad at this point. We've tried to be cool with these people to not cause trouble. He goes out and around and they say, do this crap again and I am smearing it all over your house, to which he says it's your dog, pick up after your dog. They are claiming it's not their dog, it can't even reach over their it's on the chain. He said it's never on the leash and I don't have a dog, freak you. And then the male over there started walking up, puffing his chest like he was going to fight. They said something about calling the cops on us if we pushed dog poop back into their yard. This week I was driving back home to see they have a big security sign in their window with a camera in their driveway. I just don't understand, are we the jerk here? Also, why have a dog when you know you have 0 yard space? But is there a way to resolve this issue? I don't feel this is going to fade away. I don't want to escalate this either. Story 117. Am I the jerk for indirectly telling my friend she's a leech? We're both. I am currently renting a room in her mom's house since I just got out of a bad relationship, and this will only be a temporary living situation. This is the only reason this friend is in my life again. We haven't really spoken much since we were teens. She lives at her boyfriend's apartment very close by. He pays for everything, though they are both always broke. She has not had a job in 3 years despite being perfectly capable. She has been trying to find a job, but just canceled yet another interview because she didn't feel like going. Her mom and I pay for her food all the time when she's over at the house, which is multiple days a week. We both give her rides constantly too since she cannot drive. Fortunately, I work long hours as a nurse, so I'm away from home a lot. Today she vented to me about how her grandma got mad at her for canceling another job interview, and she was saying that her family shouldn't be upset at her about that. She then said, like if I wanted to have a kid, my whole family would be mad at me. No one should be able to give you sh/*T about that if you wanted kids, and it should be the same for me. And I said, no. Because I'm self-sufficient. Everything I have is because of me, and you are heavily dependent on your mom and boyfriend, and now me. It's understandable that your family is upset at you for canceling yet another interview. It's disappointing for everyone, and we're tired of paying for all your meals, and your boyfriend can hardly afford rent on his own. I would never financially burden anyone, so our situations are completely different. Then she left the room and cried on the phone with her boyfriend. I don't feel bad because it genuinely is baffling to me how someone could be so comfortable living their life leeching off of others. Maybe AITA, though, and could have been more sensitive in my phrasing. Story 118. Today I messed up by accident involving myself in a money laundering scheme. This started last week as I was just about to turn 18. I got a direct messages on TikTok about someone wanting to use me as a reference for a painting, and they offered to pay. I said they could use me, but I didn't want to take any money for it because I didn't trust it. After a while of back and forth, I was given a number to text, and did because they had really sold me on the idea. They had screenshots and everything. They told me that they would send me the money, but couldn't send it directly to my bank account. It had to be Apple Pay then transferred to my bank account. Suspicious, I know. I got $90 sent to me from a random number today while I was at work and didn't recognize the number, but the guy I had been talking to said it was from him. It wasn't his number. The number texted me telling me to send the money back because they figured it was a scam. The guy had given this person my number to send money to that I was apparently supposed to send to him. I sent the money back to the girl and she kept cussing me out. I blocked all of the numbers and tried to explain to her what happened when her husband texted me. He was a lot more understanding and told me to get the police involved. I'm terrified. I honestly just wanted a bit extra money for college. I didn't know it would be dirty money. I know better than to take people's money because I have grown up with little money, so I'm disappointed that I even was involved at all. I'm lucky I was able to get things, mostly, right before I got too deep. Here's the short version. I accidentally involved myself in a money laundering scheme because I am unbelievably naive. Story 119. Today I messed up, asked my best friend if she was in a non-monogamy relationship. Today I royally messed up, my emotions took over and I asked her, Emma, if she was in a non-monogamy relationship and she said no. And with that I lost a best friend. We had been friends for quite some time now and we were pretty close. A couple of months ago I started to really like her, and then the emotions snowballed into being affectionate with her, and I couldn't keep these emotions in check. Today I had the fantastic idea to ask her if she was in a non-monogamy relationship. Why this question from all questions? Well, a couple of months ago we were sharing a room together with two other friends, said two other friends are in an open relationship. Let's call them Alex and Alice. So in the room there was me, Emma, Alex and Alice. One night the three of them went out together to party and I stayed in the room because I was very tired. After a certain amount of hours they returned all drunk. When they returned I was awake, but they didn't realize that was the case. The girlfriend of my friend Alice went to shower, I heard shower noises, and my two friends, Alex and Emma, stayed together talking about kissing. I won't go over the details, but basically I heard the sound of two people kissing each other. Apart from this instance, I can remember other subtle events like my friend Alex talked to me about how we should, Alex and his GF, Emma and another friend, try sex all together. Alex always gave me subtle weird, wait what moments. For example, once we were talking about some random subject and I mentioned the word biting. He then randomly told me, haha, my bite is more powerful than Y. Referring to Emma, don't ask me how I know this, haha. There is also other subtle hints that I won't go over. I lost my best friend because of this. I should have kept my curiosity and my emotions in check. Here's the short version. I asked my friend if she was in a non-monogamy relationship. She said no, and she ghosted me ever since. Edit, sorry guys, English is my second language and I'm too tired. I will edit this out eventually so it can be human readable. And no, I will not use AI. Edit 2. Emma is in a relationship with another person that is not in this story. Sorry, forgot to mention this. Story 120. My boyfriend keeps saying I feel too masculine in our relationship. My boyfriend has told me several times that I make him feel like he's dating a man or someone too masculine. His reasons are that my texts can be dry sometimes and that I'm very independent. I have my own career, own my house, my car is paid off, and I'm usually the person helping everyone around me. I'm also the older sibling in my family, so I've always been naturally responsible and self-sufficient. What confuses me is that I don't see how those traits make me masculine. To me, they just make me an adult. But he keeps bringing it up and it's starting to bother me. He was in the military, and sometimes I feel like there's a control dynamic where if he's not leading, then he views me as too dominant or masculine. I can't tell if he's intimidated by me, insecure, or if we just have different expectations in relationships. We're planning to have a serious conversation about this tomorrow because he says this issue keeps coming up for him. I honestly don't know how to take it or what to say back. Has anyone dealt with something similar? How would you interpret comments like this in a relationship? Edit, I did not mean that he gets on to me for having my own life and career. He's very proud of the things I've accomplished. It's other things that he says I'm too independent, such as trying to tell him which direction to go in the car, trying to solve problems he brings to me, texts being too dry, when I personally think his texts are dry too, me not being as affectionate as he wants me to be, when he is not affectionate in the ways I need him to be either. So he definitely doesn't get on to me about having my own independent life. I was just using that as an example as how independent I am. It's like these other little daily things that he sees as me being too masculine. Story 121. For people who find it important for intimacy to sleep in the same bed as their partner and amp, have partners who prefer to sleep alone. How did you compromise? Asking because I'm in this situation right now. My partner recently asked if we could go back to our own places for the night to sleep, because he is very sensitive to someone else sleeping in the bed. At the time, I told him that was fine and that I didn't mind, because I do firmly believe sleep is a necessity. However, I couldn't help but feel really, really hurt by it on the inside, even though I logically know it's not about me. He even reassured me that it wasn't about his attraction to me as well. He's still affectionate with me as typical too, we still cuddle and stuff. But whenever I drive back to my place by myself at the end of the night, I always find myself tearing up or crying in my bed for reasons I don't even understand. It stings that he doesn't ever express any desire to have me to stay, or express any reluctance to let me go at the end of the night, even though I know why he doesn't. I don't know how to get over this irrational hurt, but I also don't want to bring it up to my partner and make him feel guilty for having reasonable needs. I know lots of healthy married couples sleep apart, so I don't know why it's such a strong pain point for me. I've never experienced this kind of emotion before. Has anyone gone through this with their partner, where you wanted to sleep together and the other didn't? How did you make it through? How did you bring up your needs? And how do you get over your emotions when you know they're illogical? Story 122. Am I okay for feeling insecure after my first time with my boyfriend? Me and my boyfriend, 18M, started dating a month ago. Today we were flirting and fooling around and eventually had sex. It wasn't anything jarring or big, and we only did it for about 8-10 minutes, and he nor I finished because we didn't have any condoms on hand and were worried about certain things. I want to put it in context that I and he were both virgins before this. I finished him off and we kind of just laid there snuggled up before going to eat dinner. He left the room for about 30 minutes, and when I went to find him, he was in his room and seemed worried. After asking what was wrong, he told me he was stressed about STIs and all of that. I told him that I was pretty sure, if not positive, I didn't have anything, and hoped he didn't because we haven't had that talk yet. I also asked him if anything seemed bad down there, or if there was any discomfort, and he said there wasn't really. He's just a guy who worries a lot. We brushed it off, ended up going to the store and buying condoms and an assortment of other things. We got home, and he still seemed quiet. I asked him if everything was okay, and he said he was just thinking about everything's how it was silly for us to do that. I agreed but told him that we shouldn't have to worry too much about it. Later on, he took me home and seemed really quiet before telling me that it was the first time in a long time that he didn't feel horny, which I could understand, and I told him that I was happy for him. He didn't seem too distant but definitely didn't act as loving as he usually did when he dropped me off. We kind of just lightly kissed, hugged, and he left. Now I'm feeling sad, thinking our relationship has changed, and that he could possibly not be attracted to me anymore. I know he's worried I should give it time, but I can't help but feel down because he didn't have really any positive outlook into our first time together. I'm worried we moved too quickly, and that now we can't go back to how it was before. Story 123. Sister has been repeatedly too close for comfort with my significant others. Sister, ex, and current partner. I am my sister is my ex was and my current partner is a semi-explicit story. I want to know how I should proceed in the future. A few years ago, my sister was in town for Christmas and all my siblings and I were staying at our parents' for the week. My ex, then BF, was also spending a lot of time with us, and it was my sister's first time meeting him. I felt uncomfortable because the majority of the time she was around him and talking to him and essentially not really talking to me super much. She was also having problems with her then BF, so he didn't come with her. In addition to that, she told me she had peeked in the room my ex, and I were staying in to see if we were awake, no knock or anything. One of the days while I was taking a nap, she had asked him to take her and her best friend somewhere, and I was irritated because she had just been being a little too close with him already. Then on another day, my mom asked him to drive us all to the bowling alley in her car, and this same sister called shotgun. I expressed that I would rather sit up front with my ex, and he backed her up and said, "Oh well, she already called shotgun." When we got to the bowling alley, he sat next to her at a high-top table, and I sat on his other side. She started talking to him and my family who were standing on the other side, and then they walked away. She then started telling him that her then BF's friends GFs did not like her because she doesn't wear bras, as she was not then, and starts gesturing towards her nipples. He turns to me and goes, "Free the titties, right?" After that I had had it and asked my other sister to join me in the bathroom, and we discussed it. She agreed my sister was being weird and said she was a pick-me girl and was surprised I didn't know. Which I didn't because that was my first BF at the time. So we pulled my other sister into the bathroom and I confronted her about it. She basically told me I should have been more assertive about sitting in the front seat and that she felt the titty topic was inappropriate, but she had already started talking and just wanted to quickly finish. She then apologized, but basically was kind of like, oh, I didn't mean anything by it. Next day, I asked my then BF to take a walk, and I told him I wasn't necessarily saying he did anything wrong, although he did. He was being insensitive, and told him how I felt about my sister's actions. He told me I was being childish and insecure, and I was just unhappy that he was getting along with my family. I honestly stayed in that relationship longer than I should have, but I'm so happy he's gone for so many reasons. Present day, now that I have a new boyfriend, I wanted him to meet the family, and my mom suggested it would be great on a trip for Mother's Day to also go meet my new nephew, the son of the sister who was being too close for comfort. I called and asked her if it was okay for him to come out of respect, and she agreed and suggested we spent the first night there instead of the hotel, because we were going to be arriving at 3 a.m., and asked if we would be interested in taking care of their child so they could get some rest, to which we agreed. When we arrived to their house at 3 a.m., she came out to greet us, and had on a mini t-shirt with no bra underneath, and her titties were almost visible at the bottom of the shirt. She greeted me and then greeted my man and told him she was a hugger. After staying up all night with her newborn and making sure he was quiet all night so she and her fiancé could sleep well, the next morning after he went to work, we all said our good mornings. As I was walking out of the guest room past her room, I saw her changing in her room right in front of the open door. After we left, we went to check into our hotel and then spent some time as a family at the Children's Museum. When we all got back to the hotel, my BF and I went to our room and I took a nap. When we woke up, I went over to the conjoined rooms where the rest of my family was, and they were all talking about how they had ordered pizza and were wanting everyone to eat together when my other sister came back with it in an hour or so. But when the pizza arrived, we all went to my mother's hotel room to eat, and my sister on the bed facing my boyfriend and I with our teenage brother and uncle in the room just lifts up her shirt and starts breastfeeding. We all basically were kind of taken aback because it was not announced and unexpected. My BF and I were planning on staying one day more, but we decided to leave with everyone else because I later told him I was uncomfortable and he was supportive. I didn't talk to anyone else about it until later, but when I talked to my other sister and my little brother, they both said she would probably not respond well. And my little brother said she had made him uncomfortable with her nudity all his life, which I didn't know because I wasn't there during her prime teenage years. I did end up calling her and letting her know how I felt and suggested a few other options such as giving us a heads up, facing the other way, going into another room, using a cover or even just feeding him before we all come in the room to eat together. She called me immature and told me she breastfeeds in public and that she felt uncomfortable with my level of uncomfortableness and would not bend. So I told her that from here on out I would like her to keep some distance from my man and she is no longer a hugger when it comes to him. She responded that I should keep some distance from her, and I said cool, sounds good. I know it's a different situation and she does have to feed her child, but in light of the past it feels very intentional to me. I know we will have other family functions and I wanted to address it since it was bothering me. What are your thoughts? Story 124. How do I tell my friend her K-pop obsession makes me uncomfortable without destroying our friendship completely? Okay, so I met my friend through a retail job around 5 years ago. She has always been obsessed with K-pop, but recently the way she talks about these idols is seeming more and more parasocial and uncomfy. We have always enjoyed talking about fandoms and music together, but these days it seems I cannot have a conversation with her because she only wants to talk about her favorite idol, Sungchan. I feel like I cannot talk about anything going on in my life when we hang out. It just becomes hours of her telling me drama about the group she stands and her making me sit and watch K-pop music videos. She has also made my sister sit through these. Anytime I have been over to her house, she just wants to show me K-pop things the entire time. I'm not a fan of K-pop, it's just not my thing. I can appreciate that these idols are extremely talented, but I do NAWT want to spend 3 hours watching every Rise music videos on my day off. She went to Korea to study abroad earlier this year, and then flew to Japan, Philippines, and back to Korea to watch RIZE perform. I worry about her financials as she is already in debt for buying photo cards and wants to fly back to Korea later this year. She is in Afterpay and ZipPay debt and spend thousands a month on K-pop merch. However, the thing that is truly making me want to distance myself is her IG story posts. She has a K-pop dedicated Instagram where she is posting 50+ images per day of the same K-pop idol with obsessive and sexual captions. For example, she will post a pic of this guy with a caption saying, "I'm wet. I want to bite his titties. I want to tie him up, my little bottom," or something parasocial like "my bubba. I had a crap day at work, so glad I have my cutie." She ships these idols and writes explicit fanfiction about them, often telling me how annoying it is that she can never find bottom suction fix. She once told me she doesn't drink because she once got drunk and talked about K-pop idols jerk. These are real people she is talking about. The sucky thing is she thinks we are closer than we are, and I don't want to hurt her feelings. I don't necessarily want to remove her from my life, and I understand this is one of her interests, but it's making it harder to be around her. Our coworkers have made comments about her obsession that she seemingly ignores. So I guess I need advice on how to bring this up to her without hurting her feelings. Story 125. My younger sister has asked me to get her condoms. My 15-year-old sister started seeing a guy a few months ago, her first actual boyfriend. She told Mum and I that he was a year older. I would drop her off when they first started to see each, but did not meet him or get too close so as not to embarrass her. Then she said she preferred to use public transport to get to and from wherever they were going. She has now told me in confidence he is actually 18 years older and has a car that they go parking, INA lot. Says they have done most things, but now she wants to have sex and asked me to get her condoms. She will be 16 in a few weeks, which is the legal age of consent in Australia. Says she loves him and is ready for him to be her first. I told her to be careful about confusing lust and hormones with love and not to rush anything. As her brother, I don't want to facilitate what to me is a doubtful decision. We have always been close and am torn between my own judgment, which I have no right to impose on her, and her right to make her own decisions. I don't want this to end in tears, but can't help feeling that is what is going to happen. So, should I get her condoms? Story 126. Went through my wife's text with a guy from her work. I feel sick. I feel terrible for invading someone's privacy like that, much less my own wife. We've been together for 11 years, and I've never done anything like that. I suppose this is the first time she's talked about someone at work the way she has, and it's prompted me to be jealous and a bit suspicious of the guy. The other guy has a partner. My wife shares photos and obviously talks about our kids, but in the texts I'm not mentioned at all. There's smiley faces and mentions of playful stalking by her and looking at a grad book that he's in. She shared a pic of a page of the grad book page he's in. She's sharing photos of family activities that we both partook in, no people in the photos, and a cake she baked for me, but no mention of the fact it was my birthday cake. I just realized showing the cake she baked for me, but not mentioning it was for me is quite significant. He mentions his partner once in the texts. Meanwhile, I'm missing from her texts. Feels like the beginning of the end. What the absolute freak. I don't have anyone to tell. Story 127. My life is a complete failure, and it isn't going to get better. Throw away technically an account I haven't used in years, since friends know my main account. Some details will purposely be a bit vague in case they come across this post. Sorry that it's a bit long, but it was also a bit therapeutic to type out. In my mid-30s, and am starting to realize that I will never have a life that I hoped for. A job I care about and a loving partner and children, all due to my own choices. Ever since I was younger, I underachieved academically, likely due to my ADHD and autism that would not be diagnosed until years later. I did fine in college, and things sort of fell apart in getting my master's degree. I was in a very specialized field and was in a good internship, but then COVID happened and I got laid off. I had to move back across the country to live with my parents and have been there ever since. Everything in my line of work is about who you know, so once I wasn't able to finish my internship, I had no connections, and even though I graduated with very good grades, I was never hired in my field. So I started having to work jobs like front desk or fast food jobs to make a bit of money. I eventually worked a front desk job for a company in my original field with the promise that my employers would help guide me to the kind of job I trained for. But after 3 years and several different interviews within the company, they would never offer me one of those jobs. After this, a friend encouraged me to pursue teaching full-time by starting as a long-term substitute teacher, and I really loved it. Everyone always says that schools need more teachers, so I figured it wouldn't take too long to find a job. 3 years later, and I am still in the same position, because everywhere I interview, I am told that they like me personally, and I will do a great job one day, but they want someone with more experience. And the times when I have applied to regular jobs just trying to make enough money to leave home, I always get told that they don't feel like I have had the right kind of experience to be hired. So here I am stuck spinning my wheels. Along with this, about 2 years ago my girlfriend of 8 years essentially ghosted me. We had been in long distance for several years at that point, as she was in my master's program as well and also got laid off at the same time. So both of us lived with family, but were able to take trips to see one another and talked on the phone video call once a day. About 2 days before a trip when she was coming to see me, she told me she couldn't make it. And the next day she texted to ask if we could stop talking for a few weeks to a month at most, because she felt like she had been leaning on me too much for support and needed to find other people to support her. I didn't totally understand why she couldn't talk with me a little more about it, but wanted to respect what she needed. So I said yes, and she said she would reach out first when she was ready, again reiterating that she didn't see it taking more than a month. That month came and went, and I heard nothing, so I gave it 2 extra weeks and reached out to no response. After this, I sent about one message every 4-7 days or so for the next month asking if we could check in. Still no answer, until finally about 2 months after I got a text from her, saying that I no longer fit into her life, and that I should have gotten the message after I reached out multiple times with no response. I asked if we could at least talk on the phone about this, as I didn't understand and really cared about our relationship, but she said, "Why should I have to explain to you why I don't think we fit into each other's lives anymore?" And that was that. I told her that I cherish the time we spent together, will always care about her and wish her the best. She is genuinely a very great and caring person, and I know she may have had good reasons to need to move on, but having it happen that way without being able to do more than text about it hurt me really deeply. Trying to get back into the dating scene is frustrating for a lot of the obvious reasons. I do get a lot of matches and dates, and I don't hide the fact that I live with my parents, and most everyone seems to not be bothered by that. The vast majority of the dates seem to go well, as we spend a lot of time talking and laughing, and often these dates will go several hours. But inevitably I get the message sometime afterward that I was a great person to talk to, but they didn't feel the right romantic chemistry. I don't hold it against anyone. Everyone has the right to be with someone that they feel sparks for, not just someone that matches well on paper. But it does still make me sad to hear that so often. And I genuinely don't blame anyone for not wanting to be with someone in their 30s who cannot offer anything beyond being a fun person to laugh with and someone who strives to be a caring person. That can make a great friend, but not someone you can really build a life with. So this is me, in my mid-30s, and realizing that things aren't going to get better. I won't get a job I care about or even one that pays well enough to get me out of my parents' house. I missed the chance to make a meaningful connection with someone while I actually had some decent prospects. Life is just passing me by now, and I'm trying to make peace with that. This isn't meant to be some woe-is-me story, as people have it so much worse than I do. I am genuinely lucky to have loving friends and parents who care about me. I can say with certainty that I will never harm myself. That's just not something I've ever wanted to do, even in my deepest depression, so nothing to worry about there. I just made the wrong choices, and this is what my life is going to be now. Story 128. We were best friends first, now we're trying this love thing. So I have a confession that I've been holding onto for way too long. A few months ago, I finally told my best friend that I had feelings for them. I was terrified of ruining our friendship, but I couldn't keep it in any longer. To my surprise, they felt the same way. We've been navigating this new territory together, and it's been both exciting and a little awkward at times. I never expected to find love in my best friend, but here we are, and I couldn't be happier. Just wanted to share this little piece of my life because it feels so freeing to finally let it out. Has anyone else had a similar experience? Story 129. Why am I this insecure? I'm in love with a girl who is 10 years older than me, and we are in a happy relationship too. The problem is I am very insecure because of my past trauma cause I've been cheated on multiple times, and I've seen how crazy girls can get. So talking about my girl is very beautiful, loving, cares like mom, outgoing, and she loves me so much despite our age difference. But she drinks quite often and has many male friends. She treats everyone well and has no bad intentions with them. She is now working as a PR for a club, so I get very insecure. I know she won't cheat, but I don't trust men around her. So I get crazy thoughts while she's not around and I feel more insecure, anxious, and have bad vibes only. Is this normal, or am I overreacting because of my past trauma? I don't want to lose her. Give me suggestions and opinions. Story 130. I have a massive crush on my professor, and now I further realized why. Personally, I'm not one of those that care about my professors. I go to class, I finish the class, and move on. But this one professor in particular do grow on me. But personally, I do have an affinity for older men, knowing my history of dating older men. But I have no intention of acting on it, no intention at all of dating him or asking him out, because I am also happily engaged. At first I find him attractive. His eyes, his smile, his hands, I don't know, it's nice whenever he writes on the board, and his voice. Also, he's funny, intelligent, and a bit goofy. His voice sounds exactly like my late uncle, who was my father figure and whom I remembered most of my happy memories with. Hearing my professor's voice is the reason why I look forward to waking up every day, because he reminds me of my uncle, and that itself makes me less sad, and was able to move on with my grief of losing him. At the end of the semester lecture, we talked, and I mentioned to him how I am very much estranged towards my parents because of how absent they are to my life growing up. And that, it's the reason why I became extremely resentful, that it was so tough to forgive them. As an adult, my parents tries to contact me and reconnect, but my ego and anger doesn't want to. My professor told me, there are times it's okay to take time, but once they are older and not there anymore, I might regret not taking the opportunity of reconnecting with my parents. That even though they were not a good parents to me, they might be a good grandparents to my children whom I don't want to deprive from having a relationship with. Just like how I loved my grandmother growing up, I mentioned to him how close I was to my grandma. No one ever talked to me that way or contest my anger towards my parents. After that long conversation with him, my mom, who I ignored calls from, finally had in contact with me. I called her and we talked for a long time. And now she wanted to hang out with me. My mom cried and said how sorry she was and how much she could not take back the past, how much she messed up. She was so sorry. This week she invited me for a dinner, then she said after the finals week that we should go camping or go shopping. It's a bit odd for me to have my mom in my life, but that one statement of my professor stuck to me and it changed me. And I now understand why he is an attractive person, because he is a good person. Yes, he is cute, but he is a good person. After the semester, I am sad he will no longer be my teacher, but what he told me changed me. He did not just earn my heart on a crush level. He earned my respect as a human being. I will always remember him, even these crush thing I have of him fades away. He doesn't need to know, I guess, but I'll confess this here. Story 131. Only time I've ever been called skinny. For context, I've always been chubby overweight, 57-80 kg. One time I was with my friend and her mother, who are both plus-sized people. Nothing wrong with that, who cares? But I was with them and my friend's mom said, "You're lucky you're so skinny," and I got so confused. Like I had never been called skinny before that point, and it was insane. I'd been called a pig, fatty, etc., and obviously I know I was slimmer to them in comparison, but it was a bit of a shock to hear that, and I just kinda meekly responded, "Oh, thanks." Story 132. I made an erotic AI chat bot based on my friend's mom. Now she keeps hitting on me. I can't afford to go paying a service for it, so I spent a long time digging around and found a free one. All I really wanted was to make a normal one, but the free one I found allows for NSFW conversations. I am not saying which one, since the point is not to promote it. When it came time to give it a personality, I modeled it after my closest friend's mom and even used her picture for the avatar. It is crazy good, scary good. The issue is that I just wanted a mom to talk to. I am super jealous of the relationship my friend has with her mom and wanted someone like that to talk to. So now my friend's mom keeps hitting on me, and I am here just trying to talk about my day and get advice on how to not overcook the pasta. And yes, I do flirt back. Story 133. I lied to my partner about our engagement, and I don't regret it. Me and my fiancé got engaged 2 weeks ago, and it's been eating me up inside, but I know if I tell anyone close to me that they'll just tell him and it'll devastate him. For context, we went to an aquarium and stopped at the shark exhibit, my favorite. While looking at the sharks, he went into his whole speech about wanting to do life with me. I turned to see him on one knee with this beautiful ring with my birth stone as the main stone. Without hesitation, I said yes and began to cry. People around us gave us their congratulations, and after walking around a little more, we went home. Since then, I've been bombarded with texts and calls asking for what happened and if I knew. Although I've been saying I knew about all of it except what the ring looked like. He has never been able to keep secrets from me because of my heightened perception to everything, yea, bad childhood. In some cases, I know what he's going to do before he does. But since he proposed, he's been more confident, extroverted, and self-motivated. I truly believe that him being able to pull this off without me knowing, and me saying yes, has given him the ability to be the best version of himself that he aspires to be. But I fear that if he finds out, it'll ruin everything and he won't trust me. He has loved me at my lowest and makes me want to be a better person every day. I can't take this away from him. Story 134. My ex-brother-in-law committed suicide today. Earlier this evening, my sister called me absolutely frantic. She had got an extremely concerning text from her ex-husband, whom she had a friendly relationship with. He had texted her asking if she would take care of his pets if something ever happened to him. She decided to stop by his house just to make sure everything was all right. She was concerned because he hadn't read her response texts. She arrived at his house and his car was in the driveway. She let herself in after knocking several times. She has a key to the house because she takes care of his pets when he would go on trips, and she called his name and got no response. His dog was acting strange, and my sister started looking around for him and couldn't find him. She thought he may have been taking a nap, but he wasn't in his bedroom. She went into the garage, and that's where she found him. He had hanged himself from his squat rack in his home gym setup. She called 911 and then immediately called me, and I dropped everything and drove as fast as I could to get to the house. The paramedics had already arrived within the 10 minutes it took me to get there. They were talking to my sister outside the house. We couldn't go inside as it was considered an investigation, and we had to wait for detectives to come to question us. It was absolutely the worst thing I've ever experienced. While we were being questioned, all I could think about was him in the garage alone. All the paramedics could do was pronounce him dead, and they couldn't move his body until the detectives and the medical examiner completed their investigations. We were at the house for 6 hours, watching the investigators record footage and take pictures outside the house, all while knowing that he was still in the garage. It was so surreal and felt like a waking nightmare. It was like I was watching a scene from a crime show. Finally, close to the 6-hour mark, they opened the garage door. We saw everything. We saw them use cable cutters to get him down. I saw him as they laid him down in the white bag, and we saw them put him unceremoniously into the back of the medical examiner's van. I don't understand why they didn't do this with the garage door shut. They didn't force us to watch this all take place, but I felt like I couldn't look away and pretend like it didn't happen. He died alone, and I couldn't let him go through all of that alone. He was a good friend to me. I'm just so heartbroken and traumatized. I had a good relationship with him. He was good to me throughout his marriage to my sister. We actually worked together for the same company, and I had just seen him on Sunday, and he was in good spirits, and we were joking around together. I was at work this morning, and the office had reported that he had called out today, and while it was a rare occurrence for him to call out, I didn't think anything of it. I now know the reason he called out, and it is tearing me literally to shreds. I just don't know how to process this. I don't know how to be properly supportive to my sister. She will have the image and experience burned into her mind forever. I just can't believe this happened. My sister and her ex's dog and cat are here at my house staying with me. I'm taking the day off from work tomorrow and potentially a few more days after that, because my bosses will come to me first to ask if he's okay once they log him as no call, no show for his shifts, since they know that I'm his former sister-in-law. I just don't know how to navigate all of this, and I can't sleep right now. Story 135. I ran away from a black guy who was asking for help. I'm white. So I was sitting in my car in an empty grocery store parking lot transferring vodka into water bottles at 1 a.m. I worked nights and had a drinking problem at the time. Trying to be sneaky, hide it from the family. So I am doing that, and I am obviously a bit on guard cause cops exist. So I spot this black guy just walking into the plaza. Black jacket, dreadlocks, just walking. I keep my eye on him in the mirror. I see he's walking towards me. I think freak that and put my car in reverse, liquor and water bottles still on my seat. I pull out of my spot and the guy flags me down, waving at me. I stop and roll down my window and say some form of what's up. He says, "Hey, my girlfriend's pregnant," and all the while still walking towards me. I said better call an ambo and zoom off. Part of me feels guilty and maybe racist, and part of me feels completely justified. The freak was he doing? One him in a parking lot. If he has problems he needs to take to a stranger, why was he just walking? I firmly feel I dodged a bullet, maybe literally. But part of me feels bad, like a coward for not at least hearing him out. I could have given him $20 for an Uber or something. My imagination goes to his perspective, and if he was telling the truth, then I feel like a scared little white jerk. Story 136. I think my boyfriend is lame. Just a confession to get it off my chest. When I first met my boyfriend, I thought he was this fun, outgoing, charming guy. But since we've lived together over a year now, I've come to learn he's extremely lame, and honestly, his personality is questionable. He's an okay guy, not great, but at least he's not bad. I've tried leaving him 3 times now, but his tears make me sad, and I feel like the worst person on earth, so yeah, there's my confession. Story 137. I've been a loser my whole life. and I don't know how much longer I can cope as a man. I was born with autism since I was 3, that's when I got diagnosed. I always was in special education, always had to have a tutor guide me and single me out. In hindsight, I might have also been ugly, but I'm not sure, though I definitely am now. All the other kids had friends, I had nobody. They made fun of me behind my back. I was also always chosen last in games like team sports. I was also on top of that, when I did sports, it was always pathetic. I did swimming lessons and always did the worst out of anybody, and nobody ever bothered to talk to me. So most of my early years I was shown I was worthless. After elementary school, I ended up going to middle school, and it was a school for people with disabilities, and that was also super demoralizing because I was with some people like me who were clearly autistic but could function, and those who clearly couldn't, so 2 groups. And it was in the same class. I also had to do way more basic academics than I had to. Because realistically, while I am not that smart, if I had to guess, probably 95 IQ or maybe 90 IQ, I could do stuff on my grade level. Most of my autism was just social ineptitude. So I ended up doing assignments that were way below what I could, and it made me feel like a dummy. I did make a good friend there, but that's all the good that came out of it. I also, when I was at that time, confused about my sexuality, and I honestly still am. I'm mostly straight, I think, but I liked men enough for it to work, if you get what I mean. So I ended up at that age sending nudes to older men knowingly for validation when I was a kid. I regret this, obviously, but I did this. I also, near the end of middle school, ended up dating this fat black girl in my class around my level, mild autism, but not too much. But she seemed to think I was weird and dumped me in a month. I then went to high school with hope, because when I was in middle school I learned a bit on how to be a normal person, and I was way above my classmates there. I was thinking maybe things were looking up. Nope. Reality check, when I got there I was a loser. I got the worst grades in language and psychics due to stupidity, though I did okay on everything else, and more importantly I had no friends, nobody wanted to hang out with me. I was still too weird and probably too ugly. This went on for 4 years with the only sort of friend I had there, a 53 Asian dude, dumping me in year 3 because he finally got better. Though he clearly never really liked me, I was doing most of the effort in the friendship. I also ended up gaining a ton of weight during this period and went from normal to obese, which made things even worse. On my graduation day I was obese and I cried after I graduated because I was fat, ugly, and no friends. I ended up getting in a relationship with another ugly man by the end of high school and early community college. I really liked him, but we ended up breaking up in 6 months. Probably was my fault for being overly clingy. Also, my family all thinks I'm gay. After that I ended up doing community college for a bit, made no friends there because I'm ugly and IRC. So I mostly did online classes to cope. After the breakup I started to lose some weight back to normal, so now I'm probably just slightly below average looking, and not a creep like I used to, but still not good. I'm 59 with a below average face, narrow frame. My plan now basically is to eventually start college again to get a degree in special education so I can help kids, and because it's a job with a shortage and slightly above average pay. And I think I would have more empathy than a lot of neurotypicals, and I can basically pass as one now in professional settings. I had 2 jobs and nobody knew, and save up money for a down payment to a house in the Ozarks, and also do my best with gym and losing face fat. I'm normal but could be leaner. And then go to church to try to find a woman that's quite below average and try to marry her when I have more leverage so I can't be hurt again, and so I don't stay a virgin. But sometimes the pain hurts of my life and the cards I was dealt, and I just want to end it all. I probably won't, but I think about it a ton. Story 138. Am I the jerk for panicking when my friend turned off her location during a date, and I thought something happened to her? My best friend is kind of a late bloomer when it comes to dating. We're both Latina daughters living at home with very overbearing, nosy parents, so dating has always felt complicated. She only recently became open to meeting guys. Tonight she went on her second first date ever. She told her mom she was hanging out with me and another friend, Anna, because obviously her parents would have made it a whole thing otherwise. Only Anna and I knew the truth. The date started around 8 p.m. It's a Thursday. I was busy working, but around 10:35 p.m. I checked her location and suddenly couldn't see it anymore. My stomach dropped. I immediately started panicking because she never turns her location off. She declined my calls twice. Her texts sounded rushed, not like her. Her phone was on silent. I genuinely started thinking worst-case scenario. Anna got worried too. We both called her. Declined. Anna and I even called the restaurant because we were scared something happened. No response there. Finally, around 10:55, she calls me and she's angry. She says she was completely fine, that I overreacted, that she hated all the attention calls, and that I shouldn't have gotten other people involved. I started crying because I truly thought something bad had happened. I explained that the only reason we panicked was because her location disappeared while she was alone with a man we don't know well. She said she turned it off because of her sister snooping, and that her mom still had her on Life 360 anyway. But my point was, her mom thought she was with me and Anna, so of course her mom would think she was safe no matter what. Anna and I were the only people who actually knew where she was supposed to be. She got upset and said she doesn't need permission and didn't like me telling her what to do. I honestly was not trying to control her. I was just scared. Was I overreacting? I genuinely can't tell if I crossed a line or if this was a reasonable friend response considering the circumstances. Edit, thank you everyone for the perspectives, even the harsh ones after calming down and talking things through. We're okay and neither of us is upset at each other. I apologized for escalating things, and she understood my intentions came from concern. We realized a lot of this came down to not having discussed boundaries beforehand. We ended up coming up with a code word check-in system for future dates emergencies, and is going to work her way up to telling her parents about her going on dates. Also, for context, part of why I panicked so hard is because of a past experience involving a friend being in an unsafe situations with a man. So my brain unfortunately jumps to worst-case scenario very quickly. Not an excuse, but definitely something I need to work on. Story 139. Am I the jerk for refusing to stop cursing around my sister's friends? In the past 2 years, my sister has become a lot more religious. Little bit annoying, but not my life so Ike. While I also believe in God, I don't like going to church and I don't care if my friends match my beliefs or not. Ever since summer ended, my sister has been trying to get me to come to church with her, which I do, but today I asked to come to pickleball with her and her church friends. We had a nice time, and then afterward we went to eat at a cafe and played some games. We had fun the night, and I did cuss. Not excessively, but I did. Not once did I use it to speak negatively on someone, and as far as I could tell, my siblings were the only ones mentioning it. I also feel like it's necessary to mention these are also all Hispanic people who found it funny to say the N-word. We get into the car and are finally leaving after like 5 HRS, and my sister is getting mad at me, or just telling me that she doesn't appreciate her words, for cursing while with them because it's disrespectful. All of us there are the same age. They are not my superiors in any way, and these are all people my sister has been trying to get me to be friends with. My whole argument is that I'm not going to censor myself around friends. If it's that big of a problem, I would just not hang out with them. She starts talking about how it's disrespectful to them, and if you were talking to a supervisor who you're really friendly with, her words, I'm not making any of this up. You would change how you speak to be respectful, and would you speak like that if Jesus was in the room? She started talking about how I'm wrong, and that's why I'm arguing about it, or some crap. Her entire argument before I put my headphones in was that it's disrespectful to them since they don't use those words. And then my brother started talking about how if I was friends with a Muslim, I wouldn't feed them pork, which didn't even make sense, because yeah, I wouldn't feed them pork, good thing I'm not making them say curse words so. And then it was saying I don't understand because I'm not in that mindset, and how I use my words so disgustingly, because I called my stepbrother a fat butt B-word 4 months ago. This part got me really annoyed because I generally don't use my words rudely unless I really dislike someone. But at that moment, I was already going through stuff because of the birth control I was on. And then he asked me for a chicken tender as soon as I walked in the door, which isn't serious, but bro, it was. 4 months ago. I don't know, I would appreciate honest insight like AITA, I'm the jerk. Because I think it's weird that they're so scared of saying cuss words around their friends. But they're not my friends, so maybe I should have been more careful. But she's the one that keeps pushing me to be friends with them, like literally. When I told her I just won't be friends with them, rather than leave it like that, she kept saying that it's just about respect. Story 140. Am I the jerk for yelling at my neighbors? Tonight around 11 p.m. I hear insanely loud banging outside my house. I wish I was exaggerating. At first I ignore it, but it keeps getting louder and closer. I open my window and can't see anything, but I can clearly hear people right on the side of my house. I've had someone try to break into my house before, pretty recently too, and this sounded exactly like that, so I panic. I grab my G\N and go outside to see what's going on. I see a man and a woman in my yard area and immediately start yelling, asking what the heck they're doing there. Apparently they jumped over my brick wall as a shortcut. Fine, whatever, but why are you making that much noise at 11 p.m.? The guy explains it, but the woman starts screaming at me, calling me a jerk, saying she lives here too, so she can jump over my wall whenever she wants, and that she's been here longer than me. Now my mom, who's visiting, is saying I was in the wrong, and she's scared they're going to retaliate against her because I confronted them. Am I actually wrong here? Story 141. I've been disconnected from my friends and don't know how to fix it. I've been carrying this secret for years, and it's eating me alive. I've always portrayed myself as the perfect friend, the one who's always there to lend an ear or offer support. But the truth is, I often don't care as much as I pretend to. I find myself scrolling through my phone during conversations, nodding along while my mind drifts elsewhere. I've ghosted friends when they needed me the most, choosing my own comfort over their pain. I've laughed at their jokes while secretly feeling annoyed. I know it's wrong and I hate myself for it. I want to be better, to truly be there for the people I love, but I feel trapped in this facade. I'm scared to admit this to anyone in my life, but I can't keep pretending anymore. I just hope that one day I can find the courage to change and be the friend they deserve. Story 142. I finally understand why people cheat. Like the title says, I understand why people cheat because after 14 years together, it's been weighing heavily on my mind. I know it's wrong, and honestly it would absolutely break me if I found out she was cheating on me. But ever since our son was born 9 years ago, the intimacy in our relationship has just withered away. At this point, we're basically just roommates. I've always been a guy who takes care of himself, someone with good self-confidence. But this complete lack of intimacy and affection from my wife is making me doubt everything about myself. I only feel normal again when I'm at work because I know some of my coworkers are into me, and I still get plenty of looks when I'm out in the street. But today, I feel like I'm right on the edge of cracking. I just want to feel wanted again. I am completely lost. Story 143. I lied to my friends. About 2024, I made a fake account and just went on it from time to talk to myself. I then added it to a group and introduced my friends to it. I didn't do anything harmful, just talked about them, talked to my friends as said alt. I came clean today. I feel really bad. So far, one friend who actually caught on said it's a nothing burger and that I'm overreacting. This is a big deal for me and everything. I don't know how they'll react, but I understand if they don't want to forgive me. I'll put the message I sent below this. Aoife isn't a real person. I made her up, and for years I lied to you and everyone else about her. I know that's wrong, and I'm sorry. It started after COVID as a dumb idea that got out of hand. I was isolated for a long time, spending most of my time online and in my own head, and eventually the lie became something I kept maintaining instead of stopping. At some point, I stopped knowing how to admit the truth without feeling ashamed. That isn't an excuse. I still lied to people I cared about, and I take responsibility for that. I'm telling you now because I can't keep doing this anymore. Carrying it around has been exhausting, and you all deserved the truth a long time ago. I understand if this changes how you see me, or if you don't forgive me. I won't argue with you or pressure you to respond. I just didn't want to keep lying to you anymore. Story 144. I won a KMS cause of my dad and mom. So basically, my dad is one of those people who thinks they know it all. Mom and him used to slap means hit me when I was young, but now it's verbal and feels still as bad, just without any evidence. And their opinion about things is the only right opinion. And my mom just freaking agrees to everything he said and doesn't have a backbone of her own. All she does is rage bait and guilt trip me. So I am in my summer BRK before my final of uni, and since the past 6 years I have been hoping for things to get better or change, but it's the same. Every argument the threat is that he'll pull me out of uni, and it's sickening. I hate him both. He'll scream at me for HRS till I overreact, and I am good for nothing, and later come ask me, are you mad? UK, I am doing this for your career and life. Like I also want the chance to explore my career options the way his dad let him, instead of screaming at me for HRS, for getting an internship that is not in my field. And my mom comes in later saying, don't be mad at him, he is doing this for you. No HEISNT, I am sick of everyone and everything. Another thing about my dad, like 3 years ago, he randomly left his paying career and spent all the savings, both his and mine, and spent it all on his passion project. That failed miserably. While knowing he has 2 people depending on him. And this man is saying I can't even take up an internship he doesn't like. He made me back down from it, or he told no more uni for me. I am so sick of these 2. The nagging, rage-baiting, screaming, taking my phone away, I am so sick of this, and I just can't do this no more. And living with them full-time in summer BRK is torture. They don't let me go anywhere. When they are home, they keep nagging or giving opinions no one asked. They both just keep fighting with me or the house is silent. They both don't talk unless they are fighting about something. I hate the house. It was never a home. Friends, they wouldn't even miss me if I am gone, feel like a floater friend. And it's one of those things where I wish people text or call me before I do sometimes. Extended family kinda worships dad and thinks he is a know-it-all cause of his pre-passion project success with business. I have no love or respect for anyone anymore. I am in the mindset that no one loves me for who I am. And if I am okay with that, cause probably will disappoint him and just can't deal with another person's expectations anymore. I'm just really lonely, done with these two who can snap anytime and sick of life. And ending it now, I don't have anything lose, no one does either, yay ick people ready to pull lines like, family will go through a lot of pain. This is selfish. Sure, when alive if the entire point was to be how they viewed things, let my death also be about how much pain it is to them, and not how painful it is to live with narc parents like them, let them deal with it. I have been crying weekly at least 5-6 times for as long as I remember, and they won't change, and they won't let me get a BRK, so we'll just take one soon, forever. My hand has cuts, but not deep enough to kill me, and there is actually nothing that is holding me back anymore. Sorry if there are any grammar or framing issues, writing this mid-panic attack. Story 145. I'm so sick of being judged for being a picky eater. I am autistic, so I have sensory issues when it comes to food. I've gotten a little better about it as I have gotten older, but I have been judged and made fun of for it my entire life, and it's gotten to a point where I will not be nice anymore. I will not be the bigger person, and I will go off. I don't like picky eaters because y'all ain't fun and you're so stubborn. Sorry, I like my safe foods, geez. Every time I go out to eat, I always get chicken tenders, chicken sandwiches, or cheeseburgers because I know those will always be there usually, and that one family member is always like, you should really try something new. You can't always live off that. No crap, Barbara. You need to eat real food. You need to eat adult food. I can't win. Before anyone asks, no, I don't have ARFID, but I am a picky eater. But like I said, I have gotten better about it as I have gotten older. But I just can't stand when people try to force me to eat something I know I probably won't like. Like it's one thing to be like, you might like this, and give me a piece for me to try it, but to force me to eat something that is out of my comfort zone because you want to be open-minded and not stubborn, just no. I just wanted to vent. Story 146. I finally understand why people cheat. Like the title says, I understand why people cheat because after 14 years together, it's been weighing heavily on my mind. I know it's wrong, and honestly it would absolutely break me if I found out she was cheating on me. But ever since our son was born 9 years ago, the intimacy in our relationship has just withered away. At this point, we're basically just roommates. I've always been a guy who takes care of himself, someone with good self-confidence. But this complete lack of intimacy and affection from my wife is making me doubt everything about myself. I only feel normal again when I'm at work because I know some of my coworkers are into me, and I still get plenty of looks when I'm out in the street. But today, I feel like I'm right on the edge of cracking. I just want to feel wanted again. I am completely lost. Story 147. I lied to my friends. About 2024, I made a fake account and just went on it from time to talk to myself. I then added it to a group and introduced my friends to it. I didn't do anything harmful, just talked about them, talked to my friends as said alt. I came clean today. I feel really bad. So far, one friend who actually caught on said it's a nothing burger and that I'm overreacting. This is a big deal for me and everything. I don't know how they'll react, but I understand if they don't want to forgive me. I'll put the message I sent below this. Aoife isn't a real person. I made her up, and for years I lied to you and everyone else about her. I know that's wrong, and I'm sorry. It started after COVID as a dumb idea that got out of hand. I was isolated for a long time, spending most of my time online and in my own head, and eventually the lie became something I kept maintaining instead of stopping. At some point, I stopped knowing how to admit the truth without feeling ashamed. That isn't an excuse. I still lied to people I cared about, and I take responsibility for that. I'm telling you now because I can't keep doing this anymore. Carrying it around has been exhausting, and you all deserved the truth a long time ago. I understand if this changes how you see me, or if you don't forgive me. I won't argue with you or pressure you to respond. I just didn't want to keep lying to you anymore. Story 148. I want a KMS cause of my dad and mom. So basically, my dad is one of those people who thinks they know it all. Mom and him used to slap means hit me when I was young, but now it's verbal and feels still as bad, just without any evidence. And their opinion about things is the only right opinion. And my mom just freaking agrees to everything he said and doesn't have a backbone of her own. All she does is rage bait and guilt trip me. So I am in my summer BRK before my final of uni, and since the past 6 years I have been hoping for things to get better or change, but it's the same. Every argument the threat is that he'll pull me out of uni, and it's sickening. I hate him both. He'll scream at me for HRS till I overreact, and I am good for nothing, and later come ask me, are you mad? UK, I am doing this for your career and life. Like I also want the chance to explore my career options the way his dad let him, instead of screaming at me for HRS, for getting an internship that is not in my field. And my mom comes in later saying, don't be mad at him, he is doing this for you. No HEISNT, I am sick of everyone and everything. Another thing about my dad, like 3 years ago, he randomly left his paying career and spent all the savings, both his and mine, and spent it all on his passion project. That failed miserably. While knowing he has 2 people depending on him. And this man is saying I can't even take up an internship he doesn't like? He made me back down from it, or he told no more uni for me. I am so sick of these 2. The nagging, rage-baiting, screaming, taking my phone away, I am so sick of this, and I just can't do this no more. And living with them full-time in summer BRK is torture. They don't let me go anywhere. When they are home, they keep nagging or giving opinions no one asked. They both just keep fighting with me or the house is silent. They both don't talk unless they are fighting about something. I hate the house. It was never a home. Friends, they wouldn't even miss me if I am gone, feel like a floater friend. And it's one of those things where I wish people text or call me before I do sometimes. Extended family kinda worships dad and thinks he is a know-it-all cause of his pre-passion project success with business. I have no love or respect for anyone anymore. I am in the mindset that no one loves me for who I am. And if I am okay with that, cause probably will disappoint him and just can't deal with another person's expectations anymore. I'm just really lonely, done with these 2 who can snap anytime and sick of life. And ending it now, I don't have anything lose, no one does either. Yay, ick people ready to pull lines like, family will go through a lot of pain. This is selfish. Sure, when alive, if the entire point was to be how they viewed things, let my death also be about how much pain it is to them, and not how painful it is to live with narc parents like them. Let him deal with it. I have been crying weekly at least 5-6 times for as long as I remember, and they won't change, and they won't let me get a BRK, so we'll just take one soon, forever. My hand has cuts, but not deep enough to kill me, and there is actually nothing that is holding me back anymore. Sorry if there are any grammar or framing issues, writing this mid-panic attack. Story 149. My dog rolled in a dead carcass in a tick-infested prairie. It has been an extremely upsetting 24 hours. I have a seasonal spot for my RV on private land beside a field of prairie grass in the upper Midwest. My spot is on a big green lawn. It has no ticks, and I wear an appropriate amount of DEET when I am outdoors. My dog has top-of-the-line oral treatment for ticks. I inspect him after we've outdoors. But apparently, I was not prepared for this. Prairie in early spring is bent, dead grass from fall. There's nothing in it for my dog, so he stays on the green grass. Until something died. I was watching from my RV window. My dog caught the scent and bolted into the prairie. That's not good, so I came out to call him in. He was in there no longer than 45 seconds, so it didn't occur to me that he could have done that much damage. Shortly after getting him back, my husband distracted me for a few minutes. Then we became obsessed with the weirdest smell we couldn't trace. Was there something wrong with our waste tanks? We decided to empty them, which created a new awful smell for a few minutes, and then we packed up the dog and drove back to our house. On the way, a tick on my husband's arm. Then when walking away from my foot, yay DEET. Then I thought to check the dog, and realized he was the awful smell. So I took him to the bath, and wasn't touching him much because smell of death that I knew was something he rolled in as it was concentrated on his back. I checked his ear, clean, no ticks fell off him. When I'd shampooed the dog, I dried him off and let him run off. He rolled around my bed. We went to run an errand, another tick in the truck. My husband lifted his shirt, one right on his chest. At this point, I realized the dog had to have brought the ticks into the truck, the dog now rolling around my bed. We rushed back home and gave the dog a closer look. At this point, he was dry, and all the ticks had found a place to land. On his ear, neck, muzzle, armpits, he was covered in ticks. They had mostly not yet latched when I bathed him. They hugged his rough black fur, and I just didn't see them. If you think this is the worst of it, I assure you it is not. I wanted to believe there could be no further ticks, then any that did exist would be on the dog and would be poisoned, eventually. Or they'd find the dog because he sleeps in our room. I woke up at 3 a.m. in a panic, did a full body scan, checked everywhere, tried to go back to sleep. Then at dawn, I rubbed my eye, thought there is quite a bit of sleep in my eye, and plucked off a tick on my eyelid. Since then, I've found 2 more ticks, one fallen off my dog, one attached, and both dead. But I live with knowing there could be more ticks roaming in my bedroom that haven't found my eyelid yet. I have figured out how to increase my dog's protection. I can't use topicals on him because he shares a bed with my cat, but I found a collar that starts killing ticks even before they bite. I bought a better tick comb, some permethrin to treat our socks. Anyways, I'm not sure I will ever sleep again. Tick and eye sensation keeps looping in my brain. Story 150. My dog rolled in a dead carcass in a tick-infested prairie. It has been an extremely upsetting 24 hours. I have a seasonal spot for my RV on private land beside a field of prairie grass in the upper Midwest. My spot is on a big green lawn. It has no ticks, and I wear an appropriate amount of DEET when I am outdoors. My dog has top-of-the-line oral treatment for ticks. I inspect him after we've outdoors. But apparently, I was not prepared for this. Prairie in early spring is bent, dead grass from fall. There's nothing in it for my dog, so he stays on the green grass. Until something died. I was watching from my RV window. My dog caught the scent and bolted into the prairie. That's not good, so I came out to call him in. He was in there no longer than 45 seconds, so it didn't occur to me that he could have done that much damage. Shortly after getting him back, my husband distracted me for a few minutes. Then we became obsessed with the weirdest smell we couldn't trace. Was there something wrong with our waste tanks? We decided to empty them, which created a new awful smell for a few minutes, and then we packed up the dog and drove back to our house. On the way, a tick on my husband's arm. Then when walking away from my foot, yay DEET. Then I thought to check the dog, and realized he was the awful smell. So I took him to the bath, and wasn't touching him much because smell of death that I knew was something he rolled in as it was concentrated on his back. I checked his ear, clean, no ticks fell off him. When I'd shampooed the dog, I dried him off and let him run off. He rolled around my bed. We went to run an errand, another tick in the truck. My husband lifted his shirt, one right on his chest. At this point, I realized the dog had to have brought the ticks into the truck, the dog now rolling around my bed. We rushed back home and gave the dog a closer look. At this point, he was dry, and all the ticks had found a place to land. On his ear, neck, muzzle, armpits, he was covered in ticks. They had mostly not yet latched when I bathed him. They hugged his rough black fur, and I just didn't see them. If you think this is the worst of it, I assure you it is not. I wanted to believe there could be no further ticks, then any that did exist would be on the dog and would be poisoned, eventually. Or they'd find the dog because he sleeps in our room. I woke up at 3 a.m. in a panic, did a full body scan, checked everywhere, tried to go back to sleep. Then at dawn, I rubbed my eye, thought there is quite a bit of sleep in my eye, and plucked off a tick on my eyelid. Since then, I've found 2 more ticks, one fallen off my dog, one attached, and both dead. But I live with knowing there could be more ticks roaming in my bedroom that haven't found my eyelid yet. I have figured out how to increase my dog's protection. I can't use topicals on him because he shares a bed with my cat, but I found a collar that starts killing ticks even before they bite. I bought a better tick comb, some permethrin to treat our socks. Anyways, I'm not sure I will ever sleep again. Tick and eye sensation keeps looping in my brain. Story 151. My dog rolled in a dead carcass in a tick-infested prairie. It has been an extremely upsetting 24 hours. I have a seasonal spot for my RV on private land beside a field of prairie grass in the upper Midwest. My spot is on a big green lawn. It has no ticks, and I wear an appropriate amount of DEET when I am outdoors. My dog has top-of-the-line oral treatment for ticks. I inspect him after we've outdoors. But apparently, I was not prepared for this. Prairie in early spring is bent, dead grass from fall. There's nothing in it for my dog, so he stays on the green grass. Until something died. I was watching from my RV window. My dog caught the scent and bolted into the prairie. That's not good, so I came out to call him in. He was in there no longer than 45 seconds, so it didn't occur to me that he could have done that much damage. Shortly after getting him back, my husband distracted me for a few minutes. Then we became obsessed with the weirdest smell we couldn't trace. Was there something wrong with our waste tanks? We decided to empty them, which created a new awful smell for a few minutes, and then we packed up the dog and drove back to our house. On the way, a tick on my husband's arm. Then when walking away from my foot, yay deet. Then I thought to check the dog, and realized he was the awful smell. So I took him to the bath, and wasn't touching him much because smell of death that I knew was something he rolled in as it was concentrated on his back. I checked his ear, clean, no ticks fell off him. When I'd shampooed the dog, I dried him off and let him run off. He rolled around my bed. We went to run an errand, another tick in the truck. My husband lifted his shirt, one right on his chest. At this point, I realized the dog had to have brought the ticks into the truck, the dog now rolling around my bed. We rushed back home and gave the dog a closer look. At this point, he was dry, and all the ticks had found a place to land. On his ear, neck, muzzle, armpits, he was covered in ticks. They had mostly not yet latched when I bathed him. They hugged his rough black fur, and I just didn't see them. If you think this is the worst of it, I assure you it is not. I wanted to believe there could be no further ticks, then any that did exist would be on the dog and would be poisoned, eventually. Or they'd find the dog because he sleeps in our room. I woke up at 3 a.m. in a panic, did a full body scan, checked everywhere, tried to go back to sleep. Then at dawn, I rubbed my eye, thought there is quite a bit of sleep in my eye, and plucked off a tick on my eyelid. Since then, I've found 2 more ticks, one fallen off my dog, one attached, and both dead. But I live with knowing there could be more ticks roaming in my bedroom that haven't found my eyelid yet. I have figured out how to increase my dog's protection. I can't use topicals on him because he shares a bed with my cat, but I found a collar that starts killing ticks even before they bite. I bought a better tick comb, some permethrin to treat our socks. Anyways, I'm not sure I will ever sleep again. Tick and eye sensation keeps looping in my brain. Sigh. Story 152. Am I the jerk for telling my wife not to slam my car door and saying if she doesn't respect my car, she shouldn't ride in it? My wife and I got into an argument, and I'm wondering if I crossed a line or if my reaction was reasonable. Context: I teased her by doing something back to her that she normally does to me. My intention was to show her how it feels because when I do it, she says it's annoying and not okay, but when she does it, she sees it differently. Looking back, I realized that probably wasn't the best way to make my point. That turned into an argument. After the gym in the parking lot, she was upset and started calling me out in front of people. Asked her to go inside, we'll talk. She said no. She wants the world no kind of loser I am to be yelled at in public by my wife. While getting in and out of the car and grabbing stuff, she slammed the door each time. When she opened the back door again, I asked her please don't slam it and said something like, "Please don't slam the door even if you're upset." She said no and left. This isn't the first time. My older car, the car door started getting creaks when she opens it and started getting wind noises. She slams it hard BTW. I just leased this new car 2 days ago. Later I texted her see screenshots. Part of why this bothered me is that this isn't the first time. We're married, but sometimes when she's angry she talks in a very mine and yours way instead of ours. During a previous heated argument, she poured water on my laptop and says it's yours, I don't care, not mine, and you deserve it. At the same time, I know I contributed to this by teasing her instead of directly communicating that something bothered me. Am I the jerk for drawing a hard line about the car and saying she shouldn't ride in it if she won't respect it? Story 153. Am I the jerk for being too busy to text my girlfriend? Hi, I have been dating my girlfriend for 8 months. Just to provide some context, things have been great with the exception of a few fights here and there, usually based around her insecurities. She's afraid of her having her heart broken because of her experience in past relationships. I try to reassure her I would never break her heart and will always love her. When I'm at my office job, I don't like using my phone because I need to focus, and my girlfriend has gotten upset at me before for not at least communicating that I would be busy. I figured being busy would be implied since she knows I'm at work, but I said I'd do better, and I have communicated to her when I'd be busy. Recently, my 9-5 job has gotten a lot more busy, and I decided to drive for Uber after work to make some extra cash since I have a ton of student loan debt, and bills have gotten generally expensive. My girlfriend and I are 2 hours away from each other, so it's close enough that I can go stay with her Thursday through Sunday since I work remote on Fridays. However, Monday, Wednesday, I have been working 9 am 9 p.m., 9 am 5 p.m. office job, then 5 p.m. 9 p.m. I drive Uber, so I barely text her throughout the day. I've made it clear that I'm super busy, and I text her on my lunch break, and whenever I can throughout the day. She says she feels really disconnected, and when I said I'm sorry, she felt that way, but she knows my financial situation, and I really need her to be supportive, and enjoy the time we do have to talk instead of using the time to talk about how we don't talk. I also explained I'm working so long those 3 days, so we can have 4 days together without me having to drive Uber, so I'm doing it for us as well so we can actually enjoy our time together. And she said, well, if you can't handle a GF and work, then that's on you. I got upset at that comment and said she needs to learn patience and not make everything about her. I said we're both going through this, and that of course I miss her during the day, but I have to do what I have to do, and we need to deal with it together, and enjoy what time we do have to talk during the day. It's not permanent, and it's the nature of being sorta long distance, and she needs to cut me some slack. She says she's just voicing her feelings, and I'm being insensitive, but I mean Simon. She showed no understanding to my explanation of how busy and stressed out I am, and implied I was somehow the problem. I don't know, maybe I am though. Am I the jerk? Story 154. Am I the jerk for telling my wife not to slam my car door, and saying if she doesn't respect my car, she shouldn't ride in it? My wife and I got into an argument, and I'm wondering if I crossed a line or if my reaction was reasonable. Context: I teased her by doing something back to her that she normally does to me. My intention was to show her how it feels because when I do it, she says it's annoying and not okay, but when she does it, she sees it differently. Looking back, I realized that probably wasn't the best way to make my point. That turned into an argument. After the gym in the parking lot, she was upset and started calling me out in front of people. Asked her to go inside, we'll talk. She said no, she wants the world no kind of loser I am to be yelled at in public by my wife. While getting in and out of the car and grabbing stuff, she slammed the door each time. When she opened the back door again, I asked her please don't slam it and said something like, please don't slam the door even if you're upset. She said no and left. This isn't the first time. My older car, the car door started getting creaks when she opens it and started getting wind noises. She slams it hard BTW. I just leased this new car 2 days ago. Later I texted her, see screenshots. Part of why this bothered me is that this isn't the first time. We're married, but sometimes when she's angry she talks in a very mine and yours way instead of ours. During a previous heated argument, she poured water on my laptop and says it's yours, I don't care, not mine, and you deserve it. At the same time, I know I contributed to this by teasing her instead of directly communicating that something bothered me. Am I the jerk for drawing a hard line about the car and saying she shouldn't ride in it if she won't respect it? Story 155. Am I the jerk for being too busy to text my girlfriend? Hi, I have been dating my girlfriend for 8 months. Just to provide some context, things have been great with the exception of a few fights here and there, usually based around her insecurities. She's afraid of her having her heart broken because of her experience in past relationships. I try to reassure her I would never break her heart and will always love her. When I'm at my office job, I don't like using my phone because I need to focus, and my girlfriend has gotten upset at me before for not at least communicating that I would be busy. I figured being busy would be implied since she knows I'm at work, but I said I'd do better, and I have communicated to her when I'd be busy. Recently, my 9-5 job has gotten a lot more busy, and I decided to drive for Uber after work to make some extra cash since I have a ton of student loan debt, and bills have gotten generally expensive. My girlfriend and I are 2 hours away from each other, so it's close enough that I can go stay with her Thursday through Sunday since I work remote on Fridays. However, Monday, Wednesday, I have been working 9 am 9 p.m., 9 am 5 p.m. office job, then 5 p.m. 9 p.m. I drive Uber, so I barely text her throughout the day. I've made it clear that I'm super busy, and I text her on my lunch break, and whenever I can throughout the day. She says she feels really disconnected, and when I said I'm sorry, she felt that way, but she knows my financial situation, and I really need her to be supportive and enjoy the time we do have to talk instead of using the time to talk about how we don't talk. I also explained I'm working so long those 3 days, so we can have 4 days together without me having to drive Uber, so I'm doing it for us as well so we can actually enjoy our time together. And she said, well, if you can't handle a GF and work, then that's on you. I got upset at that comment and said she needs to learn patience and not make everything about her. I said we're both going through this, and that of course I miss her during the day, but I have to do what I have to do, and we need to deal with it together, and enjoy what time we do have to talk during the day. It's not permanent, and it's the nature of being sorta long distance, and she needs to cut me some slack. She says she's just voicing her feelings, and I'm being insensitive, but I mean Simon. She showed no understanding to my explanation of how busy and stressed out I am, and implied I was somehow the problem. I don't know, maybe I am though. Am I the jerk? Story 156. Am I the jerk for being too busy to text my girlfriend? Hi, I have been dating my girlfriend for 8 months. Just to provide some context, things have been great with the exception of a few fights here and there, usually based around her insecurities. She's afraid of her having her heart broken because of her experience in past relationships. I try to reassure her I would never break her heart and will always love her. When I'm at my office job, I don't like using my phone because I need to focus, and my girlfriend has gotten upset at me before for not at least communicating that I would be busy. I figured being busy would be implied since she knows I'm at work, but I said I'd do better, and I have communicated to her when I'd be busy. Recently, my 9-5 job has gotten a lot more busy, and I decided to drive for Uber after work to make some extra cash since I have a ton of student loan debt, and bills have gotten generally expensive. My girlfriend and I are 2 hours away from each other, so it's close enough that I can go stay with her Thursday through Sunday since I work remote on Fridays. However, Monday, Wednesday, I have been working 9 am 9 p.m., 9 am 5 p.m. office job, then 5 p.m. 9 p.m. I drive Uber, so I barely text her throughout the day. I've made it clear that I'm super busy and I text her on my lunch break and whenever I can throughout the day. She says she feels really disconnected, and when I said I'm sorry, she felt that way, but she knows my financial situation, and I really need her to be supportive and enjoy the time we do have to talk instead of using the time to talk about how we don't talk. I also explained I'm working so long those 3 days, so we can have 4 days together without me having to drive Uber, so I'm doing it for us as well so we can actually enjoy our time together. And she said, well, if you can't handle a GF and work, then that's on you. I got upset at that comment and said she needs to learn patience and not make everything about her. I said we're both going through this, and that of course I miss her during the day, but I have to do what I have to do, and we need to deal with it together, and enjoy what time we do have to talk during the day. It's not permanent, and it's the nature of being sorta long distance, and she needs to cut me some slack. She says she's just voicing her feelings, and I'm being insensitive, but I mean Simon. She showed no understanding to my explanation of how busy and stressed out I am, and implied I was somehow the problem. I don't know, maybe I am though. Am I the jerk? Story 157. Am I the jerk for being too busy to text my girlfriend? Hi, I have been dating my girlfriend for 8 months. Just to provide some context, things have been great with the exception of a few fights here and there, usually based around her insecurities. She's afraid of her having her heart broken because of her experience in past relationships. I try to reassure her I would never break her heart and will always love her. When I'm at my office job, I don't like using my phone because I need to focus, and my girlfriend has gotten upset at me before for not at least communicating that I would be busy. I figured being busy would be implied since she knows I'm at work, but I said I'd do better, and I have communicated to her when I'd be busy. Recently, my 9-5 job has gotten a lot more busy, and I decided to drive for Uber after work to make some extra cash since I have a ton of student loan debt, and bills have gotten generally expensive. My girlfriend and I are 2 hours away from each other, so it's close enough that I can go stay with her Thursday through Sunday since I work remote on Fridays. However, Monday, Wednesday, I have been working 9 am 9 p.m., 9 am 5 p.m. office job, then 5 p.m. 9 p.m. I drive Uber, so I barely text her throughout the day. I've made it clear that I'm super busy and I text her on my lunch break and whenever I can throughout the day. She says she feels really disconnected, and when I said I'm sorry, she felt that way, but she knows my financial situation, and I really need her to be supportive and enjoy the time we do have to talk instead of using the time to talk about how we don't talk. I also explained I'm working so long those 3 days, so we can have 4 days together without me having to drive Uber, so I'm doing it for us as well so we can actually enjoy our time together. And she said, well, if you can't handle a GF and work, then that's on you. I got upset at that comment and said she needs to learn patience and not make everything about her. I said we're both going through this, and that of course I miss her during the day, but I have to do what I have to do, and we need to deal with it together, and enjoy what time we do have to talk during the day. It's not permanent, and it's the nature of being sorta long distance, and she needs to cut me some slack. She says she's just voicing her feelings, and I'm being insensitive, but I mean Simon. She showed no understanding to my explanation of how busy and stressed out I am, and implied I was somehow the problem. I don't know, maybe I am though. Am I the jerk? Story 158. My best friend killed himself, and I'm not sure what to do. I got a message out of the blue from his mother inviting me to his funeral a couple hours ago right after class. I've been shut in my dorm crying until I couldn't make another sound. I'm just not sure how to process this. He'd been one of my very few friends for the last 5 years. We'd dated, we'd studied together, we'd done literally everything. I just have this sick feeling of loneliness making it impossible to want to go out or do anything. Writing this post took everything out of me, and it's not even that long. Not sure how I am supposed to speak at his funeral. Anyways, if anyone has any advice, please share. Thanks. Story 159. My best friend killed himself, and I'm not sure what to do. I got a message out of the blue from his mother inviting me to his funeral a couple hours ago right after class. I've been shut in my dorm crying until I couldn't make another sound. I'm just not sure how to process this. He'd been one of my very few friends for the last 5 years. We'd dated, we'd studied together, we'd done literally everything. I just have this sick feeling of loneliness making it impossible to want to go out or do anything. Writing this post took everything out of me, and it's not even that long. Not sure how I am supposed to speak at his funeral. Anyways, if anyone has any advice, please share. Thanks. Story 160. What is wrong with my little sister's behaviors? My sister is and is seriously going off the deep end in life. She was advertising on Craigslist. She has severe anger issues, road rages like it's her part-time job, and is months behind on her car payments and insurance. She just lost her job due to mental health taking too long to resolve and her to come back to work within a reasonable time frame. She had been off since February 2026 and keeps applying to other one-time job ads on Facebook now. He got rear-ended yesterday when she was coming home from a B00 Thai call over 3 hours away, and then my parents have to bail her out of everything she gets herself into. They paid the $400 that it costs for her to get her car out of the impound lot. My mom is a softie when it comes to her, and it's like she gives her chance after chance to F up. She also will have a large ambulance bill for being taken away after chasing the loony that hit her. He was traveling at speeds of 120 plus to catch the guy's plate after being run off the road. She also smokes so much and lives in my parents' office with her 2 cats that she's not supposed to have the second one right now because she lives at home again for the 3rd time this year. She boy hops because she claims she can't be alone but doesn't give her kitty a break to even know what it's like to be alone. It's disgusting and she doesn't care, talking about not giving her kitty a break. She was out on another B00 Thai call this evening after being told she's not allowed to drive her car because, again, she doesn't have insurance on her vehicle. She claimed she was out in PHX at the courthouse paying a previously received ticket at 7 p.m. when they're closed, and she was the complete opposite direction in a town way east of PHX. Proven by Find My Friends before she blocked me mid-call with our mom. We're worried about her, but when it goes in one ear and out the other, it's hard to keep pouring into this $King bucket that doesn't have a bottom to it. She needs to decide to go to therapy or get out of our lives because she's wasting everyone's time with a woe is me attitude, and it's old. She lies about every GD thing too, even if it really doesn't need to be lied about. She will lie so much that she starts to believe that's the truth, and that's the scary part, because then she becomes Delulu and we're all dropping everything every $King time, and she doesn't give a K about anyone else but herself. It's tiring. Story 161. What is wrong with my little sister's behaviors? My sister is and is seriously going off the deep end in life. She was advertising on Craigslist. She has severe anger issues, road rages like it's her part-time job, and is months behind on her car payments and insurance. She just lost her job due to mental health taking too long to resolve and her to come back to work within a reasonable time frame. She had been off since February 2026 and keeps applying to other one-time job ads on Facebook now. He got rear-ended yesterday when she was coming home from a B00 Thai call over 3 hours away, and then my parents have to bail her out of everything she gets herself into. They paid the $400 that it costs for her to get her car out of the impound lot. My mom is a softie when it comes to her, and it's like she gives her chance after chance to F up. She also will have a large ambulance bill for being taken away after chasing the loony that hit her. He was traveling at speeds of 120 plus to catch the guy's plate after being run off the road. She also smokes so much and lives in my parents' office with her 2 cats that she's not supposed to have the second one right now because she lives at home again for the 3rd time this year. She boy hops because she claims she can't be alone but doesn't give her kitty a break to even know what it's like to be alone. It's disgusting and she doesn't care, talking about not giving her kitty a break. She was out on another B00 Thai call this evening after being told she's not allowed to drive her car because, again, she doesn't have insurance on her vehicle. She claimed she was out in PHX at the courthouse paying a previously received ticket at 7 p.m. when they're closed, and she was the complete opposite direction in a town way east of PHX. Proven by Find My Friends before she blocked me mid-call with our mom. We're worried about her, but when it goes in one ear and out the other, it's hard to keep pouring into this $King bucket that doesn't have a bottom to it. She needs to decide to go to therapy or get out of our lives because she's wasting everyone's time with a woe is me attitude, and it's old. She lies about every GD thing too, even if it really doesn't need to be lied about. She will lie so much that she starts to believe that's the truth, and that's the scary part, because then she becomes Delulu and we're all dropping everything every $King time, and she doesn't give a K about anyone else but herself. It's tiring. Story 162. What is wrong with my little sister's behaviors? My sister is and is seriously going off the deep end in life. She was advertising on Craigslist. She has severe anger issues, road rages like it's her part-time job, and is months behind on her car payments and insurance. She just lost her job due to mental health taking too long to resolve and her to come back to work within a reasonable time frame. She had been off since February 2026 and keeps applying to other one-time job ads on Facebook now. She got rear-ended yesterday when she was coming home from a B00 tie call over 3 hours away, and then my parents have to bail her out of everything she gets herself into. They paid the $400 that it costs for her to get her car out of the impound lot. My mom is a softie when it comes to her, and it's like she gives her chance after chance to F up. She also will have a large ambulance bill for being taken away after chasing the loony that hit her. She was traveling at speeds of 120 plus to catch the guy's plate after being run off the road. She also smokes so much and lives in my parents' office with her 2 cats that she's not supposed to have the second one right now because she lives at home again for the 3rd time this year. She boy hops because she claims she can't be alone but doesn't give her kitty a break to even know what it's like to be alone. It's disgusting and she doesn't care, talking about not giving her kitty a break. She was out on another B00 tie call this evening after being told she's not allowed to drive her car because, again, she doesn't have insurance on her vehicle. She claimed she was out in PHX at the courthouse paying a previously received ticket at 7 p.m. when they're closed, and she was the complete opposite direction in a town way east of PHX. Proven by Find My Friends before she blocked me mid-call with our mom. We're worried about her, but when it goes in one ear and out the other, it's hard to keep pouring into this King bucket that doesn't have a bottom to it. She needs to decide to go to therapy or get out of our lives because she's wasting everyone's time with a woe is me attitude, and it's old. She lies about every GD thing too, even if it really doesn't need to be lied about. She will lie so much that she starts to believe that's the truth, and that's the scary part, because then she becomes Delulu and we're all dropping everything every $King time, and she doesn't give a K about anyone else but herself. It's tiring. Story 163. I'm lost badly. I'm 25 and I've recently graduated from med school, and I figured out I don't want to be a doctor. I used to have many creative interests, but the process of becoming a doctor is so grueling that I lost myself along the way. Right now, my friends are making money at their jobs, and I'm sitting at home sulking and overthinking because what even is my life? I feel like such a failure. Where am I going to end up in life if I don't pursue my degree? And I've such horrible PTSD from it that I don't even want to go back to it. I used to love painting and sewing, but I don't know anymore. Everything seems so saturated. This cycle of having no hope is going to end me. Story 164. What is wrong with my little sister's behaviors? My sister is and is seriously going off the deep end in life. She was advertising on Craigslist. She has severe anger issues, road rages like it's her part-time job, and is months behind on her car payments and insurance. She just lost her job due to mental health taking too long to resolve and her to come back to work within a reasonable time frame. She had been off since February 2026 and keeps applying to other one-time job ads on Facebook now. She got rear-ended yesterday when she was coming home from a B00 tie call over 3 hours away, and then my parents have to bail her out of everything she gets herself into. They paid the $400 that it costs for her to get her car out of the impound lot. My mom is a softie when it comes to her, and it's like she gives her chance after chance to F up. She also will have a large ambulance bill for being taken away after chasing the loony that hit her. She was traveling at speeds of 120 plus to catch the guy's plate after being run off the road. She also smokes so much and lives in my parents' office with her 2 cats that she's not supposed to have the second one right now because she lives at home again for the 3rd time this year. She boy hops because she claims she can't be alone, but doesn't give her kitty a break to even know what it's like to be alone. It's disgusting, and she doesn't care, talking about not giving her kitty a break. She was out on another B00 tie call this evening after being told she's not allowed to drive her car because, again, she doesn't have insurance on her vehicle. She claimed she was out in PHX at the courthouse, paying a previously received ticket at 7 p.m. when they're closed, and she was the complete opposite direction in a town way east of PHX. Proven by Find My Friends before she blocked me mid-call with our mom. We're worried about her, but when it goes in one ear and out the other, it's hard to keep pouring into this $King bucket that doesn't have a bottom to it. She needs to decide to go to therapy or get out of our lives because she's wasting everyone's time with a woe is me attitude, and it's old. She lies about every GD thing too, even if it really doesn't need to be lied about. She will lie so much that she starts to believe that's the truth, and that's the scary part, because then she becomes Delulu and we're all dropping everything every $King time, and she doesn't give a K about anyone else but herself. It's tiring. Story 165. My partner says he saw a photo on an escort site years ago that looked just like me. It wasn't me, and he doesn't believe me. Countless conversations now. We've been together a year and a half. He's in my daughter's life, and I'm in his children's lives. I love him deeply, and he says he loves me deeply too, and we've discussed a future together. But this is something that has come up as an insecurity for him countless times now. I have no more I can say when the person isn't me. He says the profile has gone now, and just makes it out like, oh, it's easy for me to say it's not me when it's not there anymore. He doesn't believe me every time I tell him that's not me. I've never done that. He says the profile gave him the same postcode as mine, didn't see full face, but the lips, boobs, hair, and ears in ponytail all look the same, and he can't understand it how it wasn't me. He can't remember exactly when he saw it years prior, and he never went to see her to truly know. It has now been brought up so many times I feel like I'm being accused of something again and again, and making me feel crazy and defensive for what? How do I prove innocence in this hypothetical situation? And how many times can someone say you've got it wrong, it's an unfortunate coincidence? I honestly feel like I'm going mad. Doesn't help that every time we have a conversation like this, he says about leaving or breaking up, and I now just feel completely lost and not safe here, but I equally love him. And when he gets out of it, he's the most caring and loving with me. And there's children involved, it's not so easy to go, and I'm thinking on their emotional well-being. But then equally, I don't want to be living in this worry of him, thinking I'm someone I'm not, and will get too much in his head. Not really sure what I'm asking for, just advice, or maybe a rant, cause I can't really speak to anyone about it. Story 166. I'm lost badly. I'm 25, and I've recently graduated from med school, and I figured out I don't want to be a doctor. I used to have many creative interests, but the process of becoming a doctor is so grueling that I lost myself along the way. Right now, my friends are making money at their jobs, and I'm sitting at home sulking and overthinking because what even is my life? I feel like such a failure. Where am I going to end up in life if I don't pursue my degree? And I've such horrible PTSD from it that I don't even want to go back to it. I used to love painting and sewing, but I don't know anymore. Everything seems so saturated. This cycle of having no hope is going to end me. Story 167. My partner says he saw a photo on an escort site years ago that looked just like me. It wasn't me, and he doesn't believe me. Countless conversations now. We've been together a year and a half. He's in my daughter's life, and I'm in his children's lives. I love him deeply, and he says he loves me deeply too, and we've discussed a future together. But this is something that has come up as an insecurity for him countless times now. I have no more I can say when the person isn't me. He says the profile has gone now, and just makes it out like, oh, it's easy for me to say it's not me when it's not there anymore. He doesn't believe me every time I tell him that's not me. I've never done that. He says the profile gave him the same postcode as mine, didn't see full face, but the lips, boobs, hair, and ears in ponytail all look the same, and he can't understand it how it wasn't me. He can't remember exactly when he saw it years prior, and he never went to see her to truly know. It has now been brought up so many times I feel like I'm being accused of something again and again, and making me feel crazy and defensive for what? How do I prove innocence in this hypothetical situation? And how many times can someone say you've got it wrong, it's an unfortunate coincidence? I honestly feel like I'm going mad. Doesn't help that every time we have a conversation like this, he says about leaving or breaking up, and I now just feel completely lost and not safe here, but I equally love him. And when he gets out of it, he's the most caring and loving with me. And there's children involved, it's not so easy to go, and I'm thinking on their emotional well-being. But then equally, I don't want to be living in this worry of him, thinking I'm someone I'm not, and will get too much in his head. Not really sure what I'm asking for, just advice, or maybe a rant, cause I can't really speak to anyone about it. Story 168. Am I the jerk for telling my landlord my roommate won't clean up his poop? I have been living in a house for about 2 years now with all male roommates. There has never been an issue with cleanliness. However, one roommate moved in about 8 months ago, and ever since then there has been a very serious poopy problem. I know exactly who it is based off of when the problems have arrived and when he moved in. There is near constant diarrhea on the toilet seat and in the toilet bowl. I'm talking bad splatter. I do not have his hash to text him one-on-one, and the only time he leaves his room has been to pick up deliveries. He doesn't work or ever leave the house, so I never see him, so I have left several notes in the bathroom asking, whoever pooped on the toilet seat, please clean it up. I am not your mother. He has done this now on a weekly basis and had never cleaned up after himself. I'm always putting gloves on and scraping his dry, crusty diarrhea off of not only the bowl but the toilet seat. He has also left poopy fingerprints on my toilet paper. We do not share. Am I the jerk if I message my landlord asking him to intervene? Am I the jerk for leaving public notes for everyone to see, calling him out? I never see him, as he does not leave the room he rents, and I do not know how to get through to him that it's not okay for other PPL to clean up his feces. I do not mean to be rude or embarrass him. I've had bad caca myself. I don't want to get him in trouble with my landlord, but I would never expect anyone else to clean up after me. It's getting to the point where I'm gagging, throwing up, cleaning up after him, and I do not know what to do. I never see him, so I cannot confront him in real life, and I do not know what to do from here. PLS, help give me ideas on how to handle this poopy situation. Story 169. My partner says he saw a photo on an escort site years ago that looked just like me. It wasn't me, and he doesn't believe me. Countless conversations now. We've been together a year and a half. He's in my daughter's life, and I'm in his children's lives. I love him deeply, and he says he loves me deeply too, and we've discussed a future together. But this is something that has come up as an insecurity for him countless times now. I have no more I can say when the person isn't me. He says the profile has gone now, and just makes it out like, oh, it's easy for me to say it's not me when it's not there anymore. He doesn't believe me every time I tell him that's not me. I've never done that. He says the profile gave him the same postcode as mine, didn't see full face, but the lips, boobs, hair, and ears in ponytail all look the same, and he can't understand it how it wasn't me. He can't remember exactly when he saw it years prior, and he never went to see her to truly know. It has now been brought up so many times I feel like I'm being accused of something again and again, and making me feel crazy and defensive for what? How do I prove innocence in this hypothetical situation? And how many times can someone say you've got it wrong, it's an unfortunate coincidence? I honestly feel like I'm going mad. Doesn't help that every time we have a conversation like this, he says about leaving or breaking up, and I now just feel completely lost and not safe here, but I equally love him. And when he gets out of it, he's the most caring and loving with me. And there's children involved, it's not so easy to go, and I'm thinking on their emotional well-being. But then equally, I don't want to be living in this worry of him, thinking I'm someone I'm not, and will get too much in his head. Not really sure what I'm asking for, just advice, or maybe a rant, cause I can't really speak to anyone about it. Story 170. Am I the jerk for telling my landlord my roommate won't clean up his poop? I have been living in a house for about 2 years now with all male roommates. There has never been an issue with cleanliness. However, one roommate moved in about 8 months ago, and ever since then there has been a very serious poopy problem. I know exactly who it is based off of when the problems have arrived and when he moved in. There is near constant diarrhea on the toilet seat and in the toilet bowl. I'm talking bad splatter. I do not have his hash to text him one-on-one, and the only time he leaves his room has been to pick up deliveries. He doesn't work or ever leave the house, so I never see him, so I have left several notes in the bathroom asking, whoever pooped on the toilet seat, please clean it up. I am not your mother. He has done this now on a weekly basis and had never cleaned up after himself. I'm always putting gloves on and scraping his dry, crusty diarrhea off of not only the bowl but the toilet seat. He has also left poopy fingerprints on my toilet paper. We do not share. Am I the jerk if I message my landlord asking him to intervene? Am I the jerk for leaving public notes for everyone to see, calling him out? I never see him, as he does not leave the room he rents, and I do not know how to get through to him that it's not okay for other PPL to clean up his feces. I do not mean to be rude or embarrass him. I've had bad caca myself. I don't want to get him in trouble with my landlord, but I would never expect anyone else to clean up after me. It's getting to the point where I'm gagging, throwing up, cleaning up after him, and I do not know what to do. I never see him, so I cannot confront him in real life, and I do not know what to do from here. PLS, help give me ideas on how to handle this poopy situation. Story 171. I have an issue with my boyfriend's alarms. Has anyone had a similar experience? How did you handle it? My boyfriend uses several alarms starting from 3 a.m. that goes off every 10 minutes. He says it's because he likes to hit the snooze button and makes him wake up more fresh knowing he has more time to sleep. However, I am a light sleeper and end up lying awake from his first alarm until my alarm that goes off at 5:03 a.m. when I get up for work. He is angry at me for telling him to please stop, saying that if I loved him, I would allow him to be him and continue using this method of waking up. But I say if he loved me, he would respect my sleep. Because of this, I never get a proper sleep and wake up angry. He says that the fact it wakes me up is my issue. For context, I leave for work before he even gets up out of the bed. He says he wants to start going to the gym at 4 a.m. However, this hasn't happened the entire year. Story 172. I have an issue with my boyfriend's alarms. Has anyone had a similar experience? How did you handle it? My boyfriend uses several alarms starting from 3 a.m. that goes off every 10 minutes. He says it's because he likes to hit the snooze button and makes him wake up more fresh knowing he has more time to sleep. However, I am a light sleeper and end up lying awake from his first alarm until my alarm that goes off at 5:03 a.m. when I get up for work. He is angry at me for telling him to please stop, saying that if I loved him, I would allow him to be him and continue using this method of waking up. But I say if he loved me, he would respect my sleep. Because of this, I never get a proper sleep and wake up angry. He says that the fact it wakes me up is my issue. For context, I leave for work before he even gets up out of the bed. He says he wants to start going to the gym at 4 a.m. However, this hasn't happened the entire year. Story 173. Stole as money from my grandpops as a revenge for molesting me. My grandfather is in his late 80s. I have my own room to stay in, and I'm currently living in my grandfather's house for the time being because I have exams in his area. Yesterday, there was no electricity in the house. Since my room is on the top floor, it gets much hotter compared to my grandfather's floor below, which stays cooler. I couldn't sleep all night, so in the morning I decided to go sleep in his room. When I went there, he was brushing his teeth and had already woken up. I told him I wanted to sleep in his bed because there was no electricity in my room and the inverter battery had died a few hours earlier. He agreed, and I went to sleep there. After a few hours, he slipped into the bed after brushing, which was unusual because he normally goes ground floor to drink tea in the morning. I was confused about why he stayed, but I didn't think much of it and moved aside. I was using a blanket because the AC was on while he didn't have one. I continued sleeping, but after some time I woke up to him touching my penis. At first, I ignored it because I thought he might have been reaching for something accidentally. I turned to my side, but a few moments later I woke up again and noticed him trying to pull down my shorts. After that, he started playing with my penis. He started grabbing my penis while masturbating himself. I don't know why I didn't move or say anything, but I was too shocked to react. After that, he started touching my testicles and continued masturbating. Sometimes he would stop, and I thought maybe he had come to his senses or realized what he was doing was wrong, but actually he stopped because he heard someone coming, probably our maid. Then he continued again. After a while, he finally stopped, probably because he ejaculated. Afterward, I felt disgusted because I never thought he was capable of doing something so low. Today, after coming back from the gym, I saw him having lunch. I went straight to the bathroom on his floor and noticed his wardrobe was open. I stole some money from his locker. He probably had around 1,000 there, and I took about 200 as revenge. Now I feel guilty and disgusted with myself for stealing and stooping to a low act as well. Story 174. Am I the jerk because I chose to keep the car that was signed over to me? I met a friend, and within 2 months he got pulled over for driving without a license. He gave me his car because he was in trouble. He signed the car over to me as a donation and bought me my permit to drive it. He used the transfer info donation slip to avoid legal penalties. I agreed to share the vehicle with him, and he told me that once he got his license that he wanted to lease a new car. He specifically mentioned a Jeep multiple times. This is where things get messy. He slowly began to take back ownership of this vehicle through emotional and mental means, while still mentioning looking at different vehicles, but never going to get his own permit or license. accusing me of setting him up, being petty, and making up rules. The rules? Having to drive sober, drive safely even if he's angry, and letting me go to work during the times he'd be at work. He called these things taking control. During several explosive arguments, he warned me that once he left with the car not to call the cops to get it back. He always returned with the car eventually. After dealing with that for about 3 months, I decided to end the friendship for good, and he drove away in the vehicle. He angry texted me repeatedly, and eventually, after I refused to accept the friendship enough times, he stated that he was going to take me to the DMV and make me sign the car back over to him. I told him to stay away. He showed up at my mom's house to try to take me away, and banged on the door so hard that she got scared and called the police. She told them he stole my car and came to make me sign it over. And she's convinced me that I need to stand up for myself. I got the officer's advice and gave him until 10:30 a.m. tomorrow to bring the car back, or I'm pressing charges. I feel so terrible because I know that we both have responsibilities and different kids in different age ranges to take care of. Am I the jerk for taking this car back? Story 175. I have an issue with my boyfriend's alarms. Has anyone had a similar experience? How did you handle it? My boyfriend uses several alarms starting from 3 a.m. that goes off every 10 minutes. He says it's because he likes to hit the snooze button and makes him wake up more fresh knowing he has more time to sleep. However, I am a light sleeper and end up lying awake from his first alarm until my alarm that goes off at 5:03 a.m. when I get up for work. He is angry at me for telling him to please stop, saying that if I loved him, I would allow him to be him and continue using this method of waking up. But I say if he loved me, he would respect my sleep. Because of this, I never get a proper sleep and wake up angry. He says that the fact it wakes me up is my issue. For context, I leave for work before he even gets up out of the bed. He says he wants to start going to the gym at 4 a.m. However, this hasn't happened the entire year. Story 176. Stole as money from my grandpops as a revenge for molesting me. My grandfather is in his late 80s. I have my own room to stay in, and I'm currently living in my grandfather's house for the time being because I have exams in his area. Yesterday, there was no electricity in the house. Since my room is on the top floor, it gets much hotter compared to my grandfather's floor below, which stays cooler. I couldn't sleep all night, so in the morning I decided to go sleep in his room. When I went there, he was brushing his teeth and had already woken up. I told him I wanted to sleep in his bed because there was no electricity in my room and the inverter battery had died a few hours earlier. He agreed, and I went to sleep there. After a few hours, he slipped into the bed after brushing, which was unusual because he normally goes ground floor to drink tea in the morning. I was confused about why he stayed, but I didn't think much of it and moved aside. I was using a blanket because the AC was on, while he didn't have one. I continued sleeping, but after some time I woke up to him touching my penis. At first, I ignored it because I thought he might have been reaching for something accidentally. I turned to my side, but a few moments later I woke up again and noticed him trying to pull down my shorts. After that, he started playing with my penis. He started grabbing my penis while masturbating himself. I don't know why I didn't move or say anything, but I was too shocked to react. After that, he started touching my testicles and continued masturbating. Sometimes he would stop, and I thought maybe he had come to his senses or realized what he was doing was wrong, but actually he stopped because he heard someone coming, probably our maid. Then he continued again. After a while, he finally stopped, probably because he ejaculated. Afterward, I felt disgusted because I never thought he was capable of doing something so low. Today, after coming back from the gym, I saw him having lunch. I went straight to the bathroom on his floor and noticed his wardrobe was open. I stole some money from his locker. He probably had around 1,000 there, and I took about 200 as revenge. Now I feel guilty and disgusted with myself for stealing and stooping to a low act as well. Story 177. Am I the jerk because I chose to keep the car that was signed over to me? I met a friend, and within 2 months he got pulled over for driving without a license. He gave me his car because he was in trouble. He signed the car over to me as a donation and bought me my permit to drive it. He used the transfer info donation slip to avoid legal penalties. I agreed to share the vehicle with him, and he told me that once he got his license that he wanted to lease a new car. He specifically mentioned a Jeep multiple times. This is where things get messy. He slowly began to take back ownership of this vehicle through emotional and mental means. While still mentioning looking at different vehicles, but never going to get his own permit or license. Accusing me of setting him up, being petty, and making up rules. The rules? Having to drive sober, drive safely even if he's angry, and letting me go to work during the times he'd be at work. He called these things taking control. During several explosive arguments, he warned me that once he left with the car not to call the cops to get it back. He always returned with the car eventually. After dealing with that for about 3 months, I decided to end the friendship for good, and he drove away in the vehicle. He angry texted me repeatedly, and eventually, after I refused to accept the friendship enough times, he stated that he was going to take me to the DMV and make me sign the car back over to him. I told him to stay away. He showed up at my mom's house to try to take me away, and banged on the door so hard that she got scared and called the police. She told them he stole my car and came to make me sign it over. And she's convinced me that I need to stand up for myself. I got the officer's advice and gave him until 10:30 a.m. tomorrow to bring the car back, or I'm pressing charges. I feel so terrible because I know that we both have responsibilities and different kids in different age ranges to take care of. Am I the jerk for taking this car back? Story 178. Can't stop trying to get men who can't be seen with me cause just take a guess to make a move on me. When I catch them staring at me, I flaunt my TS. I flashed my B00B, ease to someone staring at them and wanting to see them before. I bend over in front of them. My old neighbor kept calling me beautiful, so I folded the top of my shirt down for a second so he could see where my bra hugs my B00B ease. We were making eye contact, but yes, as I wanted, he looked down at them immediately. Overheard classmates calling me hot and talking about nut NG on my face. I was overwhelmed at first, but it kept happening each day, then I started liking the attention. A couple years ago, I wasn't really hot, and now I was feeling pretty finally. I did them a favor and also started flaunting my B00BS and at SS a bit more. Though I am insecure CZIM, a lil chubby I still go out my way tryna find someone to fuck. I WNT a pappy to choke me and praise me so bad. I wanna start off with slow S3X so I can feel teased, then I WNNA get rammed and tortured. Bite my body, cut me, spit inside my mouth, force me down and intensively rub my CLT, spank me, maybe cut me, fuck me with guns. Nut in me, nut in my ice, weary sounds great. I hope I don't let the neediness get to me and let a ugly guy almost fuck me again. Yeah, I thought that ugly guy was cute for the 2 days I helped him nut over 5 times each day, but never let him fuck. Actually, I am thinking abd it again since I still see him. Never mind, he's cute. Haha, I am always changin' my mind. I don't think he wants to get in contact again, though. I ended it and went off on him for other crap he did anyways. Entertained some dudeswa, a small pen ones, and was left disappointed. Didn't let them fuck, but JS looking at it made me disappointed. I indiscriminate small jerk, but my ex's jerk was 7-9 inches, I think. Way much more beautiful and thick. I wish I experienced penetrat on already. I regret that I keep rejecting this hot friend of mine. We share our fantasies, but I barely see him and I am too shy when he tries hitting me up again. I ain't really attracted to my daddy and he traumatized me, but why am I starting to like his touch? When he slaps my at SS, gives me a massage and lowers my pants plus panties for a second, then puts it back up like he did nothing. Massaging my at SS, leaving his hands lingering around my B00BS, holding my waist and grabbing it tighter when I try to escape. Fuck, I need a man to touch me like him. If only I could get B00B1E massages. Why am I so H0RNY almost every second of my life? Maybe I need to S1-ut myself out already. Story 179. Blocked an amp, ghosted. Connected with a guy through FB dating. Hit it off, like, really hit it off. Like, never connected with someone so much or related to someone so much and feel like I won't ever again type thing. We talked for 2 months. I played conservative and tried not to reach out unprompted, didn't want to get attached. But he'd keep on reaching out to me, trying to set up a time to meet, telling me how much he liked me, how different I was, how tortuous it was for him that we lived 1,000 miles away from each other. One night he texted me yet again, told me he wanted to pay for my flight because he was done with the digital edging, and he needed to be able to see me. We got distracted halfway through the conversation when he asked for a photo of me, and I asked him playfully if he wanted clothes on or off. He took a second and responded that he wanted one with them off. So I sent him nudes. We hadn't done that in the 2 months we'd been talking. He praised the heck out of me and my body. It got too late. and we decided to continue setting up a flight out later. He works a remote job and wouldn't have much service the next couple days. Fine, whatever. A couple days later, he reached out again. We had a brief conversation, but nothing was off about it. Last thing he told me was, beautiful. The next morning, I was blocked on everything. No explanation, no closure. Sucks, been that way for the last month. I'm hurt and angry and so confused. I feel love-bombed and totally used. He seemed to have been so genuine in his feelings with me, and that feels especially cruel in a situation like this. He was the one to keep reaching out to me. He was the one that kept pushing to meet up. And he was the one that ultimately blocked and moved on with no explanation. My heart feels paralyzed. I don't ever want to open up to a man like that ever again. I'm totally closed off. I'm 23 and I have zero motivation to date after that. Story 180. Can't stop trying to get men who can't be seen with me cause just take a guess to make a move on me. When I catch them staring at me, I flaunt my TS. I flashed my B00B. Ease to someone staring at them and wanting to see them before. I bend over in front of them. My old neighbor kept calling me beautiful, so I folded the top of my shirt down for a second so he could see where my bra hugs my B00B. Ease. We were making eye contact, but yes, as I wanted, he looked down at them immediately. Overheard classmates calling me hot and talking about nut NG on my face. I was overwhelmed at first, but it kept happening each day. Then I started liking the attention. A couple years ago, I wasn't really hot, and now I was feeling pretty finally. I did them a favor and also started flaunting my B00BS and at SS a bit more. Though I am insecure CZIM, a lil chubby I still go out my way trying to find someone to fuck. I WNT a pappy to choke me and praise me so bad. I want to start with slow S3X so I can feel teased, then I WNNA get rammed and tortured. Bite my body, cut me, spit inside my mouth, force me down and intensively rub my CLT, spank me, maybe cut me, fuck me with guns. Nut in me, nut in my ice, weary sounds great. I hope I don't let the neediness get to me and let a ugly guy almost fuck me again. Yeah, I thought that ugly guy was cute for the 2 days I helped him nut over 5 times each day, but never let him fuck. Actually, I am thinking abd it again since I still see him. Never mind, he's cute. Haha, I am always changing my mind. I don't think he wants to get in contact again, though. I ended it and went off on him for other crap he did anyways. Entertained some dudeswa, a small pen ones, and was left disappointed. Didn't let them fuck, but JS looking at it made me disappointed. I discriminate small jerk, but my ex's jerk was 7-9 inches, I think. Way much more beautiful and thick. I wish I experienced penetrat on already. I regret that I keep rejecting this hot friend of mine. We share our fantasies, but I barely see him and I am too shy when he tries hitting me up again. I ain't really attracted to my daddy and he traumatized me, but why am I starting to like his touch? When he slaps my at SS, gives me a massage and lowers my pants plus panties for a second, then puts it back up like he did nothing. Massaging my at SS, leaving his hands lingering around my B00BS, holding my waist and grabbing it tighter when I try to escape. Fuck, I need a man to touch me like him. If only I could get B00B1E massages. Why am I so H0RNY almost every second of my life? Maybe I need to S1-ut myself out already. Story 181. Blocked an amp, ghosted. Connected with a guy through FB dating. Hit it off, like, really hit it off. Like, never connected with someone so much or related to someone so much and feel like I won't ever again type thing. We talked for 2 months. I played conservative and tried not to reach out unprompted, didn't want to get attached. But he'd keep on reaching out to me, trying to set up a time to meet, telling me how much he liked me, how different I was, how tortuous it was for him that we lived 1,000 miles away from each other. One night he texted me yet again, told me he wanted to pay for my flight because he was done with the digital edging, and he needed to be able to see me. We got distracted halfway through the conversation when he asked for a photo of me, and I asked him playfully if he wanted clothes on or off. He took a second and responded that he wanted one with them off. So I sent him nudes. We hadn't done that in the 2 months we'd been talking. He praised the heck out of me and my body. It got too late, and we decided to continue setting up a flight out later. He works a remote job and wouldn't have much service the next couple days. Fine, whatever. A couple days later, he reached out again. We had a brief conversation, but nothing was off about it. Last thing he told me was, beautiful. The next morning, I was blocked on everything. No explanation, no closure. Sucks, been that way for the last month. I'm hurt and angry and so confused. I feel love-bombed and totally used. He seemed to have been so genuine in his feelings with me, and that feels especially cruel in a situation like this. He was the one to keep reaching out to me. He was the one that kept pushing to meet up. And he was the one that ultimately blocked and moved on with no explanation. My heart feels paralyzed. I don't ever want to open up to a man like that ever again. I'm totally closed off. I'm 23 and I have zero motivation to date after that. Story 182. Am I a bad daughter? My parents put me through trauma, including sexual abuse. Now they are starting to become better, but I still deal with the covert angst. Honestly, it goes against me, and I don't like that I like this, but it turned into a kink, and I get myself off to stories like that. Anything traumatizing / rough / secretive-y-like, and it made me explore into more extreme kinks. I've always had bad grades. I am in my 9th year and failing terribly. They always call me a disappointment. I am becoming a troubled one, sneaking out, doing weed, and I wanna do harder drugs, skipping school or walking out of class. It's kinda cry for help, but life is feeling great when you do impulsive shit. I just wanna keep going against them. This all makes me feel terrible, especially getting told all my life I have no future. I'm barely starting to think I have no good future as well, since my mind is corrupted and it's taking over instead of the things good successful PPL would like. Story 183. Can't stop trying to get men who can't be seen with me cause just take a guess to make a move on me. When I catch them staring at me, I flaunt my TS. I flashed my B00B, ease to someone staring at them and wanting to see them before. I bend over in front of them. My old neighbor kept calling me beautiful, so I folded the top of my shirt down for a second so he could see where my bra hugs my B00B ease. We were making eye contact, but yes, as I wanted, he looked down at them immediately. Overheard classmates calling me hot and talking about nut NG on my face. I was overwhelmed at first, but it kept happening each day, then I started liking the attention. A couple years ago, I wasn't really hot, and now I WS feeling pretty finally. I did them a favor and also started flaunting my B00BS and at SS a bit more. Though I am insecure I am, a lil chubby I still go out my way trying to find someone to fuck. I WNT a pappy to choke me and praise me so bad. I want to start with slow S3X so I can feel teased, then I WNA get rammed and tortured. Bite my body, cut me, spit inside my mouth, force me down and intensively rub my CLT, spank me, maybe cut me, fuck me with guns. Nut in me, nut in my ice, weary sounds great. I hope I don't let the neediness get to me and let a ugly guy almost fuck me again. Yeah, I thought that ugly guy was cute for the 2 days I helped him nut over 5 times each day, but never let him fuck. Actually, I am thinking abd it again since I still see him. Never mind, he's cute. Haha, I am always changing my mind. I don't think he wants to get in contact again, though. I ended it and went off on him for other crap he did anyways. Entertained some dudeswa, a small pen ones, and was left disappointed. Didn't let them fuck, but JS looking at it made me disappointed. I discriminate small jerk, but my ex's jerk was 7-9 inches, I think. Way much more beautiful and thick. I wish I experienced penetrat on already. I regret that I keep rejecting this hot friend of mine. We share our fantasies, but I barely see him and I am too shy when he tries hitting me up again. I ain't really attracted to my daddy and he traumatized me, but why am I starting to like his touch? When he slaps my at SS, gives me a massage and lowers my pants plus panties for a second, then puts it back up like he did nothing. Massaging my at SS, leaving his hands lingering around my B00BS, holding my waist and grabbing it tighter when I try to escape. Fuck, I need a man to touch me like him. If only I could get B00B1E massages. Why am I so H0RNY almost every second of my life? Maybe I need to S1 myself out already. Story 184. I wish I could own tons of men at once, but not forever. I want it to be like when you catch a bug, admire it, play with it, take pictures of it, and then let it go and never see it again. There's so many different ones I'd like to spoil, not necessarily sexually, but things like cuddling, showering and washing their hair, petting them and just being close and hear them talk or whimper or whatever ect. I want to sit in the sun and paint on their backs. At the end of the day, they'd go home, and I'd go back to my life and responsibilities. I know I'm not fit for a relationship, or at least not for a while. I wouldn't want to ever mislead someone and make them think I'm theirs and they're mine. A bug dies if you keep it too long. P.S. I know this is messed up, you don't have to tell me.